There's so many crazy changes going on, and all these teams are getting shaken up. I'm just really excited for LCS.
On CLG, I've finally been given the opportunity to shine and prove to everyone that I'm not just some player that's been overhyped.
I want to do this year the way that I should have done it my first year and just not really have any regrets.
I've been wanting this ever since there's been LCS. I needed to drop everything to try and go professional. Here we are.
저는 A4 리그 대회 아직 나온 적은 없지만 이번 기회에 이름을 알릴 좋은 기회라 생각해서 좋은 성적을 낼 생각입니다.
When we got relegated, I felt kind of down, but I knew that I could definitely make it back. Luckily, Gravity picked me up as their new AD.
There's definitely a big shoes coming in to replace High. We might start out a bit slow, but I think by the end of the season, we will be one of the best, if not the best team in NA.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to opening day of the North American League Championship Series Summer Split. Now we're back in Los Angeles in front of this fired-up crowd to bring you the next chapter in the LCS. Crepo will be happy. We've got Bard in the house and a lot of fans out there wearing their team pride. And, of course, here's Incarnation getting in a little practice time before making his debut in the NALCS. That's going to be up against TSM Santorin. Loco Doco making their way to their stage earlier. They have some redemption on their minds after a showing at MSI that was not as well as they had hoped. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and it's great to have you with us as new teams, new players, as well as a slew of veteran faces take to the stage today. And joining me on the analyst desk, we've got Aiden's Irene Moon, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, a whole nother split of LCS coming our way. You guys ready?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Give me like 20 minutes for the first game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 20-minute break while Freak gets ready for the North American LCS. No, we've got a few new squads joining the LCS this split. So here are the 10 teams that will be competing in North America. Enemy Esports was automatically qualified after their first place finish in the Spring Challenger Series. Then Team Dragon Knights defeated Winter Fox to claim their spot. And gentlemen, the split hasn't even started yet, but it feels like some of the teams at the top of the table already have a lot to prove here.
You must be talking about TSM, of course. You mentioned MSI. They had an honestly embarrassing performance at an international event, which is what they wanted to focus completely on as a team. You know, their early game was lackluster. Almost every single game, they had a deficit by like 10 minutes. So there's a lot of things that TSM are out to prove here. They also had problems adapting, which is something that we've tracked with this team for a very long time. But even to one new champion, even on stage with their coach there, having a hard time trying to adapt to things, and then in-game as well, the team also not able to do that. So definitely a lot of things for TSM to prove once they're back on home soil in North America and they feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and the team I want to talk about, Enemy, new to the league. They haven't even had to play against an LCS team yet for their spot because they got that auto promotion. And we've seen in the past, being successful in Challenger doesn't always translate to being successful in the LCS. And I'm really always interested to see how they stack up. Inox in the mid lane, coming back as a mid laner this time instead of a top laner. He's shown that he can adapt to different champions, and the team is really built around him. And he looks like a completely different player now. He seems so much happier on this team, and he seems to be more motivated as well. He has a good say in what they do. And Enemy, I think, is a team we need to look out for, and I think they're going to end at least top 5.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Enemy's going to do pretty well, but the other challenger team that's coming in this split, TDK, I think it's a very different story for them. So bad news first, they're missing 3 of their starters for at least the first week, possibly much longer. So they've got new mid laner, new AD carry, new support, all coming up from the Challenger, seeing teams that actually failed in Challenger qualifiers, so they're like even kind of the bottom dregs there in a certain way.
Oh,
and I mean they're good players, but like there's a reason these guys.
In the bucket.
But they're the best of what they can do, right? They're missing 2 Koreans and a Canadian player who don't have visas yet. It's a rough situation for TDK.
The good news for TDK is at least they've got like the core that made them good, which is Seraph in the top lane. Seraph has gotten so much better since his time on Counter Logic Gaming. He's actually playing a carry style. His Nidalee is stupid good. It like hard carries games where his team's down 12 kills, but they still win. Like Seraph's the real deal here. They've got Kez for some jungle synergy, and they've got to like build the team up from square one, which is going to be a really rough road ahead for TDK.
And we have seen teams that had to start LCS Split with a bunch of subs have success with those subs before too. So there's possibility that they could win some games.
Sure, and if you hit on 20, sometimes you get 21. I'm not saying it's going to be likely, though.
Yeah, and I had to sandwich that with some more bad news because when they get back, they didn't really play with Emperor Ninja in the first place. So they have to get that synergy going. So this team is not going to come online till at least week 4. So right now, we pretty much just get to judge Kez and Seraph and what their synergy is like for these first few weeks. So hold off on reservations.
Tough couple weeks ahead for this team, maybe. But in addition to trying to conquer the North American LCS, teams will be looking ahead to Worlds. So let's see how the teams are stacked up on the championship point leaderboard. Team Solo Mid finished the spring split in first and banked 90 points, followed by Cloud9 with 70 and Team Liquid with 50. Now, the team that finishes the summer split in first automatically qualifies for Worlds, while the second berth goes to the team with the most championship points. The final spot goes to the winner of a regional qualifier, which is seeded by, you guessed it, championship points. So they become incredibly important for teams with international aspirations. Now let's move to today's schedule. Up first, it's a replay of our spring finals with Cloud9 versus defending champions Team Solo Mid. Then Team Dragon Knights will take on Team Liquid, followed by Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. Now, there's always a lot of shuffling between splits, so who are some of the players that you guys are going to be looking at this first week?
First one for me, CLG's new mid laner, Pobelter. I have so much belief in this guy. It feels like every single split, we're like, all right, CLG, this is the split, all right. But Pobelter is super good. I think he's top 3 mid laners in the NALCS right now. Belter, though, for his entire career so far in the NALCS, he's been on Evil Geniuses and Winter Fox, teams he can't really rely on, teams where his other lanes are losing, and he's like one of the sole carries here. Pobelter has a good team now. He said CLG was, quote, they're way better at like everything, comparing them to Winter Fox. So Belter on a good team now. I want to see what changes with Pobelter, and I want to see what changes with CLG.
And of course, one of his former teammates, Altec, found himself on a new team this split as well.
Yeah, and unlike the Pobelter change, I think Altec is more of a side grade. So the reason that Altec is on Gravity right now is that Cop retired. And Cop's actually very, very good as a player, but he wanted to go do something else. Cop's now coaching the team anyway. But Altec is roughly as good as Cop, I would say. And now he's got to work out, okay, how do I land with Bunny Fufu? How does Gravity do with their new jungler move? It's a sort of a growth time for Gravity. But here is Altec, once again, on a good team. Gravity was a playoff team. If Altec wants to prove that he's a top dog, not just a good AD carry, here's the team to prove it.
All right, now I want to move a little bit to another guy who hasn't moved teams. He stayed in the same spot. It's Rush from TIP. Now, this guy, he let me down in the semifinals, but I still love him. Because Rush, in the offseason, he has been nothing but motivated. He hit #1 in Korean solo queue. He dethroned FLICKR in solo queue over there. And this guy, he is not complacent with his playstyle. He wants to get better constantly. And if MSI taught us anything, it's that being a jungler who waits until the mid game to make moves is not going to cut it. So I think this season, the rookie from last season, a lot of people are going to be watching him and trying to do what he does in the early game. Being proactive, making the first move, because that's going to transition to dominance in the international stage.
All pretty good points. I think that the #1 change to watch is going to be Incarnation. A change to a top 2 team in North America, and a change to one of the biggest, most important roles on that team. Replacing High is a really, really big task just because of how much High brought to the team. And Incarnation is such a different player from High. I'm very excited to see how this affects the overall team, because even with Meteos taking over the shot calling, as they've said many times, he was already starting to do that when High was on the team. There are so many things that you get with a solo queue star player when you bring him in, which is what all the hype around Incarnation is from his solo queue, that are different for team play. And this guy has not had any competitive experience at all. This is going to be his first time on stage. They tend to take a lot more risks because the people that get very high in solo queue try and get an advantage and use that advantage to carry the game themselves. They feel a lot of pressure to do things themselves. High was a very selfless player, concentrated a lot on vision and a lot on team play. So we'll see how well Incarnation can integrate with those guys.
129 games with the same roster. It's definitely going to be strange watching them take the stage without that same roster. Now, the decision to change the team lineup did not come lightly for Cloud9 and took an emotional toll on the close-knit group. But ultimately, they believe the change will have a positive impact for the team.
I've been like best friends with Hai for like 3 years now. Having him go was very depressing for me, and it was very sad. Last split, we started out very weak. We were struggling a lot at the beginning of the season. We were losing all of our matches.
Cloud9 starts the season off 0-2 in the first week.
Hai not performing up to a Cloud9 level.
One of the things we've always done well as a team is the trust we have in each other, and especially in Hai's shot calling. But once we started losing a lot of games, I feel like that trust sort of fell apart.
I wanted to make sure again that I had the data to kind of prove there was something going on. After talking about it with Hai, we decided this was a time to actually step down.
I don't think the roster change was ever initially brought up by any of the players. I think it was just Jack looking out for us. No one really wanted to go either our way to say, hey, I think we need to change a player out here.
I didn't want to break something that was working really well, but it was clear something we weren't working together as smoothly as we should.
From the beginning, we seemed to click and just do amazingly together and just play together so well. And I think it was an amazing ride just to play with them for so long.
We did a tryout where we had a lot of good players come in. It went better than expected, and we ended up going with Incarnation for mid.
It seemed to me like there were a bunch of friends who all had passion for the game, and they worked really well together. It's very important that you have a team who also functions well outside of the game. So that's something that was very attractive about C9 to me.
I talked with Hai about it, and he had some real reservations about his history because he had been banned. It was something I also thought about too. He was pretty concerned, but we had his blessings to give it a shot.
The whole experience taught me a lot about myself. I think I still have a lot to learn regarding how to play as a team and whatnot. I still have kind of a solo queue mentality, but I think that's why they also picked me, was because I guess you could say I have the most potential.
I think as long as we do it right, we can mold him into an extremely good team player. We knew that he would be able to help us grow as a team and take us really far.
And I think Incarnation was pretty good for us. He's really good mechanically, and I think he really wants to prove himself.
There's definitely big shoes coming in to replace Hai. I think that it's not so much replacing how he plays, it's just we're just gonna have to move forward and play the game a bit differently.
It's a long split. We just need to focus on getting better week in, week out.
I don't expect us to come in super hot to the split. I think it might take a few games.
I'm for sure ready for week 1. I'm very excited, and we have first game against TSM.
We were #1 for about a year, and then TSM started stealing it back from us, so there's a pretty big rivalry between us and them at this point.
I want to win NA, and it means a lot, but the ultimate goal is to go to Worlds and do well at Worlds.
We haven't, played a match in a few weeks, and we didn't get to go to MSI and play there, so I'm basically just itching to play again.
I think it's actually also pretty funny that, Incarnation has all this fame from, he would get an account banned and then immediately jump up to rank 1 on a different account. Hai is actually still higher rated in solo queue than Incarnation is right now in North America.
Well, it's definitely trial.
And greater than EU, duh. How did you not realize this is the conclusion?
Right, definitely trial by fire, though, here, throwing him into his first game against Bjergsen in the mid lane. So you talk about, well, he's a solo queue master. His laning prowess should be there. Well, he's going to have to step it up and showcase it against Bjergsen.
Yeah, I mean, there are things that happen in competitive that you don't expect, like 2-minute ganks by 4 people in the mid lane. That could throw somebody off.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to see. Of course, we want to get your take on the new NALCS landscape. Today, we're asking which roster change are you most excited to see in action and why? Tweet your answers to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS so we can highlight a few of them later in the broadcast. But now it's time for Game 1, so let's send it over to the casters to kick off the day.
Thank you very much, Dash and guys. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Biz III here along with Joshua Jat Leesman, and man, it's been a while.
Yeah, it feels like just yesterday we're here for the playoffs here between Cloud9 and TSM, and every time we start the split, same as old.
A little bit of Tallahassee in between. All right, we're starting things off with our game of the week, Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. It should be a good one.
Yeah, it's a storied rivalry at this point, and if we only look since 2014, the head-to-head in this matchup has been very close. Cloud9 would actually only hold a 2-game lead at that point, and also the winner of this matchup is in the first game of the split. In the previous 3 splits, that winner has gone on to have the best record in the North American LCS regular season for the first place there.
We may know what's going to happen then after this game. The analyst has mentioned it, but Team Solo Mid are coming off a very disappointing performance at the Midseason Invitational and are out for a little redemption, you could say.
Yeah, Riv, nobody was more disappointed in TSM's performance than TSM themselves, because they are a team that's very focused on competing internationally. And the main area that they will have to work on is really just broadening their approach strategy-wise, because they've been able to win in North America with relatively narrow strategies, but that clearly didn't work internationally, and they should be broadening that out here.
Absolutely. Something definitely happened out there at MSI. Meanwhile, Cloud9, a group that has long been the most stable team in a perpetually shifting field, has made their first change to their lineup. The primary shot caller for the team stepped down to take a managerial position within the organization. So that voice is still there, and taking over now is Incarnation in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty amazing. To welcome him to the LCS, we're giving Incarnation the featured matchup treatment as he faces off against our defending MVP, Bjergsen. 2 Danes enter, 1 Dane leaves.
It has to be the featured matchup, Riv, because, Incarnation, he's incredibly skilled mechanically, but he is unproven in this team environment. Remember, he's never played on the LCS stage, especially considering he's on Cloud9, where team coordination has been a key cornerstone to their success. Meanwhile, we look at Bjergsen, and he's just a monster across the board. He's mechanically skilled. Not only is he very comfortable with his team, but they do march to the beat of his drum because he's also the shot caller. That's why he's the 2-time MVP of the North American LCS. It's a pretty tough matchup on the first day for Incarnation to have to deal with.
Right, and we asked Santorin how he thought the battle for the mid lane supremacy will go. Call him biased, but he's giving it to Bjergsen.
I feel like Bjergsen is a more versatile mid laner. He can also play the more passive role. I think Bjergsen in a 1v1, I think Bjergsen would win maybe 90 out of 100 times, because I think like right now Bjergsen is just the more dominant mid laner. But I wouldn't say that Incarnation can pull off a win against Bjergsen on stage. Like I still think Incarnation can do that, but I would still put the favor to Bjergsen.
That makes sense.
Well, I should hope he puts the favor to his own mid laner, otherwise that would be some trust issues right there.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how the trust goes as the game's about to play out. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. That's Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle. Mid lane is Incarnation, Sneaky at 80 carry, and Lemonation at support.
Yes, and of course, on the red side here, we have Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane. Then we got Wild Turtle and Lustboy as 80 carry and support.
So there's kind of 2 things the teams themselves have given us to look at here. Whether TSM, the fans think they have kind of righted the ship and can come out strong. They said scrims were good, then bad, then good, and then they couldn't pull anything of the good at MSI. Cloud9, they said they haven't played in a little bit, at least a match. Obviously, the scrims have been there with Incarnation, so we'll see what the stage provides for them.
Yeah, and this match may be a preview of things to come. Whether or not TSM continues running the same strategies, if they decide to run some top lane priority, or if they just look on game by game, where do we attack the other team's potential weaknesses, which for Cloud9 would be, why don't you just go for the new guy and gank Incarnation a bunch?
Why not go for the new guy? How big is the solo queue champions pool? We'll have to see. Incarnation to be getting hit too hard here is one LeBlanc is banned by Cloud9 themselves, so Bjergsen can't get that. But focus on the Alistar and Sejuani here from Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, Alistar is a pick that we'll be seeing more and more in competitive play. It was heavily picked and banned in the European LCS. So much of the early support game is about roaming right now, and Alistair is one of the best in doing so.
Pretty swift picks and bans, nothing crazy fast. Both teams know what they do not want to be facing right now. Team Solo Mid, however, definitely taking their time with the voice of Loco Doco here just behind them on stage as they finish this one up.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how the picks and bans change after major international events like MSI. Even though Urgot was this incredibly high priority pick there, he's been less so in the new competitive seasons across China, Korea, and Europe. And now North America gets a chance here. Rumble, actually, the first pick. Same as it ever was for Ball.
Same as it ever was. And that Ashe ban as well. You think about the changes that just happened to her and the synergy Sneaky and Lemon used to have with Ashe and X Lane. So could be very big for them coming this season with those changes. The Rumble, however, gives Cloud9 a bit of objective focus already here.
Yeah, and I really wonder what TSM's going to end up doing here with Alistair already being banned off the board. They may just look to try and take Thresh. Those might be the two major supports these guys are trading against each other. I also wonder if we're going to be seeing a Rek'Sai early pick. Not from TSM. Maybe Cloud9 picks it up on this rotation.
Could be. Allow Meteos to be a little bit more aggressive in that early portion of the jungle. Gragas is still up if Santorin wants it. We've also seen a little bit of Evelynn here and there, kind of making her way back into the scene as well.
Yeah, here I actually wonder that the Urgot is a flex pick between the AD carry and mid lane, although Wild Turtle hadn't played Urgot in competitive play, so when TSM picked it, it was typically a mid lane pick, but we've had a large offseason here where he would have had a chance to add that to his pool.
A lot of damage coming out of C9 here with those
Gragas,
picks.
of course.
Gragas goes in. The Rek'Sai might just sway to the side of Team Solo Mid.
Yep.
Giving that to Santorin. The Thresh pickup here for Lost Boy. Very good. He can definitely have an early aggressive game, get himself into some sticky situations, as well as get that Lantern in for Santorin to get himself into some scary situations if they're roaming together early.
Yep, a lot of versatility from that Thresh pick. The Gragas and Rek'Sai, probably the two most potent junglers on this patch, thanks to some of the early game pressure, which will be fairly critical in this game. I mean, even if we just look at Cloud9 versus TSM playing in the North American Spring Split Finals, we saw lane swaps every game. We saw a lot of early game jungle mind games.
Absolutely.
And having that early strength is pretty important. The fact that TSM's been able to lock down Maokai and Rek'Sai, just all the CC and tank coming through them is pretty potent, which makes the Kog'Maw pick actually pretty nice.
It's actually something we were mentioning at MSI as well, with the lane swaps and the fact that they didn't, and even themselves being kind of set back with, we lost with our perfect composition. And that's not something that can happen if it's the champs you need to get right off the bat.
And you have to wonder if the perfect composition for the team, you know, how does TSM respond to that coming back into the North American LCS? Do they think that they had the meta read improperly and they then change what their perfect composition is? Or do they judge it just based off of execution? It's always that interesting back and forth, and you never know how a team is going to respond after devastating losses. It's also very clear that that's a Kog'Maw mid for Incarnation.
Yep, Sivir Nautilus making it all the way down. I mean, there's a Thresh on the board already, but it was a Bard Hover, yes, indeed. Yeah, Sneaky and Lemonation getting two of their favorites, actually, in these pickups here, and as well for the team to either get out or get in to some crazy situations. We are looking for the round off here from Team Solo Mid. What will they try to counter with? Give themselves the upper hand in this composition. For the Twisted Fate, we've seen Bjergsen kind of stray to the wayside of his compositions. We saw the Cho'Gaths coming out at the end of the season there. Haven't really seen too much of that, however.
Turtle put in a lot of Urgot practice after MSI, so he could successfully run it as a flex pick, which means now TSM could counter pick that mid lane if they want to. And speaking of which, all champions are enabled on this LCS patch. Victor had been disabled due to a health bar bug for the largest portion of that last split.
But he's healthy now.
Now he's back.
He's healthy indeed.
Last time Bjergsen was playing this champion was IEM Katowice, where he was crushing with it. We'll see how this goes now.
I'm glad I get to get a Victor game with you, chat. This is going to be fun.
It's about time I get to cast Victor. He's been one of my favorite champions for years.
It'll work. We'll see if Team Solo Mid can keep their right head. We heard a lot of the teams saying it was something they couldn't fix, just a tilt of communication, and it could not be righted within the games. Well, they're already in the game here, so hopefully the ship, as I said before, is righted. Cloud9 looking to see what Incarnation can do. What's your idea for this? Do you help that guy out or kind of let him flourish and see what he can do here on his first stage appearance?
Well, on AP Kog'Maw, specifically for Incarnation, he's going to have to be turtling out a fair bit of the early lane phase. So if there's a lot of pressure, the only thing that he should be vulnerable to would actually be diving, which generally means I actually think Meteos is going to be more looking to help the other lanes and kind of leave Incarnation on his own.
We'll have to see. Charlie getting the notebook from Lemon, making his way over to Loco Doco as the coaches shake hands for our first game here. Coming in to the 2015 LCS Summer Split. It's been a little too long since we had LCS. I was itching yesterday watching the EU games. I was like, I want to cast this fight. And now we get the chance, and everybody gets to watch because it's going to be amazing. Head over to Twitter while the teams load into the game and share who you think will get the first win of the split. Tweet hashtag C9win or hashtag TSMwin as these guys make huge plays to @LOL Esports. We'll see how you're voting in just a few minutes. Everybody in the crowd is ready. A huge 10 countdown as the show started. And you know what? We're about to be on to the Rift and get our first game underway. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. We're on the Rift.
Good to be back. Cloud9 versus TSM. We got some staples. Balls' Rumble in the top lane. Incredibly impressive competitive record. But we also get to see Wild Turtle's Urgot here, as well as, of course, the debut of Incarnation on AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane here.
Credit to Turtle for learning that Urgot. Not a lot of AD carries like to play Urgot.
They all have to, though.
They all start to have to. And Bang's going to start doing it all the time. You got to be able to hit that on an international stage. Got to get your dance off. Make sure you're limber. Stretch the hammies. You don't want to pull anything. And everybody's getting ready to go in for the fight here.
Interesting how both teams were actually posturing for a potential 5-man invade. These teams had been doing defensive line openings for a large part of the split, and now it's actually TSM who bullies their way in for wards. They actually end up winning this one fairly heavily, because what ends up happening when a team 5-mans at level 1 is they will invade for the wards, and oftentimes teams will fall back and then slip around the other side of the map to get deep wards of their own. But right now, TSM is the only team that was able to get 2 deep wards. So now TSM has knowledge of the blue side of Cloud9's jungle, but Cloud9 doesn't know a damn thing.
Watching last night as well, I rewatched the finals, and something like this happened exactly where Meteos headed over, got a quick ward on the Raptors, so Dyrus couldn't do anything if they were really going to get the split, and he wanted to kind of sapling out the Raptors there. So a little bit of a change up as well for that 5v5 to be pushing C9 off the top side of the jungle. Nice by Team Solo Mid. We're going to start off with the doubles. It's going to be down at Gromp as well as up at the Krugs.
Bjergsen with the one little Raptor. To maybe surprise Incarnation to level 2. Interesting, actually.
He got those because of the saplings. So he's at 6 now.
He got all 3.
He got the 4, yeah. Or the 3, sorry, thank you.
I mentioned Fog of War. It was a sapling start from Maokai. One spell over from the mid laner gives him that.
Heck yeah.
Typical TSM, sacrificing Dyrus' farm a little bit for Bjergsen, but it's a pretty common tactic among Maokais. Interesting how Balls was actually prepping a double jungle with Meteos where he helped with red, but then he realized the lane swap wasn't going to happen, so he had to teleport up to the top lane right away. This will actually give Dyrus an advantage in that top lane.
Push out quickly as well to Bjergsen. They make sure to put a mark on that mid lane immediately and try and make him at least blow a flash. Nothing though, as he's playing it safe for now, but you can see right off the bat, if you can get Incarnation just a little bit, they're going to try to, even if it was just a few CS or a bit of health. But so far, it's working in favor of Bjergsen still because of that knowledge. And now Dyrus moves in.
Yeah, a lot of this is just based off the knowledge that was gained by TSM from the level 1. They had the deep wards, Cloud9 didn't. Therefore, Cloud9 had to guess where TSM was going to be, and they guessed a little bit wrong. So Balls was late to the top lane, which allowed an invade from Dyrus, which gives even more knowledge now to TSM, meaning they know where the Gragas is, and it allows TSM to play the rest of the game with knowledge of the jungle.
And really well done by Dyrus. Still up in CS, even leaving the lane for that situation. So just timing everything perfectly. This is going to give Santorin time to work on whatever he wants. He's already down inside the Raptor camp on the side of Cloud9. Just getting some wards in. He wasn't able to pick up some resources just yet, but he does sneak right around Lemon there. I don't think he saw anything about it. Maybe he did. He's heading back down. Thinking about a counter gank here if it happens.
Interesting sneak there by Meteos. He's waited long enough from when he was in his jungle that Dyrus would be playing overly passive to not do much. But the wave's in an interesting spot here. It'll be tricky if they wanted to gank Dyrus. Meteos, not his usual self here. He usually spends a larger portion of the early game just farming instead of doing a very slow through the top lane gank. That's going to set him back a little bit and maybe open up an opportunity for Santorin to pressure.
Slowly waiting for one more step up, waiting for that wave to collapse in as well. They can't get the gravity field out in time. Incarnation flashes away. Gotta get used to saying that name. And his flash will be down. Maybe a rinse and repeat here for Santorin.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about Victor for a little bit here. Early on in the laning phase, he's not devastating, but Kog'Maw's early laning phase is also quite weak. Adding to the fact that Rek'Sai's early ganking needs to be respected, and the fact that Bjergsen has had knowledge of where Meteos has been the majority of the early game, kind of explains this large CS gap that is opening up, just based off the knowledge and the general matchup. Bjergsen playing it very well, and maybe Incarnation could have picked up 2 or 3 CS that he didn't time properly with his last hits, but outside of that, there's not much more he could have done.
I saw a few of those Qs actually just missing some CS, and they died to the minions as well. Maybe some jitters. Definitely already getting more help from Meteos here, so on these side lanes to do what they can to keep the pressure onto TSM, coming from Cloud9, I should say. They can't afford to fall behind with what's happening here in mid.
Yeah, Bjergsen, wow. 47-19 after he's able to shove that up. Plus, Bjergsen gets to back with an ideal amount of gold for Victor. Victor generally wants to back with 1,000 gold, or in this case, 1,350 gold. So not only can he upgrade his Hex Core for his E, which will now shove in Kog'Maw even faster, the upgraded death rate, he also picks up boots, which are another very critical thing for Victor. The way his trading works, if you want to get the Q auto attack harassing, you need to be faster than your opponent. Since Incarnation couldn't farm up and get tier boots, instead just a tier, Bjergsen now has a move speed advantage on him as well, which just adds to how much pressure Bjergsen can put out as Victor mid here.
See where Santorin decides to go. Looks like Bjergsen should have a hold on this, so we may get a little more effort to the side lanes from Santorin. Everything seems safe, though. Charging up the tiers, Wild Turtle in the bot lane. It seems like they have come into this one with a straight head on their shoulders, and everything is at par right now. Ball's in the top lane, 44-45. He didn't really have a CS deficit, but he has completely evened out the few he was behind. Neither of those guys have backed just yet, so if a teleport were to come into play, they're only going out with these first items that they purchased. A little aggression for the Scuttle Crab, but I think that's all we're going to get out of this.
Yeah, I think you are correct. A lot of river control here by TSM. If you look, they control both Scuttle Crabs as well as having some wards in the river. And it's only ended up costing Santorin about 3 CS against Meteos. It's been a very solid early game by TSM, and honestly, just a very well-played laning phase by Bjergsen. It's one thing to talk about someone's general mechanics in the mid lane, oh, they land a lot of skill shots, oh, they get solo kills. But one thing about Bjergsen is, not only does he know how to zone people off CS, the CS that he can actually get, he almost never makes a mistake with a last hit timing. Getting pretty much everyone. And you say that's, as he misses one. You say that's easy, but honestly, even pro players like Incarnation miss several throughout the course of an early game because you're trying to keep everything else on track. Jungle timings, ward timings, harass windows, but Bjergsen seems to manage it all most of the time.
The thing is, it escalates even more is when you miss the earliest waves that give you 2, give you 3, and have allowed Bjergsen to push Incarnation out of lane. Now that he misses a few, it's still going to hurt, but he wishes he did not miss those early ones right now. Not looking good for him. He did go back and get the tier, still has Ghost up for a bit of safety here. And he knows the fear of Santorin now back somewhere in the jungle. Dyrus, a little bit of roam as well, so it looks like they're going to start getting that chokehold onto any of the resources that Cloud9's going to want. And if we can't get blue to Incarnation, that's going to be very hard for him to do anything.
Yeah. They've been able to push Incarnation back. He couldn't get boots on his first timing. He did get the tier, but now they know exactly when he's gone back to base. Not to mention, Dyrus has been able to take his early experience advantage and make it so Balls never gets control of that lane. I mean, this is procedural play here by TSM, but they're doing a very good job of it.
It doesn't even look like they will give it a thought. Either Incarnation runs right up the lane. He's going to try to get as much CS as possible as it crashes into the turret, and everything going the way of TSM here with a 2K lead, just 9 minutes into the game. Or 1K lead, sorry.
Always wondering how Cloud9 will play with the roster change. No High here to try and help him out. Santorin, big time gank coming down on a ball. So who's pushed up?
Got him. They're going to just be able to sit on the equalizer here. And good flash out as he makes sure he gets all the crowd control out of Dyrus. Balls stays alive. I don't know if we're going to be able to get anything from Meteos out of the bottom here, but it would help a lot for C9.
Another gank through the lane there for Meteos. They don't even have brush control for this gank, so a sweeper on elimination, but he hasn't swept that brush. I think it might just be a brute force type thing here. Getting out of there. That's a lot of people. Cancel TP.
Yep.
Interesting. It would have been a Rumble teleporting in without an ultimate. But knowing TSM had no teleport support, this could be a tower for Cloud9 if they want it. Smart play overall, actually.
It looks like Balls may actually get to the top lane and stop Dyrus from doing too much damage to this as well. Dragon's up, but with that teleport stop, I don't know if C9 feel they have the majority to take this bottom half of the map. Incarnation is just set so far back by that laser, and now not having blue, he keeps eating that damage. Still about 40 CS behind. Bjergsen.
I really like what Bjergsen's done with this Victor build. He's gone for the second upgrade of the Hex Core, so he's augmented his Q as well. And what that does is it gives you a quick move speed burst every time you Q. The thing with that is Q's a two-part spell on Victor, so it does a small amount of damage, but then it powers his next auto attack. So what Bjergsen is doing is he's using the Q for the move speed, then walking into auto attack range, getting the empowered auto. And the extra thing is with Victor's Death Ray, it's an instant cast from the point of origin. So when he gets close enough to be in auto attack range, it's an undodgeable Death Ray, which will always hit Incarnation. So it's this incredibly reliable, high potency harass that he is pushing Incarnation out of lane with. And he's now 50 CS up onto Incarnation this early into the game. That is absurd.
Not getting any easier. Definitely using his veteran status here on the stage to work past any jitters that Incarnation could be having.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're really far ahead of your lane opponent as Victor, and why move speed can be so important, because it's those guaranteed death rays and the incredible amount of damage that puts out.
All teams are definitely taking note of this, because you can see Santorin also dismantling Meteos' jungle, which this mid lane pressure is now hurting Meteos because he's having to cover things, and it's kind of falling apart here. Cloud9 has moved the bottom lane up to the top here, and they're going to try to start dropping some turrets after they got the bottom one. Doesn't look like it's going to go down too fast with the TSM protection. Knowing that High was kind of the core shot caller for these guys, Lemon Nation definitely having a voice in there as well.
Right.
High would be very calm and vocal during fights.
Yeah.
Maybe Incarnation can still kind of bring that to the team.
Meteos said don't expect too much out of Cloud9 at the start. If we look back to last split as well, Cloud9 was actually one of the most passive teams pre-15 minutes as far as kills and deaths. So typically they would kind of farm out the early game, and then they excelled in the mid to late game.
Right.
This is actually only a 700 gold deficit, which, considering the 50 CS difference in that mid lane, isn't that bad. If they can keep their turrets generally alive, they could still have a nice mid-game power spike here. But it will depend on that shot call.
Yeah. A lot of pressure going towards Incarnation every so often. They don't stick with it, though. If they don't hit him, they leave, and they'll be back within a few minutes. It's not a tunnel onto this guy to kill him. They know exactly what they want from the side of TSM. Just banking on this 1,000 gold lead. They're getting pretty much everything they want, slowly but surely. Should be a trade here. So 2 turrets now for Cloud9. Hopefully some deeper wards can be placed to stop anything from coming out. Get Santorin's location. Still taking Meteos' jungle, though, so I guess deep wards aren't really helping because they need him defensively right now.
And Incarnation is just so far behind on his item timings. Normally you need Tyr and then Ludens onto Kog'Maw before you even get there. He's still 500 gold away from his needlessly large rod, which is really far behind. Although Dyrus is pushed up with no turret. Bad place to be.
Cast on the hunt. Doesn't look like he's going to get any help up here. He should go down eventually. The rest of the team is working on Dragon towards the bot lane. And Dyrus is going to go down for the better, you could say.
Somewhat. If Meteos is going to be up there, though, that's just not a place that Dyrus needed to be.
It's true.
Not necessarily respecting the move speed buff from Sivir and the chase potential of Gragas. But of course, the team was getting Dragon, so at least they win something out of it.
All right, so first blood goes down. TSM also grabs themselves a turret in the bottom lane previously.
Jeez. Once you get that death ray maxed up on Victor, you just don't miss CS. You throw one death ray down the line, and you clear it, which gives him a lot of roaming potential as well. Knowing blue buff shall be up shortly.
Yep.
They're going for that one again. Let's see now whether TSM can lend the proper support here. We could be in for our first big fight over this blue buff because Kog'Maw needs it to continue to farm. That's another reason that this has fallen so far behind for Incarnation, because he can't farm from close range. He runs trying to spam his ultimate for farm.
He's already half mana here.
Conceding.
They can't help. He's not coming out of the mid lane. Balls is still staying in the bottom, trying to get a hard push on down there. And TSM can just rotate to the top here. Bjergsen's obviously going to protect mid, but they may get a fight up there that they want. Santorin using that tunnel placed quite a bit ago. That's the one he actually just ulted to. We saw that happen in Balls' first gank. So Cloud9's not really even in their own jungle to clear out these wards, to clear out these tunnels that are being created. They're not really getting the fundamentals out.
Yeah.
It's making it easier for TSM to make all of these moves. Right now, again, brute forcing them off a turret. Cloud9 has had to find these when TSM is away and doing other things.
And wherever Victor moves is where Cloud9 has to move away.
Yeah.
Because of how strong Bjergsen is right now with that 161 CS, less than
Jeez.
16 minutes into the game. More than 10 CS per minute at the moment. So it's a rotational game right now for Cloud9. They do not want to fight TSM, and it's on TSM to force the right objective moves and not get themselves out of position, because team comp-wise, there's actually some really good mobility on the Cloud9 side. The Nautilus Sivir combo, as far as catching people out, is very strong, not to mention the Gragas initiation, so it's feasible for Cloud9 to get picks. They just have to not be outnumbered when they do so.
I can't recall. Does Victor Ultimate stay alive when you die?
Yes, but it will not follow the target.
Okay, right.
So
it stays still.
you no longer can control where it goes, but it'll definitely persist.
Because I'm thinking if they bounce Bjergsen in, he could die fast to this composition. But if he gets his ult out as well, that could be a severely big error, or a severely big error. So we'll have to see. Definitely an option to get the fight in there. They have to get a good flank on. Some forward wards placed by Cloud9, or at least catch TSM when they feel confident enough to go back in for blue, go back in for something that's not theirs. But right now that's difficult because everything seems to be theirs in this game. Just 16 minutes in, coming out very strong for the first game of the summer split. And it seems like, well, they may have righted their wrongs to MSI. That was still international, so that will loom.
Yeah.
So we get to see them play that style of game again.
Well, they haven't fallen behind in the early game, but they also haven't made too many aggressive moves. That's also because Cloud9 has been conceding a lot of things early on in the game here, and they still have to be wary of when Incarnation eventually finishes his Luden's Echo, which already 17 minutes into the game with this tier is very slow.
410.
As far as Luden's Echo timings go, it's a 1,400 gold deficit he faces to Bjergsen in that mid lane. That's almost the whole gold deficit for the game.
Yeah.
It's just based off the mid laners right now. But he finally finishes Luden's.
Well, there's one good thing that can come of this is he will now know that Bjergsen is going to come at him hard in the mid lane. He did not give up one bit. He definitely took it to Incarnation as he would any other. And Incarnation did not know what was going to happen. Even with the pressure of Meteos in the beginning, Bjergsen said, oh, there's Meteos. Let me pressure even more now.
Yeah, just so far a good plan here by TSM. Nice little 5-man invade. They catch Cloud9 also sitting with 5. They're able to get deep wards at the start of the game. TSM then tracks Meteos very well through the early game. Bjergsen gets his first item timing when Incarnation does not. He uses that to bully the lane. The rest of the matchups have been going fairly well for TSM. The roaming hasn't provided any kills really for either support, but the carries themselves are farming up fairly well.
Yep. Only one death for Dyrus in the top lane, and that's all they could find. I mean, that's what teams try to find. In the end, that was only the first kill that really Cloud9 could get out of it. And Dyrus said those reasons really because he doesn't communicate to the team much. The waves pushing, like you said, the jungler's top, I don't need to be here kind of thing. So we may not see that happen again for them. We also saw both of these teams go through last season with many games where they had a lot of very low kills by the end of the game.
Especially when Cloud9 would win games. They'd win games like 9 kills to 1. It's when they started losing that they started doing crazy things.
Yep.
The unfortunate thing about this game is they are losing, but they're not really trying to take risks to get back into the game. They're probably just waiting for Incarnation to hit some better item timings and actually land poke before an objective, but he's just been so far pushed out that he's been unable to do so.
The Ludens is there. Still, though, the mana just drops as soon as he starts to throw it out.
Because he can't get his own blue buff.
Yeah, using the consumables right away.
Just tickling him right now. Dyrus been able to get a lot of MR. It's another thing, Cloud9's put a lot of AP into this one team, which is allowing TSM to put some pretty heavy magic resist on their members early. Bjergsen with the Abyssal Scepter, great buy in this situation since it's Rumble, Bragus, and Kog'Maw.
So much aggression. Hooks coming out, the lasers, Dyrus walking in as well. TSM wants this fight, whereas Cloud9 is kind of saying, we can only take this if they make a mistake. And they're already backing off wholly from this, knowing they don't have the wards, except for one right there on Wild Turtle. Slowly moving back in. Lemonation looks like he's going to be the meat wall in this one. Sneaky's still holding the ultimate.
Yeah, TSM will take a fight if Cloud9 engages, but don't expect TSM to go crazy here.
Nope, there's Dragon. They also have crab control. It might be difficult to fight in, even with On the Hunt, and they make it out alive. Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a fight anywhere for that one. Another Dragon over to TSM, and Cloud9 hadn't even been pushing middle, something we may have seen previously, that they kind of take control of something, move TSM off it, but they're a little late to that.
Yeah, kind of in between decisions that they need to make.
Right.
Whether it would be hard pushing mid lane or going down for the Dragon. They're just giving this TSM team a lot of respect, but kind of sticking in the game, right? They're not falling too far behind. The Dragons are starting to stack up. Baron will become a threat, but they've only lost their outer turrets, so they haven't had that back-breaking moment yet. They're just getting kind of scratched out right now.
Watch this. Near impossible to push this guy in.
Well, if they get enough poke down, see,
that was hit.
Incarnation did get a blue buff for the first time this game, and let's watch this Ludens poke. They're just going to set up camp outside here since they know there's some TSM people that have to go back.
There it is.
And they're going to delay the backs until they can get that mid lane turret.
Especially coming up, he just hit level 12, so that range gets very big. Even his first level, he's like, this doesn't feel long enough. Level 2 and level 3, they both feel really good, and they're already starting to use it. Incarnation moving up with the tank line of Lemonation and Meteos with him. Looks like Meteos is still going to stay in the jungle, make sure they can get their wards pushed forward, and the first time they're really starting to put their foot down here. They did catch TSM after that Dragon, but we'll see if C9 can follow up with this and keep it going.
Yeah, all you need on an AP Kog'Maw, Ludens and a blue buff. Plus tier. You did it. So much base damage.
Stayed alive in lane. It was rough. 231 to 171 there. Now, as a full team of 5 cannot be stopped by just Dyrus himself, and the team isn't really ready for it. Bjergsen actually wants to get his blue along with Santorin, over protecting that turret. They feel like the fight overall may be theirs, so not worried to give this up.
Yeah, poor play there by TSM. They heavily prioritized a blue, which isn't necessary at the moment. Now, they kind of sent half of their defense up to the top lane when they could have lost the turret anyway. They're going to try and get this mid turret down, but with home guard boots, Cloud9 can get back pretty quickly. It's going to be close.
A little bit of Black Cleaver love for Wild Turtle, along with his Muramana that actually just finished. And that is 586 on Incarnation, so you can kind of see the difference between their tiers stacking.
Yeah, so by the way, Black Cleaver and Muramana are insane on Urgot. Not only does Urgot's Noxian Corrosive Charge, the thing that locks on his Acid Hunters, give you Armor Shred, it also ticks physical damage very frequently, so basically he lands E on someone, and once his E is max, it's going to shred 50% of the opponent's armor for one spell, because that's the way Black Cleaver and the E will take.
You might as well just get naked.
It's going to help him out real heavily in the team fights.
We'll see. Stripping people down. Here comes Wild Turtle from the top. Oh, he's taking some poke, actually. The rest of the team gets cut off as they weren't exactly dancing together too well. They're still going to stay safe on this one. Looks like we have Sneaky pushing up in the mid lane. He's going to call some pressure over. He should be able to just walk right out the bottom as he clears that with a boomerang. So Cloud9's kind of giving TSM the dance now. They're able to protect a few things and also push them off with the turrets. Looking better. The longer they do that, the better the chances are for Incarnation to get a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. Great job by Dyrus in that top lane as well, going down still 185 to 152. Righteous Glory's finished, so they can kind of counteract any of the kiting. They want to do with Sneaky's ultimate here. It's just getting better for him.
If TSM actually gets a fight on Cloud9 before Incarnation can get poked down, it's not going to be pretty for Cloud9. Bjergsen, we haven't seen any team fights in these 24 minutes. If not for that one gank fight, Darius would be approaching the record for longest game without a kill. Maybe we can get a separate one for longest game before the second kill happens, because we've gone a long time here with these guys just trying to trade objectives and conceding things. Again, it looks like Cloud9 just maneuvering around. I mean, we're wondering whether they'd be able to kind of cheat advantages like they used to when they'd fall behind in the game and just avoid fights. They're doing that just fine in this game. TSM unable to pull the trigger on multiple occasions, whereas Cloud9 is rotating around and keeping a pretty strong presence here.
I can't imagine how these guys are going to assess the fight. They haven't done it in a while. Bjergsen's probably going to one-shot someone that they're not expecting it. Everything's going to kind of just happen immediately. Everybody's going to be like, whoops, didn't realize it. Oh, this works. It's going to be a very interesting fight. I don't think we've ever had this much of a gap between two and as many items built as they have on each champion. 1-0 though, 25 minutes in, as both teams are weary of making that big mistake.
Yeah, well, this is where the Dragon denial actually comes in. Notice how Cloud9 conceded the first 2 Dragons, but that Dragon number 3 is often the straw that breaks the camel's back in many situations.
Oh, there it is. On the hunt, throws down the gravity field, it flashes over the wall. Death Charge is gonna go off to the side, and they are right onto Incarnation. They let him run through the lane, and then they actually flanked Cloud9 on their own initiation. Team Solo mid now onto Lemon, and it looks like they will be able to continue down the pressure right to the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff taken by TSM. They get to choose their own adventure here. Where do they want to take the advantage? Because there's Dragon coming up, there's Baron already, and there's a maybe push down the mid lane.
Maybe indeed. It took a little time for the minions to get there, and it gives Sneaky enough time with the team to just,
the ultimate objective.
The ultimate
the
objective,
enemy's blue buff.
Indeed. Unfortunate once again for Incarnation on that, and the one fight they tried to take only gives 2 kills over to TSM, so you can still see how careful they are about taking these.
Well, TSM wanted to double team that blue buff, which means Cloud9 might try and harass this Dragon a little bit. It's going down low. Balls and Sneaky trying to 2v3
That turtle damage onto Sneaky, already half health, 2 shots. Great spell shield to stop the last one. Sneaky can't get another shot on a turtle. That lantern was amazing by Lust Boy. Now Balls overheats in the fight. Lemon stuck with the rest of the team, and Meteos on the top side here. We're split on either side of the Dragon. Nobody going down just yet, but they finally find all the HP of Bjergsen and cut him down. Both summoners used there, and it looks like TSM backs off. They do get the Dragon.
Yeah, TSM tried to take a little bit too much there. They wanted the blue buff and the Dragon, and then that ensuing fight actually led to them suffering a casualty there. Bjergsen lost his blue buff, even though now he's been able to pick up a death cap, and Cloud9 kind of stays in this a little bit. Being down 3 Dragons to 0 obviously is an incredibly hard thing to come back from, but at least the gold is still close.
So one more tier stack by Incarnation, and he's all Seraphs embraced up, so that's good for him. We saw the damage there coming out of Wild Turtle in the fight versus Sneaky. Everybody kind of can gauge the damage now. They know what they're going up against in these fights. Baron is definitely going to be an option quite soon. Cloud9 would love this. Dragon number 4 means even more of that ticking time bomb number 5. And getting Baron would easily help them push down a few of these turrets here. They need it. Getting flanked that hard on their own engage was not what they wanted.
Yeah, I wonder when Dyrus will pick up home guard boots, because there's a potential that that could be a game-changing fight. All TSM is worried about right now, I feel like, is just getting on Incarnation and making it so he can't poke. If Incarnation can stay in the back of these fights and poke, it's going to be huge. Watching this fight once again, it's a very slow collapse in by both teams because the Dragon was so contested and slow since it was a 2v3. Watch the positioning here. TSM had to respect this, but Bjergsen tries to come in the side with a flank, and he doesn't have his ultimate because it's been so recent since the last fight. And Meteos singles him out very well with the body slam for the stun and the ultimate to knock him back, which is what Meteos is going to want to do in pretty much any of these fights. Meteos needs to track his cooldowns very, very well because he wants to use his ultimate to disrupt Wild Turtle's position reverser, which is very key, but also he wants to use it to throw Bjergsen back, so it's really whichever one or opportunity comes first.
And it's difficult. He's basically the only one. You have depth charge and anchor toss, but those aren't going to hit immediately. So you're right. It's going to be quite difficult. We did see, though, that caveat of grabbing Bjergsen with his ult down. You said he isn't able to crush everybody right away in the fight. So if they can keep doing that, kind of that is their prerequisite for the fight, they should be okay. He, however, has grabbed himself now a death cap. Also on that leveled up trinket. 315 CS to 227, just about 100 over right now in Incarnation. This is, like I said, Seraph's Embrace has been finished. A little more protection from him, but I don't know if there is enough peel unless Lemon Nation is hip and hip with him in Meteos in a fight.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
The peel will be rather difficult. Sneaky, known as the best AD carry in the North American region, though.
Yeah.
Especially going Blade of the Ruined King, so he's going to try and peel a little bit for himself. It's always an interesting choice between Bloodthirster and Blade of the Ruined King. This time with Bork, a lot of that has to do with some health stacking going down on the other side between Darius and Santorin, but not much armor. Plus, when Rek'Sai gets close and knocks him up, being able to use the Blade of the Ruined King active and then shoot backwards, especially on Sivir, who already has a lot of move speed from her passive and ultimate, will make the kiting very potent for Sneaky.
3%, 47, a very, very close vote between all of the fans out there, and a very close game indeed. There is quite a difference between the mid lane, but Cloud9 is keeping themselves in this one, holding on to the last few rungs of the ladder. It's looking shaky, though. A few more engagements like what we've seen from TSM, and the inhibitor turrets will be no more. We can already see Incarnation ready for what could be some of the final battles. The Sorcerer Elixir there for him for a bit more damage since he's behind, and already puts another blasting wand in there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bjergsen's already consumed his. Bjergsen's sitting on 640 ability power right now. A massive amount for only being 31 minutes into the game. And they're just trying to control this blue buff area. I mean, if TSM gets enough vision up and keeps Cloud9 out of this area for long enough, they don't actually need to worry about having sweepers down because they would be able to keep them out and know there's no wards. But honestly, it's really all about just this blue buff denial over and over, so Incarnation can't poke them.
Oh, he got it!
Did he?
Caustic Spittle for the win.
Whoa, that is such a huge potential swing. With the blue buff onto Kog'Maw, it means TSM can't safely go in for this Baron because the poke can persist from Incarnation's Cog. What a game-changing steal there.
Big. Now they have even more wave clear as well, so coming up to the turrets for TSM gets that much harder, that much easier for Cloud9. 40 on Dragon, a pivotal time here to get that blue buff, and you can see Incarnation. He's not spitting out loogies willy-nilly. He's still got a full mana bar, and he is waiting for the fight to commence. Slowly but surely, the teams now are warding each other out here. Meteos actually gets popped, so he's forced to use the Raptor. And it looks like they are going to be setting up 20 seconds before I think we get our first real fight here in this game. Both teams are going to have to take it. Number 4 is too big for TSM.
I'm a little confused by Wild Turtle's build, but that's not relevant right now. They're going in. Nice catch on a Bjergsen.
That was Bjergsen and Turtle actually hit by that, or Lustboy rather. They start to back off of this one. They should be okay. Sivir ultimate's used on that one. I was just saying the Righteous Glory would bring them back in range and kind of negate that distance, but everybody had a little too much yardage on each other, and now back down towards the Dragon. They remember the objective at hand. And it looks like still, now
that's
actually,
pretty huge.
I should say Equalizer down, as well as Sivir ultimate.
3 ultimates down for Cloud9. No ultimates down for TSM, although Bjergsen is sitting at half health without heal. Tries to zone there. This could be Dragon 4. It is.
Dragon
TSM should
4, that puts the timer on. C9 has to do something big before 5 comes up. That's 6 more minutes, and so far 1 kill onto Dyrus is going to help that cause. Looking at Turtle now. Lustboy puts up the box. That's going to stop the rest of the team from clearing through. It's the flash body slam on a Turtle. Balls picks up the kill. Anchor toss just missing Lustboy, but there should be enough to take him down. And that's Incarnation with the living artillery, picking himself up 1. 5-3 now. Cloud9 on the board with a few more kills.
Such a strange fight right there. Cloud9 was down 3 major team fight ultimates, and TSM had all of theirs, yet they decide to split after the Dragon fight. Not commit for anything powerful and just let Cloud9 kind of just mob through them.
Yep.
Even though I think TSM would have won that team fight, TSM got 4 Dragons, but at what cost is the real question. This Baron's going to go down.
Eat it alive. One good thing about having a Kog'Maw as well, that Blade of the Rune King only to boot and chunk down that beast. Baron goes over to Cloud9 after being on the back foot practically all game. 34 minutes in, they finally may be able to put their foot down and push some waves. Let's check this out again.
Yeah, I mean, watching this, yes, Bjergsen's a little bit low, so he ends up giving a lot of respect, and he's probably making the call to fall back because he himself is a little bit low. Dyrus had other ideas because he goes all the way in. The Caustic Spittle ends up zoning them out, and at this point, TSM scatters. If only they could have stuck together and all fallen back through the same choke, that would have lined up for Bjergsen's full combo to kill the team. But TSM splits up. Cloud9 stays together, and they also avoid Bjergsen, kind of the two things that need to happen for them to win a fight. But with 3 ultimates down, it's remarkable that they could win that fight.
Remarkable indeed. That blue buff Incarnation got back as TSM was stealing it, wore off just as they got to Baron, so it was perfect for that Dragon fight, and it really did become one of the bigger plays that Cloud9 has had throughout this game. See what they can do here at their first set of inhibitor turrets. TSM really hasn't reached this point yet. They had a few good fights and then were staved off. Cloud9 here a bit closer now with a chance to keep going as the ultimates, that all 3 that they used, are back up now.
Yeah, and the Baron buff. TSM with people back in base, although the tower sieging from these two teams is not that great. Yeah, Sivir and Urgot are the AD carries trying to get it from both sides, and this is a brute force teleport engage.
Dyrus coming in from the backside there, did not see that, but Cloud9 forced to use the Sivir ult to put themselves back in the fight. There's 2 for Incarnation, looking for a 3rd one, actually puts more damage onto Turtle, so he cannot stay in the fight. Bjergsen with a sliver of health gets out of this one, and it looks like they are going to have control of the inhibitor.
And with the Baron buff, this could be Cloud9 winning the game if they play their cards right. Bjergsen did not go down, so maybe he can hold them off. Cloud9 is going to take a whole bunch of advantages off this fight.
Bjergsen does not have home guards right now, which allows them to get the inhibitor, but they don't feel safe enough to stay against the all-powerful Victor right now. Maybe enough for a top lane turret if they don't have to enter the base. They're going to have to be careful. That damage onto Incarnation makes them think twice. They lose a bit of auto attack damage onto the turret, and they may not have enough to clean this one up. Lemon Nation gets taken down by the Afterburst.
You can see these powered up mid laners at this point in the game. Even though Bjergsen is out-farmed Incarnation by 100, the fact that the late game Kog'Maw with level 16, just an unreal range on Living Artillery. It's basically the whole screen. I think it's about 2100 at the max rank. Plus the Ludens proc and all the magic pen he's put through. I mean, Incarnation is hitting like a truck right now. He is only going to get stronger. Just watching this fight, TSM, I don't think Cloud9 is going to be able to siege that turret, but TSM decides to go in anyway with Bjergsen really far behind. The equalizer ends up zoning him. Look at how much had happened in that fight before Bjergsen is even involved. Dyrus was completely killed. Cloud9 is the one with the better team fighting play right here. They just brute force their way into that turret. Balzonia's is the aggro away to stay alive, and Bjergsen has to respect the Kog'Maw Living Artillery because he was late to the fight, and by the time he arrived, it was over.
3-1-4 now. Something I really like about Incarnation's play already is that he kept a steady head. He wasn't trying to go for the blues when they were stolen. Looks like they could actually pick up Dyrus once more. Lust Boy there to save him by the skin of his teeth. Very nicely done. But as I was saying, Incarnation wasn't trying to be scared and get his blues back and then die for getting his blue. When his blue was being taken, he went to mid lane and he just farmed. And he got what he needed to, knowing that that would be the safest thing to get him to a point where he could do this.
And we always wonder where Cloud9's strengths come in. Their last split, they were not that crazy early game team, but it was their mid game rotations and late game team fighting. All those things are kind of showing true right here. Is this high in disguise? He loses laning phase and then he makes good calls and plays for the rest of the team throughout team fights. This Incarnation guy has been playing these team fights great as Kog'Maw. Now they have the wave clear, and this game's about to come to a head here at the 5th Dragon. If Cloud9 doesn't get this one, it's hard-pressed to come back after 5. It's really hard to come back from 4-0. The only time I can remember it happening last year is when COG actually had 4 Dragons on TSM. And then they won some fights around the 5th Dragon time. Role reversal right here. TSM knows what can happen even if you have 4 Dragons, especially now that they've lost a couple team fights in a row and don't have vision control.
It's got to feel weird when you think your upper hand is when you force 5th, and now you're afraid to force 5th, but you're forced to force 5th. A lot of forcing.
Watch the pre-fight poke here from Incarnation. That's the key. He has a blue buff, which is huge, and they end up fighting up top. Incarnation's around the wall.
That's Balls looking to throw down Go back and forth. A lot of good damage done on both sides here. Mostly the elimination, though, as you look at TSM's health bars. They aren't feeling too good. That's the equalizer. Splits Dyers from the team, but only for a little bit. Goes for the flash body slam just in the middle. Did not get them. And they're able to react. Bjergsen very low, but still fighting from the outside. And that's going to be Turtle going down. All summoner spells used by him before he got that off to give the team a little bit more oomph in the fight. 50 seconds just about on the members of C9. There's another one down as Bjergsen pretty much one-shots out in elimination. TSM is just kind of getting the stragglers right now of C9. After this Dragon, it's going to be a very hard push, possibly towards the top lane if his bottom wave isn't pushed fast enough.
Yeah, Meteos went for the hero play, but he couldn't get the stun or knockback onto Bjergsen. That's what ended up losing that fight. The poke is still pretty immense, but the blue buff is gone from Incarnation. Here we go.
Dragon goes down. That is going to be Santorans. They have 5. They have Aspect. And top turret, rather bottom of the inhibitor, is taking some damage.
Woo. So 5 dragons for TSM. They managed to survive that fight. That means a whole truckload of AP because that doubles all the previous bonuses, which is massive for Bjergsen. The minions end up taking down a turret on the side.
Oh, so close on TSM's Nexus turret as well. The minions were so close to taking that down. They home guard off the base. It should be all right there. And TSM gets back to repair on that one. Wow, that Nexus turret has about 200 HP.
So because of the double bonuses from the 5th aspect of the Dragon, and the fact that the Hex Core already gives 168 ability power to Victor, Bjergsen's sitting at 891 AP right now. I'd say that's a lot. The rest of TSM still pretty tanky, but honestly, Aspect of the Dragon helps you within a team fight.
Yeah.
If TSM can't actually get fully engaged with Cloud9, which was kind of the struggle at the start of that last fight, and if Incarnation can successfully poke before a fight, Cloud9's actually still in this one despite being down 5 dragons to 0.
Also, as we saw in that play, which had to have been set beforehand, was that promoted minion taking down that top inhibitor turret as well. So Lustboy had already thrown that on throughout the Dragon,
minion.
the Fiasco. They had things planned ahead. They're setting the chess pieces in order before they really need it. Oh, the red carpet laid out for Team Solo Mid nicely from Balls there. They're going to take quite a bit of damage. It may be enough to finalize a few kills in this fight. Balls over the wall, but then he just Zanya's, and he's able to keep enough damage onto Lustboy along with Sneaky to get another kill. That's going to be Balls going down by the hands of Bjergsen as he starts to make his way out with Turtle. These guys are trading back and forth very nicely on priority targets.
What a fascinating game here. That actually counts as a win for Cloud9 because all they're trying to do is withstand this 5th aspect of the Dragon buff. It's a 3-minute buff. It'll fall away in about another 65 seconds, so TSM may have lost their ability to force Baron with the 5 Dragon buffs, and this is all because Cloud9 was willing to make a call and go in aggressively. As soon as they say Bjergsen isolated from his tank line, they throw down the Rumble ult. That's immediate. Then Meteos just goes to look to separate them. Bjergsen back, Santorin forward, and the rest of the team is there supporting damage. As far as team fight coordination this game, there's been one small misstep from Cloud9, and that was in the 5th Dragon fight where Meteos missed his flash body slam. Outside of that, it's been Cloud9 finding the small windows to take down TSM and making it count.
Incarnation getting another blue. Very necessary for him. We already see Elixirs coming out and a few other champions. Balls has one. Sneaky's picked up a Quicksilver Sash. Easy to say. Looks like everybody's getting the full items here. You're not going to be able to do much more on either side. A promoted minion also just came out from Lustboy. It looks like that was just right down the mid lane.
Yeah, it's always good to track those guys. Where did he put it, actually? I'm trying to find it. Somewhere.
It'll pop up.
Yeah, either way, this is now... The 5th Dragon is gone. So Cloud9, if they were able to fight them with the 5 Dragons, they can definitely fight them with 4. Knowing there's no turret behind TSM, you can see TSM actually has to give this a fair bit of respect. Death Cap completed onto the Kog'Maw as well, so he's a full item behind Bjergsen, but just as potent in teamfights, just because AP Cog is ridiculous.
It's a bottom lane beauty down there with the big wave.
Plus, the hyper late game Urgot versus the damage output of a Sivir. Unless Wild Turtle can swap Sneaky in and kill him quickly, the Sivir will be doing more damage throughout the fights. 5 dragons down, now only 4 dragons down. Cloud9 remarkably still in this game, trying to win their debut with their new mid laner Incarnation. Oh boy.
Well, they can definitely figure out what's going on and fix mistakes mid-game with this composition already that we've seen. We know that Incarnation, as we said before, can keep a steady head in the game. Meteos was back and forth, although having a bit of trouble in the jungle at first, finding ganks.
Oh, man.
Still kept the team in for the fights, and that promoted minion was in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it's doing work right there. Lustboy finding the right lane, perfect lane to promote the minion because they know they're going to be playing this around the Baron right now. And someone needs to go down and deal with that giant minion wave, but they have to fight now. That choke point, though.
That Luden's hit coming out as well. They're going to wipe down Team Solo Mid here. Bjergsen very low, can only do a few things from the outside, and he might cast his last ability here. His death comes from the explosive cast, and a slam of the belly coming in from Meteos. A triple kill for Sneaky. Balls chasing out Dyrus, and potentially an inside the park ace here as Dyrus won't be able to do much for the team but run away.
That choke point that TSM walks through. Cloud9 again finds the fight, giving up 5 dragons throughout the game, but now with 50-second death timers across the board, and Maokai's the only one surviving for defense. This could be Cloud9 winning their first game.
Very nicely done. They are going to rush up the mid lane, Jet. It took quite a while. We had 1 kill for 23 minutes in this game, and now it surmounts to 15-9, 45 minutes in, over 100 CS behind. Incarnation held his breath in that mid lane, making sure he could make it to the mid, make it to the late with his team. Dyrus doing his damnedest here to shut down Cloud9, who already had the head-to-head against Team Solo Mid, and look to stretch it just a little bit more. 45 minutes on the clock. TSM trying one last time to go for broke on the stoppage, and Cloud9 pick up the first win of the summer split over Team Solo Mid.
Wow. Against the defending champs right there, too. Down 100+ CS in the mid lane. 5 dragons to 0. Yet Cloud9 wins the team fights down the stretch. The Rumble ultimates from Balls in the critical choke point. Sneaky staying alive in the team fights. And the Luden's procs there from Incarnation's Kog'Maw. It's just enough to take down TSM in 45 minutes.
Enough indeed. Very nicely done by the team. Strong play throughout, keeping their heads up as well. It would be very easy for a new player to just kind of feel down and out and be quiet in that situation. To even have a little bit of tilt when you're 0-something 100 CS behind. And it just took a little bit of time. Cloud9 actually flourished where they always do, right in that mid-game delay.
Mid-game team fights right there. Cloud9 comes up big once again.
They know, though. You can see, they know. Look at this. Yeah, we squeaked by. I think we squeaked by.
Jack, the owner of Cloud9, is like, I was a little worried there when they had 5 dragons. Just a little bit.
A little worried indeed. Let's get over to the damage chart and see what Incarnation did for his first day on the job.
A lot of it. Incarnation doing 39,000 damage to champions, highest in the game.
Yeah.
Second highest was Stinky, 35,000. 31,000 for Bjergsen's Victor. That is generally how AP Kog'Maw works, though. He's almost always doing the most damage.
Yeah.
This one, though, with the giant CS discrepancy, just had to hit that item breakpoint, and that's why Cloud9 was giving away so many objectives in the early game and so many dragons, because they knew at any point if they get the right initiation, which was a Rumble ultimate in a small corridor that for some reason TSM was walking through in 45 minutes, it turned it. Just beautiful, beautiful placement there. Poor positioning by TSM down the stretch.
Yep.
And this is definitely not everything's fixed. Incarnation is great for Cloud9.
Not at all.
Because there's plenty of learnings to being taken from this game.
From both teams as well. For Cloud9, why early? For TSM, why late? Is pretty much what needs to be fixed out of that game. And it's changed. It's not something that plagues them all the time, but they definitely need to pull one for Cloud9 in the early game and TSM in the late. Because when you see what Cloud9 did there, they just held it and they said, well, let's figure out why we're getting beat. How are they beating us with this composition? And they didn't even let really one of their inhibitor turrets fall before they were able to figure it out and start pushing back.
Yeah, there are definitely things that Cloud9 shouldn't have done in that game, which led to their deficit.
Right.
And there's definitely things that TSM should have done to not lose that deficit. But at the end of the day, it is Cloud9 over TSM. And as far as the LCS is concerned, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters indeed. It's only one game. Maybe more soon. We're going to throw it over to Freak and Zyrene at the Telestrator to walk us through Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, Riv. Congrats on a great cast today so far. I'm here with Zyrene to break down one of the big team fights from Cloud9. It felt like kind of one of the turning points. They finally started to do well. Dragon fight 33 minutes in. A very based composition versus TSM wanting to team fight at sort of short range without any ways of forcing an engagement.
Yeah, and this was when Incarnation had his Luden's Echo completed. We're going to pull that up here on the telestrator and draw on it a little bit here. So when this fight started, Jat had called out that right before this, Cloud9 used 3 crucial team fight ultimates.
Yep.
Thing is, the most crucial pre-fight ultimate is Kog'Maw. His Kog'Maw, just Bio-Arcane Barrage, the fact that he's throwing down the Living Artillery as well is absolutely huge in this fight. He's going to poke Bjergsen out of it before they can even start it. And let's start rolling the clip here, because despite not having the ultimates, they're still able to get this poke damage down onto Bjergsen. He's taking these chunks. They're just zoning the front line. They get the Dragon. Dyrus goes in. The barrel separates. They get Dyrus out of the fight, and then they have no front line left. And right here, pause it right here. Look at this beautiful line here.
It's amazing.
This is absolutely gorgeous from Cloud9 because Bjergsen is right up here.
Yep.
He can't do anything in this fight. He still has his flash available, but he'd have to flash this wall and ulti right there. Then everybody turns on him and his team is not in position to back him up. This is just a great positioning here from Cloud9 in that line. Incarnation filing in the back over Scuttle Crab too. So that's not going to give Bjergsen a speed boost to even get out. It's not going to give TSM a speed boost to get back in. It's going to give Cloud9 all the footing they need in this team fight. And that's really just the poke before, the barrel from Meteos, and the positioning during the fight was what made this for Cloud9 and got them back in the game.
And it's just impressive as well, just on a coordination standpoint, that literally all 5 guys are on the same page, whether that's all their intuitive skill sets to realize that Bjergsen went there, or Meteos, who we assume is a shot caller, is like, hey, everyone go on the bottom side near Dragon, and gets the sentence out in time to say hide from Bjergsen. Either way, it's impressive by C9. And yeah, they clean up. You still got the threat of Bjergsen on the back line, and yet he never gets to ult, he never flashes in, he never does anything, despite being the most fed member on the map.
I think there's still a bit left of this clip, so we can continue rolling it and see how the rest of the team fight goes out. Because Bjergsen, he just can't get back into this fight. Incarnation is just poking and poking. He throws off to the left, to the right. They pick up Wild Turtle, and then they go up after Lust Boy and clean up that fight. The fact that they're able to get Dyrus out of the fight very quickly and get the threat of the mid-range made of Bjergsen out just made it so that C9 could just walk all over them after that point.
Yep, Incarnation by himself zoned out Bjergsen for the last half of that fight. The start of the fight somehow worked despite missing a lot of ultimates.
Yeah.
Good fight for C9.
Hey, you just need that pre-fight ultimate.
Yeah. All right. Well, of course, a very good fight by C9 overall. We're going to throw it over to the desk for an interview.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. As you mentioned, a fantastic way to start off the split there. Very exciting game between the two teams. I have here on the desk with me Incarnation and Meteos from the victorious Cloud9. So first off, congratulations, but I'm coming to you immediately, Incarnation. First big game on the LAN stage here in the North American LCS. You have to go up against the defending champions from the spring split, as well as the MVP in the mid lane, Bjergsen. What was the pressure and the nerves and, what was the mindset going into this game one?
I was a bit nervous when we started, and then they really focused mid as well, so it made me I got extremely nervous, and I felt really far behind, and Bjergsen played the matchup very well.
But it seemed like you guys had the right idea in that, okay, we have this late game scaling Kog'Maw. It's okay as long as we can continue to stall the game out. And so in that sense, you had this incredible support system behind you in Meteos, Balls, Lemonation, and Sneaky, where it was a lot about a rotational game, not picking fights, just waiting for you to power up. How has that been moving into this team setting as a solo queue player where you have the ability to say, I'm not doing very well right now, guys. Let's take a step back and wait till I power up?
It's very different. Usually, I always had the mentality that I had to get ahead to win the game, but my team is playing really well, so I don't necessarily have to take risk or win my lane to win the game, so it's going really good.
And Meteos, now over to you. One of the big questions going into today was how the team would cope with the loss of the shot caller in high. We listened into some of the comms during the game. Everything seemed very calm between you guys, even in, a bit of that deficit that was growing early. Very calm, cool, collected, and a lot of communication between the players. So how do you feel the communication, the shot calling has grown and evolved with the team so far?
I think that our communication as a team is still pretty good in the sense that we all get along really well, so it's pretty easy to just do calls. But I will say that I don't think I'm highest level of shot calling at all. He was extremely good, especially when we would get behind, because when High was there leading us, it never really felt pressured when we were behind. It's just sort of we all know what to do. And so taking on that responsibility, I was feeling a bit confused when we were getting behind, and it feels bad when we're getting pressured. But we just tried to stay calm, realize that Kog'Maw scales. And so we managed to win, but I don't think it was our cleanest game ever. We still have a lot of work to do in that department, but it's getting there.
Now, when it comes to work that you have to do, we heard Sneaky mention in a feature we showed earlier that the belief is that bringing Incarnation in, if everything is done properly, you guys can become a much stronger team than you were before. What are the steps that you guys are actively taking to improve from where you're at now, here in Game 1, which was a very solid performance, unseating the defending champions, to where you hope to be come the end of the split?
I think that it's just going to take a lot of games to get to where we need to go. I don't know if there's specific problems, but in scrims, we're just running into issues where we're faced with a situation we haven't seen before. And so we have to basically figure out what to do in that situation. And when I'm shot calling, it's kind of my responsibility to do that. And then we all have to get on the same page for it. So a lot of times there'll be some hesitation with what we're doing. And I think that's really bad from a competitive standpoint. Anytime you hesitate, it's basically just a mistake. You're not doing anything. So we've been working towards just everyone go for something, even if it's not necessarily the right play. If it's not right, we can look at the replay, learn what the right thing to do is, and then go for that. Basically, it's just getting on the same page and then figuring out what we're actually supposed to be doing. So we're getting there slowly. It's not something that you can learn overnight, but that's definitely what we're trying to do.
Now, Incarnation, you also mentioned in the feature that we talked about that you aren't necessarily going to try and fill High's role for what he did, because you are your own player. So in your own words, what is kind of the mark of your play style? What, at the end of the day, are you going to be remembered for in this league as a mid laner?
I mean, I personally prefer playing aggressive, but now that it's on stage as well, it's a bit different, because at least today I was not really feeling like it. I was a bit nervous as well, and the matchup wasn't the best for it. So it's hard, but personally, yeah, I prefer being the aggressive player.
All right, well, ultimately, you guys started off very strong. As I mentioned, unseeding number 1, you have Dignitas tomorrow, Meteos, but, more than just that match, I want to kind of source your opinion on how you think today's performance reflects Cloud9's strength currently. You mentioned it's not your cleanest showing ever, but do you feel that it was a pretty accurate showing as to where you are right now?
I think it sort of showed how we were, not so much the win or loss, because that game was extremely close. I had a really bad engage at Dragon that almost lost us the game, but Balls saved it with a really nice Rumble ult. So it was one of those games that was super close, and we could have won or lost it basically any fight. And so that's kind of where we are. I'd say we're not to the point where we're having dominating performances or anything like that like we have in the past, but we're not going to just fall over every game. So I think we're doing all right now.
All right, well, again, congratulations on the victory, starting the split off strong. The game did not fail to excite fans at home, I'm sure, or us here at the desk. Now, don't go anywhere. When we return, Team Dragon Knights make their LCS debut when they face off against Team Liquid. We'll be right back after this.
You know why Yasuo never gets locked out of his apartment?
Stop. You're gonna put the team on tilt. Stop it.
Because he always has a key.
Because there's no lock. Because his friends are always home.
Okay.
They are right onto Incarnation. They let him run through the lane, and then they actually flanked Cloud9 on their own initiation.
Yeah, I can flash on Urgot.
Nikto's not on the side.
Urgot. Yo, can we get the rush?
Yeah.
Can we bear?
Good job.
I have ult still. No Gragas ult. Kill him. Nice. Look at Sivir. I'm running around. Nice. I'm getting the wraparound here.
That Luden's hit coming out as well. They're going to wipe down Team Solo Mid here. Bjergsen very low, can only do a few things from the outside. And Cloud9 pick up the first win of the summer split over Team Solo Mid. If hearing Dash talk about championship points has piqued your interest, to learn more about the hottest commodity in esports, head to lolesports.com. Also there you can find VODs of previous shows where Dash has explained those sweet, sweet points. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to the next match with Team Dragon Knights versus Team Liquid. After successfully knocking out Winter Fox in the Summer Promotion Tournament, Team Dragon Knights have come to the West Coast to take over. However, due to visa issues, TDK will be fielding 3 substitute players.
Yeah, an unfortunate week for TDK. Taking over the mid lane will be a player some people know quite well, Bishu, who used to play with Altec and Glebe on the Challenger team Cloud9 Tempest. Covering their AD carry position before their Korean player gets here is another Challenger player, Latman, who was most recently playing with Frank Fang Gaming. And in support is Baby, formerly Baby Eater. He played with COG's sub-squad when the regular team went to Korea for that boot camp last year.
That boot camp, though.
And it is a difficult position to step into because it's a new team. They don't have much time to practice, obviously. But honestly, we have seen in the past, sub-squads have been able to win a game or two. So they also get the LCS experience, and they can make cases for themselves as looking to find permanent places with LCS teams. So definitely an opportunity for these guys.
And they'll be facing one of the oldest teams in the league, Team Liquid, also previously cursed in their aging. Liquid ended the spring split on a high note, and they look better as a whole, with Phoenix and Piglet playing in step with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Team Liquid really did make an impressive late surge. They claimed 3rd place, and they were able to break the curse of Fereth for 4th. However, that was a couple of good weeks of play if we really look at the whole season during playoffs, because the split was fairly mediocre overall. They were only 6th place in the regular season. So it will remain to be seen if Team Liquid can maintain that high level of play with their time off, their vacation trip to Hawaii, and really use that momentum in the start of the split.
Right, and one of the rocks for Team Liquid was their top laner, Quas. And when asked how he felt once again to face Seraph, Quas was confident that he knew what to expect.
I think Seraph was a decent player. I didn't think he was too challenging in lane, and I think his team fighting was a little bit lackluster. He did like to play some stuff that wasn't necessarily meta. He was a big fan of Shyvana when not many people were playing Shyvana, if I remember correctly, and also has been a big fan of Nidalee for a long time. So I don't expect him to play anything out of the ordinary personally. I think if his team needs him, he'll just play whatever tanks there will be, but he could still surprise me with like a pocket pick. So
I think he's right, but I'm hoping for the opposite, because Seraph has just been saying, with this team, I now have freedom. Before, when I first came over, I kind of had nothing to lose. I just wanted to learn, and he knew that he was kind of tempered by CLG and what they wanted. Now, no longer measured, no longer tempered. He can do what he wants, and the team pretty much gets behind him.
Yeah, well, it's a change of mindset, because when Seraph was on CLG, he was trying to enter CLG's system. But now on Team Dragon Knights, this is very much Seraph and his own ability to express himself. So, I mean, even looking at the games they played to qualify for the LCS, he goes top lane, damage Nidalee, and just starts split pushing. He was pretty much the first adopter, and more frequently than other people, of the Smite teleport top lane. He did it on Gnar at one point. He just crushed some of the games in the Challenger scene, really overmatching his opponents. So now in the LCS, it'll be very interesting to see how well he can perform against the more seasoned North American LCS players the second time around, especially with a team that has a lot of trust.
Absolutely. Got to feel good to be back in. Now let's get into the action with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Team Dragon Knights. That's Seraph in the top lane, Kaz in the jungle, Bishu in mid, Latman at AD carry, and Baby at support.
And of course, on the red side, it is Team Liquid. Kwasu we just heard from in the top lane, I'll dominate in the jungle, Phoenix in mid lane, Piglet on AD carry, and of course, the Seasoned X Special on support.
Seasoned X Special indeed. To see if Seraph now has synergy with his new team, if Piglet and X Special have come to synergy in the bot lane, and that trust and communication is there for the team in general.
The thing that Seraph could hope for is he still has Kez. That's the guy he played with throughout the Challenger Series and the qualification. So that's the only synergy TDK has there. The rest of the team, unfortunately, will be the subs that they haven't had much practice with. Also, they have the added disadvantage because of some league penalties for late submissions and such. All of their bans are gone. So they have no ability to ban champions away from Team Liquid, basically meaning Team Liquid gets a lot more freedom in their strategy to pick pretty much whatever they want, target banning away specific things from TDK.
Hopefully they can channel their inner EDG and get through losing their bans. It's definitely going to be difficult. You can't pinpoint the teams you want. However, in an unknown team,
I mean, maybe they can kind of pull out some ace up their sleeves and whatnot that isn't played in the meta that is a comfort champion to them as well, because Team Liquid has not been scrimming against this team for these past few weeks. Maybe even not a lot of these teams have met up with each other just yet.
Yeah, this Team Liquid team will be looking to build heavily on the momentum they had last split. And, you know, Piglet, he's been trying to make that rush for rank 1 in the North American solo queue. He's so close to getting it again and again. I think he's currently sitting around number 2. Very, very dedicated player, himself and Phoenix, since they moved in, playing sometimes too much solo queue because they'd be tired for scrims in the morning and they wouldn't be able to contribute at the highest level, just almost burning themselves out just practicing sometimes. So occasionally Team Liquid needs to pull it back a little bit, make sure that the players are able to relax, and then prepare for this. As far as good starts in the North American LCS split as well, last split, Team Liquid did start 2-0 and then fell on some difficulties. They're going to be looking for another 2-0 start this week.
Very true. Dominate said, keep in mind that, yeah, we had a 2-0 start, but anything can still happen. In a situation like this, you're going to be playing against these guys. Hopefully you can beat them, because if you lose, then you don't know what you're going to be facing when you do get the real composition, and it could just be even more difficult. Every game is, you know, whatever, game to game, take it as you will. But it's definitely going to play on your mentality when you've lost to an entire sub-squad, and then you try to go back and play.
No one wants to lose to the sub-squad. That's for sure. We can see Dominate just having some minor issues. That's what the delay is for right now. Peter, their coach, walking around in the background. It's been interesting tracking him as a coach throughout this LCS season, because he's had some really brilliant pick and ban phases that have been very lauded, great synergies, everyone on their right champions. Then occasionally they'll just do this really strange thing that ends up backfiring entirely. It ended up happening, you know, during their playoff set against Cloud9 when they were, you know, a game away from actually making it into the NALCS finals, and they ran the Juggernaut composition, which was Kog'Maw, Lulu, and everyone was expecting them to complement it with something like an Ezreal or a Corki mid. And they ended up, instead of letting Quas play Lulu top, which is one of his best top lane champions, they threw him on Sion, put the Lulu mid, and then really just lacked damage throughout the whole game. It was, you know, a somewhat strange thing. Sometimes it seems like Team Liquid outsmarts themselves because they're all so versatile, especially Quas can play so many champions. But later on in the third place game, they really narrowed down to specifically the champions they wanted to play, and we'll hopefully see more of that this split.
Absolutely. I'm sure in the beginning of the split, it's obviously going to take teams to get back into it. Everybody's going to be like, yeah, this and this. But hopefully these teams that have been here can explode and carry the momentum they had coming out of the last one. Like you said, Liquid running off of that third. But I'd be glad they weren't fourth, breaking the curse. The players said to them it wasn't a huge thing, but it obviously feels good to kind of get something like that off your back as people kind of hold on to it more than you do. We are just about to get ready to get into picks and bans here for our second game of the North American LCS Summer Split. And 2015 is underway already with Cloud9 taking down Team Solo Mid in one heck of a battle. It was kind of a seesaw back and forth. One way was tilting down for Cloud9 and then tilted right down for TSM. Definitely a game to watch. After today, don't go and watch it now. There's no reason to. We have more awesome action to come. And as we see all the players lined up and the coaches are ready and raring to go, we are going to be into Champion Select. As Jat said before, due to entering in paperwork late, TDK will be losing all of their bans.
Yep. So obviously there, we have to wait out the ban timer each side on there. Team Liquid has already banned Kog'Maw, by the way. That should show up on your screen shortly. TDK is obviously just waiting on this next one. Looks like there might be a slight error getting that ban up on the screen, but it is Kog'Maw early on. Don't want any mid laners being down 100 CS and still doing a bunch of damage to team fight this time, as Incarnation did in our first game of the day.
Liquid now, what do you choose? You always hear sometimes that teams will go into scrims and not ban something to kind of make it more difficult if the other team can get the picks they want. And you get a little more training out of it. This is one of those situations now. Team Liquid only has a choice of 3. What do they want? So Kog'Maw and Nidalee have been banned by Team Liquid. On the left side, that is loss of bans by TDK.
Yeah, so they have to let the timer run all the way down.
That's right.
Before Team Liquid gets their next ban. Yeah, this will make it interesting because TDK still has the ability to pick as many OP champions as they want. And loss of bans is an interesting dynamic because teams, it generally hurts them since they don't get to be the target bans, but it allows many more powerful champions to sneak through. Now Team Liquid needs to approach this in kind of a strange way where they know a lot of the OPs are going to get through, so they only want to ban away the stuff that could target TDK. And being red side in this situation can actually be good because if there's a lot of really good, they just call them blinds in competitive, where champions that are good regardless of what you pick against them, you want to get as many blinds on your team as possible, the OP ones. I wonder if Dominate, with all the junglers being up right here, just going to blind Gragas.
Looks like it will be his. Instantly to it. Piglet with the Callista as well. Instantly locked in. Every team knows what they want after these 3 bans. Kog'Maw, Nidalee, and Evelynn. As we start the picks now. Kez and Bishu kind of waiting here. As you were saying, Jat, Seraph and Kez still pretty much towards the top and the core of this team. The guys that help them get here. Hopefully they can kind of rein in the troops of Bishu, Latman, and Baby here as we get it. It will be interesting.
Yeah.
They're taking their time on picks. There's actually quite a few options. Maybe that's why as well.
You can pick anything. There's only been 3 bans. Everything's available now. Especially with the Evelynn, Nidalee, Kog'Maw picks. Of course, they go with relatively conservative things. Rek'Sai to complement or to just go against the Gragas.
Ashe, that was banned last game.
Yeah, but they already have Callista, so.
Oh, it makes me so sad. I always forget when you're locking the AD carry first. It just slips your mind when you look past it. Cassio could definitely be a real thing here. We'll see what they decide to go. Bishu's, Corki as well. It could be Latman's. That could be a swap for those two, though.
Cassiopeia saw a significant number of bans in the European LCS.
Yeah, she did.
Phoenix has been playing a lot of Cassiopeia as well. Just get a little bit ahead on that champion and you can start dominating people in lane. Not to mention the actual damage per second that Cassio can put out in team fights is ridiculous. I like to think of Cassiopeia kind of like an AP AD carry, only because of the damage pattern in team fights where you land something and then you kind of machine gun out your twin fang again and again. Very much like an AD carry would shoot autos at you. Cassio just does more damage.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts a lot, and this composition is already showing one heck of a lot of power from Team Liquid. So much damage. Andy, Cass, Gragas, and Callista. What could they round that composition out with? Probably a big old tank in the top lane. We'll have to see what they go with for Quas. They said he was the rock that they like to get behind, and it may be this time if that's not his Cass. Azir and Rumble on the other side. We'll see what Bishu can do on this Azir.
Over-indexing on magic damage for sure here. Azir, Rumble, 2 huge damage threats.
That's so true. They have Corki. Oh,
and
man.
Corki, who does about half magic damage. Their only physical damage comes from Rek'Sai in the jungle. So TDK also doesn't have too much lockdown. This team composition looks very much like everyone on TDK just has a champion they want to play. And hopefully they can get really far ahead, because as far as team fight coordination and positioning, there's not a tremendous amount of synergies there. You generally want more lockdown for your high damage champions. But if they get far ahead, it'll obviously still work.
So Maokai would be a really easy pick here. Gnar as well, but then you kind of got to fight around the bar. And that may be what they said to go with here. A few more seconds for Team Liquid to finally lock in their comp. It is going to be the Gnar. Finally a tank in this composition of damage for Team Liquid here. We'll have to see how they play it out. The lane swap comes in as well. I'm sure it would be tough for these guys to play against it, having probably not done it too much coming out of the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Here and there, obviously, but not at this level.
Gnar is something I expect to see a lot of from Quas this split. Quas always been so good in the laning phase, also good at fairly mechanically complex champions, but Gnar combines those things as well as still bringing you a tank in the team fight phase. So it's the perfect top lane champion for the really good top laners in pro play.
So how would you, as a player, just kind of take a team with 3 subs? You play yours and not go crazy?
Yeah.
Just nothing crazy?
Basically, well, the way TDK is doing it right now is just like, what champion do you want to play?
Yeah.
What will you be most comfortable with on the stage, and what do you have the biggest chance of actually beating the other laner with? Because that's the way TDK is going to win, is if they steamroll all the lanes. TDK is not going to win with great team fight coordination and rotations. They have to be able to mechanically win their lanes. So just pick whatever's comfortable.
TDK coach Sean and Peter shaking hands as they make their way to the back to now watch what the teams can produce with the compositions they have now set forth. Let us know who you think is going to have the edge in this game. We are in the second one of the summer split. Tweet hashtag TDK win or hashtag TL win to @LOL Esports, and we will obviously be tallying those up all throughout the game. You can get your votes right on the screen at the most pivotal moment, that one fight, so you can have a say in it. Keep cheering for the players here in the crowd, as well as tweet at home as we get into our second match of the day. TDK, we get to see them now on the Rift here in the LCS versus Team Liquid. It's going to be one heck of a matchup. Rumble again in the top lane, so we're going to get some explosive objective fights, but got to count as well in Azir in there, and they're going to get even more dangerous once you start balling up. Looking on the other side, Dominate's going to be looking to separate all those fights.
Yeah.
And just get a lot of kills cleaned up here by Piglet and Phoenix. It's going to be interesting.
Always very critical to zero out the Azir in late game team fights. Just because it's one of the main reasons, actually, if we just kind of go back in time and figure out why Azir and Cassiopeia are two of the most dominant mid laners nowadays. A lot of it does end up having to do with Cinderhulk, which improved the need for these types of incredibly high damage mid lane champions. You have more tanks on the field, which generally means you have more control in the team fights, which allows you to have these incredibly high damage mid laners who can excel with AoE damage. And if you think of the mid laners that do the most damage per second, well, they're kind of Cassiopeia and Azir outside of also having relatively strong laning phases. Cassiopeia we talked about in Champion Select with the Twin Fang being very AD carry-like, getting your AP ratios and base damages out very frequently. And Azir is the same way with the Sand Soldiers because that's basically an extension of his auto attack, but based on an AP ratio and also AoE. So anytime you have a longer sustained team fight, which is what you get with more tanks in the game, these types of champions are excelling in those team fights, and that's why we see them here.
Interesting to see TDK not really go for too much of a tank here. Could have kind of maybe gone a Nunu in the jungle or something, get that blood boil on Azir, but they choose to go with a little bit more damage themselves. We saw that it was heavy on the AP side, so we'll keep an eye on how Team Liquid mitigates and starts to defend as they get up into these levels. It's like more damage focus here with his Noxious Blasts onto Bishu more than he's trying to farm out these waves. Making it hard for Bishu, has to use the soldiers to get his farm here. Good start there to the mid lane, and we will get a matchup for both of these, so good fights for the duos, more jungler intervention to mid and top. Should be a pretty action-packed game.
Yeah, watching Piglet, occasionally I'll spectate his solo queue games just to watch his actual laning phase, and it's pretty remarkable how efficient he is with CS and Harass. It's going to be really hard for Latman and Baby to match up against Piglet and X Special, just based off of Piglet's mechanics and X Special's experience as well. Already they hit level 2 first, and they're able to deny CS while continuing some harass.
This is really like and no discredit to them, just the leagues and the style, the caliber, but like a JV in a varsity lane. It's going to be very difficult for TDK to pull out of this lane ahead.
Absolutely.
Just already 10-6, and they're going to try to keep him back. Just quickly dodging out of too much damage. Kez likes to play it early. We used to see him on a lot of Elise and Evelyn trying to be in his opponent's face and already trying to do a bit of that. At least getting an eye on Dominate for now, but both junglers have an eye on each other.
Yeah, sometimes a common move for Rek'Sai junglers to start red side and then immediately go for a gank or invade in the bottom side, but Kez a little bit late there, making it all the way down to the bottom. Still just with his red buff, though. He knows this bottom lane's going to need some help, and he's hoping the Team Liquid get a little bit over-aggressive, which Piglet hopping right in. Oh, no.
The melee Callista goes right in. Baby going down. He could stay alive. Put on a diapers. Got it.
He stays alive. Special's going to stay alive with this one as well as he just makes a few more steps out, but I don't think melee Callista is yet to be a thing.
Wow. So an incredibly unexpected gank by TDK there, but props for them for pulling it off, because basically what happened there is Kez was spotted invading the blue buff, and he was shown with only the red buff. So typically if you're I Will Dominate or the rest of Team Liquid, you say, okay, his invade failed.
Yeah.
Team Liquid had the river warded, that's his fastest path to bottom lane. what they expect Kez to do is to salvage his experience and go farm. But instead, he loops all the way around through the river into the lane brush, wasting about 30 seconds for that setup, and arrives at just the moment the Piglet decides to go aggressive. It gets the kill. You can see Team Liquid easily would have had a 2v2 kill. At that point, they were thinking, these guys are just bad. We're going to be able to 2v2 kill them. But actually, it was a bait. They get baited, burn almost all their summoner spells. Piglet goes down.
Right through the trap door. So there's Kez's aggression to start things off. We'll see how Team Liquid decides to answer. They usually haven't had too much trouble with that in the past. They have something in mind still that they want to do, not a team to fall behind. TDK, they do have to keep the pressure on, though. I feel like if they give Team Liquid that window, they won't be able to get it back here, especially with the sub-squad.
Yeah.
Working slowly now off of this. Kez back to his jungle, not going crazy, keeping things calm.
Just got to keep track of Kez and those Rek'Sai ganks.
We have Dominate already to the bottom lane, though. Not a lot of wards here for TDK. They are going to get completely routed on this one. And actually, Baby had his flash from the previous play. I don't think they counted on that.
Yeah, in all the chaos right there, and him ticking down so low in health, you would have almost expected him to have flash.
Absolutely. Interesting.
But instead,
at least they get that. Maybe it's a rinse and repeat and they come back. There's a lot of summoners down. Looks like Latman's a flash up and Piglet is a heal up only. So there could be some action here in the bottom lane. Already started. We saw that first blood. That did go over to Kez, actually. The assist to that bottom lane. So we'll see if Kez continues to use it. He's already got himself being nosy inside Dominate's jungle here, putting down some wards.
Yeah, very nice.
Deep pink ward as well.
I wonder if Dominate will check it.
Oh, negative, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't look like. And they can ping him going through. Those are those cheeky wards you can get in as a jungler.
Hello.
Bloop. Oh, they... Ah. Okay, so I was thinking right there that Dominate, if he wasn't so suspicious of where Kez would be, it would have been a great gank there, waiting for Dominate to engage in on the Krug. So credit to Dominate there for warding, but at the same time, Dominate does need to go looking for pink wards because his jungle is littered.
Special, just feel like he wants to dive out and kill somebody right now, but he's just throwing auto attacks. As you said, Dominate is just pretty much walking around his security system right now. So TDK can be aggressive in the lane, they can be safe in the lane and kind of try to play it like they're junglers there. They do everything they want and have some mind games right now. This is good for them. Hopefully they can use it.
Well, super early scrying orb as well.
Pink ward put up in that brush by Team Liquid to make sure they don't get any more cheeky ganks. And 71%. Oh, what a nice Emperor's Divide! One last hit! Bishu says thank you very much.
That's how you do it right there. Phoenix burns both summoners for that as well. He was disrespecting Bishu something fierce right there. Up in CS, thinking he can go and get the kill. Bishu just completely outplays him, dashing in and getting the knockback. Exactly how you do it. Still having the soldier there once Phoenix went back around the Sand Soldiers as well.
What a better way to have it happen than, I mean, your jungler being there as well, but a kill to the bottom with assist, a kill to the mid lane now. So.
How's this for a mid lane substitute? TDK have Alex Siege, now Bishu, all these mid lane substitutes always working out just in range for the knock-up. Knocks him back right away. Phoenix misses his Petrifying Gaze entirely. Bishu was well out of range.
Well, he hit the soldier.
Just to be safe, Bishu had turned backwards as well when the Petrifying Gaze went off, just to make sure he wouldn't be stunned.
Phoenix smart play. In the mind of Phoenix. That's one of those plays, you could say. Phoenix thought he had the upper hand, and Bishu knew all along. 55 to 65 there, so a good pickup there for Bishu to kind of clear up some of that CS deficit. A little bit of a ward volleyball going on here between Kez and Dominate. Oh, hello! Phoenix just gets back to lane, knowing both summoners were down. They put him again in the coffin. Kez can find himself dead here. Here's Quas from the top lane with a teleport. He takes it. He's actually about to gnaw out as well. I don't think he's going to be able to hop over the wall in time to get to the rest of the team, but a very nice reaction by Team Liquid to not lose everything on this. Actually, Jat still going in. Quas with that Narbar halfway down. Sarah finds himself in a bad spot. Both of them should just walk straight up right now and take the high road. And it looks like they may actually be caught out continuously. Quas could get a double kill in this situation. Here comes Kez. He's going to try to get to the top side with his call, and it does not happen. That's a triple kill coming in for Quas all together from one teleport.
Quas means business right there. This was starting to get a little bit scary for Team Liquid. They got solo killed by the sub mid laner. They got an early gank fall against them in the bottom lane, but the teleport in from Quas, managing his rage, going in and out, mini to mega to mini again.
Yeah.
And the 3 kills. This is going to be Nar's game if Quas wants to try and rescue Team Liquid here.
That makes him so big. He already had that Hex Tech to go into the fight with, which not allowing Seraph to push him out of lane, and now he's just going to come back even bigger, more magic resistant.
Yeah, the big thing here is as well, TDK, very heavily magic team composition, not even a Warrior Rek'Sai for more physical damage, Cinder Hulk instead, so really, really limited amounts of physical damage, meaning the Quas with a Hex Drinker and a Spectre's Cow already is going to be near impossible to tank down.
What he's doing.
Yeah, looking at this one, I mean, it was a good gank there to kill Phoenix again, but when Dominate was able to knock everyone back into the turret, it really just turned the tides, and at this point, it was just about Team Liquid making sure they didn't take too much Azir damage, and Quas just getting his damage out. The fact that he could catch Seraph against the wall to get him low enough was very critical, so the Flame Spitter couldn't just spam and stay on him. But remember, the Hex Drinker on Quas did allow him to tank a lot of that damage, despite the Rek'Sai coming back into the fight after the death. It was just a little bit too late. Whew.
Quas
long fight.
Quite big there. Yeah, very long fight indeed. We'll see all of that work. The 3 kills across the board for TDK quickly picked up in a matter of seconds by Quas. Only in one lane though. We do see that TDKs are spread out across the map, so if Quas isn't here for the fights, it's not really going to matter that they got those kills. Cleaning up in the mid lane, 94 to 71. Bishu may mechanically outplay Phoenix, but he does not in the laning phase, it seems.
He gets the solo kills.
He gets the solo kills.
CS.
The CS to aggro, though.
Still going to
not so much. It's all right. CS can definitely amount to having one of those kills. You need only 200 gold up on Phoenix, so there's not too much disparity there. Quas using his newfound power to just stay in the face of Seraph here. Definitely not going to let him get off the turret. We already know it's hard for Rumble to farm, so this is going to make it even harder. Good plays by Quas so far.
Yeah. Also, Piglet was able, despite falling early, to still farm up and get a BF sword. A lot of times when you get into trouble early as an AD carry, it severely delays your BF. Oftentimes you have to go pickaxe or vamp scepter first.
All right, let's see if Dominate can get any moves in here that will help the team eventually. It's just a forward ward. Could be setting up for that first dragon, however. We already have Kez towards the bottom side. I think Dominate's going to try to go the long way around here or just actually give up with that vision. He was a little late on seeing Kez. But things may not even pan out for the better here anyways. Gold's getting pretty much towards even. Just about a 500 gold lead in the favor of Team Liquid at this point. They are actually starting to put that aggression down towards the bottom side. Maybe Dragon is soon.
Yeah, it will really depend on if TDK or Team Liquid can get some type of pickoff. Basically, TDK still needs to make some moves early. Yes, Azir has amazing sustained damage in the late game, but it's going to be very easy for Team Liquid's tanks to itemize for that. Phoenix is also going Abyssal Scepter, so you can just see the magic resist already taking shape for TL. But for now, TDK has been holding their own.
Blue buff right now on Bishu, giving Phoenix a lot of trouble in the mid lane. These guys probably hoping they can split up in just a few. Start taking out maybe Kez as he gets into the jungle. He's done a great job at getting deep wards in. The pink wards still alive towards that red buff. Dominate's about to walk over it once again. Hopefully sees it. And he does not. He goes right to the red.
Pink ward from Kez getting its money's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Seraph as well with the haunting guys trying to get big. Some of this power has to come out soon here for TDK once they get their second level ultimate, I should say, because that's what their team relies on. If they don't get as tanky as Quas in any form or factor, Kez is Cinder Hulk, but you're not going to be Ignar.
It's a great dragon take there by Kez, coming in through the backside, knowing that Bishu had the pressure in the mid lane. That's exactly when you want to go for the dragon.
Well, timer's there. The red ward as well from Team Liquid, so Things seem to just be on the back burner for them. Not worried about taking it, making sure the vision is there seems to be the priority. They feel that they have TDK towards the late game, maybe. Their team fight may be overall better against the sub-squad.
Yeah.
We'll have to see it play out, though. We're only 15 minutes into this one. A little more action than game one we got out of Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid, but still measured by both teams.
Yeah, this sub-squad sticking in pretty well. Latman's going to be trying to hit his Trinity Force power spike, which would have been needed to fight for Dragon if Kez couldn't have just taken it on his own, but he did. So now TDK seems fairly happy with just taking this, but they're heavily pressured down here in the bottom lane. Team Liquid might be looking to push a turret down the instant they go back. And yep, everyone's gone. So will that turret be if Team Liquid chooses to take it.
Good knowledge that they don't get taken out in that situation.
We've seen this before.
Emperor's Divide once again. He also isn't on the miasma, but it's going to be the Twin Fangs that just overall is able to do the trick. They can't believe it.
So many flashes. What are they doing? A crazy game right there. Honestly, Phoenix played that one much better. The knockback didn't take him into a turret, so he didn't have to flash away immediately. And also, he managed to keep the poison going onto Bishu throughout to make sure his Twin Fang spam would never stop.
Yeah, the second you miss that, you feel so useless. You're like, well, I can wait 3 more seconds to do anything, and then you're pretty much dead in that time. With all the flashing going on, definite kudos there. Just the dive in. Latman wanting to get a little bit of melee Corki in onto Piglet, forcing the summoner heal at just the last moment there. Very nicely done. They had the ward on to Special, so they knew. Now to the top lane, Kez and Seraph onto Quas. He's about to gnaw out. Should be able to get a little more sustained for, I should say, tank out of this, and may be able to wallop and hop his way into a safe situation. He does have the roam up from Phoenix. Already has dominated the flash body slam into Seraph. Completely throws him out of the mech, rumbled down, and Kez has to turn face here. We already have Phoenix cut off Bishu on the way up, so they're not able to assist in this fight, but no real damage was traded by them during that run-up.
So if you're like me and you're wondering where all that Gragas damage came from, it's because I Will Dominate is doing an atypical skill order on Gragas. Most people will max their barrel in jungle. Dominate is maxing his Drunken Rage, which means his auto attack right after hitting is much more powerful than usual.
Like a mean sheen.
140 plus 12% of the target's maximum health as bonus magic damage. So that's how he was able to blow up Seraph, flying in right there at the last second, turning that fight around.
And TDK definitely tunneling a little bit there. Still have the wards that have been seeing Dominate all game, but they took a disadvantageous fight and go down for it. Dominate walked right through those wards to get back him for the kills, so we'll see if TDK can kind of slow it down, take a breather here, not get ahead of themselves, because they're starting to give up a little too much, and Team Liquid doesn't let go once you do that. Not too much yet from the bottom lane of Piglet and Xpecial, but they really haven't been tested other than just the early part of this game.
Yeah, early gank for Piglet and Xpecial, making it so they couldn't dominate that lane.
Right.
Callista
That was a good move.
Callista Annie is so scary early on, so it was very smart of Kez to stay down there for the gank. On top of that, though, the threat that lane puts out was able to get them the turret, which is a decent part of their lead now. We also got to see the solo kill from Phoenix despite starting 0-2 in the game, so he's kind of regained his confidence, going to continue to pressure, even though Bishu was able to kill him that one time. And now Team Liquid really looking to make some plays around the map.
They're also getting pinched in quite hard. Kez right on the heads of Team Liquid as they come down, but Team Liquid feels that brute force is the way to take this fight. Fate's Call goes in, Fate's Call goes out. You can see Xpecial shot back a little bit. It goes to his attack range. So he does get thrown back. Can't throw the Tibbers out immediately after that. They have to reposition, and Xpecial actually goes down after the fact. And they are going to have to just force back a little bit of the fight. Good kiting there by TDK to pick one up for themselves as well.
Yeah, knowing that Latman didn't have his flash, that prompted the initiation by Team Liquid, but a little bit of an over chase right there. I like that you mentioned that the Fate's Call shoots the support back to their attack range, and with a pretty long attack range as well. Got shot back quite far after going in there. Probably threw Team Liquid a little bit off.
Right.
It looked like, but they're getting a little greedy going for this red buff.
The close in. Emperor's Divide pushes the team right into the rest of TDK perfectly. It is able, Phoenix is able rather to get 1 kill before he goes down valiantly, but that was to the hands of Latman, who just came up from being dead, and he wants revenge.
Oh my God.
4-man Gnar ultimate into the wall, gets the wallop and hit onto Bishu as well for the kill, and they are able to finally burn him down. Quas having quite a game here for Team Liquid.
4 people to take him down. I was like, yeah, Quas is... Whoa. I suppose he'll take one with him then.
It's working out perfectly for him. I mentioned the Maokai and Champion Select because it's there all the time, right? You don't have to Gnar bar out, but he has been every fight with that Gnar when he needs to.
Yeah, I do have to say Kez is playing quite well, finding the
Kez
fights.
is as well, yeah.
Especially playing with 3 subs there. Phoenix got a nice ultimate off to at least delay his death, and it allowed them to take down a few members of TDK. You know, considering TDK had that full collapse down into their jungle, the fact that Team Liquid's 2 solo laners took 2 people with them as they went down makes that actually not a big win for TDK. It was an overly aggressive move for Team Liquid, but ultimately they weren't heavily punished for it.
See Liquid still placing a few exit wards here, knowing that TDK will be repairing what happened, as well as spending some of their cash. Bishu here picking up needlessly large rod in the mid lane to a Haunting Guise Abyssal Scepter. Phoenix this game for them. He's going for a lot of pen in his build.
Yeah, and also just a little bit of extra survivability. One nice thing about the Cassiopeia always going tier is as soon as they get that Seraphs, it's a huge amount of defensive shield he throws up in fights. This time with the Haunted Guys. The underrated part of that is the extra health you get for tankiness. Rumble benefits from that greatly, and I expect Phoenix is expecting to get in close this game to deal his damage.
Well, it's already had to happen a few times, whether he's bounced out or just in the middle of the fight. He's protecting the turret right now in the mid lane. He is there for the aggression. Clearing that out pretty nicely. Has a 40 CS lead just above actually onto Bishu, so he is definitely going to hit some item breakpoints coming up towards the mid game here quite quick, and Bishu's going to probably be an item behind. 2-3-2 to 1-3-3, but Azir definitely controlling the fight a bit more than a Cassio with the range of that ultimate. And we've seen these fights be very explosive, Jat, especially once we get more core items like the Zanya's finished up. We now have the Triforce finished for Latman, which is something I was thinking about as well, because once they get to these turrets, if they don't have the Azir or Latman, not going to be able to take them down too quick whatsoever. Azir will help, not so much Latman.
If they can get some nice time near the turrets, though, the Trinity Force physical damage, or Azir just pressing W, as long as Team Liquid's not there to harass it, will be able to be done. But you're right about the range. If it's a contested turret, it's very dangerous for them to take down. TDK has also been sticking in there quite well, but look at the magic resistance actually been able to be built up by Team Liquid. Aegis is completed onto Dominate. Spectre's Cow still sitting on Quas there. Abyssal Scepter onto Phoenix. There's less and less damage potential for TDK. The only way they really win these fights is if Latman gets going with some auto attacks and some more physical damage, or if Bishu gets a long time auto attacking with those soldiers. Look for Team Liquid to focus down Bishu in these fights.
The pressure of Liquid towards the mid lane. They can't get too far. Looks like it's going to be top wave clear and just kind of panning out, getting all the resources right now. No team has anything really good on their mind that they want to get out of this. Still respecting the amount of pressure, TDK, and power they can actually put out. I feel like Team Liquid should be able to kind of get under the sub-squad skin and find a way in.
That's the hope.
Not the way it's happening, though.
Yeah, the TDK empowered themselves with some nice early kills to keep themselves in this game, and it's not the start Team Liquid would have preferred against, you know, a team that had no bans, 3 sub players, just Seraph and Kez, who also weren't in the LCS last split. They qualified from the Challenger team scene.
Ooh, this could be some of that free time. Most of the team is split. The teleport is there from Quas, and he's going to use it right above them. They can see this entry here. There's a quick lantern out. Baby throws down the box. He walked back in to put that up as a defensive wall. That's only going to be a slow coming in from Phoenix Ultimate, and I don't know if it's enough to follow. Quite a bit was used there, both sides.
Yeah, pretty much all of Team Liquid's initiation there. Flash ult from X Special, Flash Ghost from Phoenix, and they do not get a single kill, but still lose their turret. Now, though, they have enough harass, they're going to get a turret of their own.
All right.
It's a good thing that keeps lasting, at least for Tibbers. Able to kind of just throw them at the team, have a few more bodies for the turret to hit, and they do get the pressure. So Team Liquid able to crack the base pretty much for the first time here. Hopefully able to get some forward wards in. We've only been seeing them come from Kez, so this may be what TL needed to open up to start getting Dominate and Quas into some really advantageous positions. Looking for a pick, but it does not look like they wanted it after seeing more members.
Some big item breakpoints. Phoenix completed his Seraph's Embrace. It's transformed, so he can use that for the shield now if he actually gets into a team fight.
Quas able to go for that Frozen Mallet as well.
Yeah, that's a big item there for Gnar. Mini-Gnar being able to train people down with the Frozen Mallet gives him enough time to transform into Mega Gnar, where he really becomes dangerous.
That's what happens when you get 3 quick kills. Hat trick right in the beginning of the game off of 1 teleport. It really started to catapult Quas's lane. Good thing to Seraph, he kept in that lane, 196 to 184, but Quas is still going to be a detriment to the, well, not detriment, be a problem, I should say, for the rest of his team. 1 minute and 20 seconds on that Dragon. It looks like with teleports down for TL, they're going to be hovering that with all their bodies.
That is really what this game is going to end up coming down to here. A lot of the outer turrets down. The only outer turret still alive is Team Liquid's bottom lane turret, thanks to the shoving that Piglet and Special have been able to do. And once again, we're going to have to look to see if Bishu can stay safe on his now Death Cap Azir, just really powering up. Because if he gets a lot of time auto-attacking with those soldiers in the team fight, no matter how much magic resist you build, Azir can do so much sustained damage. If you look at his total AP ratio, every time he gets another auto attack from those soldiers, it makes it go higher and higher and higher and higher. Not to mention Leander's Equalizer, if it's in the right spot, just to get them started off.
Definitely a thumbs up that they got to this point, at least the Kez. The shot calling, especially for 3 new members as well. They should be following order, but it's not always the easiest when everybody wants to get this minion. Get that. Everybody has fallen in line here for what TDK has needed to do. Just need to do it a few more times. How big does the problem become when all they pretty much have is max AP items, and they're getting defended by Team Liquid. Team Liquid's already built their Aegis, their Hex Drinkers, and probably Quicksilver Sash soon for Piglet if he ever needs to get out of everything. I guess there's no hard, but...
I think it's already a pretty big problem.
Yeah.
That's why they need an ideal team fight. So if Team Liquid gets a clean initiation that can stun multiple people, let's say from X Special, Team Liquid could make short work of them. A lot of it will have to do with Dominate knocking them back. You can see here they're hoping to find their window into this dragon. Maybe they force in. Let's see.
There's the flash. Tibbers coming in. Hits up. Callista Piglet stealing that with the Rend as well. Damage coming in from Phoenix is huge right now. The ultimate pretty much shut down the entire team of TDK. They were just stopped by the beauty of Phoenix.
And Quas's Gnar ultimate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huzzah.
Don't stand next to a wall against Quas's Gnar, but that's the path they chose to funnel in to disrupt that dragon. X Special help him there for a short time. Quas jumps in afterwards, and that's exactly the situation you want as Gnar. Quas managing his Gnar bar just right, getting the rage maxed right before that, gives him the dragon, a bunch of kills, and the Baron. Team Liquid can control the game.
So big.
Yeah, look at that. He's already had it in the right spot, lands his spells to get it up just right. The hook means he's going to be hitting Mega Gnar, and TDK's, oh no, at this point. 4-man Gnar ultimate with Bishu in the back, and Bishu couldn't get the right soldier auto attack off because he's just hitting Quas, who's the tankiest person on the team.
That's so much crazy damage.
That was the ideal team fight for Team Liquid.
Yep, we were talking about what TDKs would need to be. No, sir. It comes up for Team Liquid. Good hook into a Tibbers, into the Cassio, into the Gnar. Not much you can do about that if you're not going to move for the next 5 or 6 seconds. So now TDK know what they are up against and know how hard it's going to be.
Stay away from Quas.
Yeah, to actually get back in this game. That's not the first time he's had 3-man ultimate. He did it right in the beginning of the game we saw as he came down. Big things for Team Liquid. Let's see if they finally put their foot down. We did know of them to take a little bit of time. It's not that they didn't know how to end the game. It's that they play it very safe at this point and make sure they don't make any mistakes on the way in. But that also causes some problems sometime. I think they'll be all right versus the AP heavy team with TDK here, as we've been saying before. So another start to the split with wins for Team Liquid. Be very nice for them.
That's the hope. 5,000 gold lead now with Baron. Basically, they're trying to get side wave control right now. Quas does have his teleport, so if TDK decided to initiate, he'd be able to teleport in the backside. Have to make sure to show some respect, although now with the death sentence down, you can see Team Liquid can just start hitting it straight away. The actual initiation from TDK is extremely limited when you compare it with Team Liquid, who can go Annie or Gnar or Gragas to really go in there. It's pretty much just a nice death sentence or a flank from Rek'Sai.
This gets difficult now. You start to spread out TDK thin. Quas probably going to need more than one person here in the top lane, as you can see. Seraph overheats, even trying to clear the wave, but this means Team Liquid now won the 5v5, or easily going to win the 5v4 or 4v4 if it even happens, and they take down 2 turrets across the board.
Yeah, you could call Baron. This team now gets all the inner turrets, because as far as having a slight lead, those inner turrets with Baron minions are very hard to defend. You don't have the potential to wave clear, and you get trapped in that turret for so long that those flanks that Owl Dominate just came through create too big of a threat for team fights.
Yeah.
And at this point in the game, there's usually someone tanky enough armor-wise to take the hits from those inner turrets. Therefore, Team Liquid runs a clean sweep. Now 6 turrets.
6 turrets across. They're looking at finally knocking on the front door here of TDK's base. Team Dragon Knights first game in the LCS. Definitely able to come out strong off the back of Kez. A good initiation to the bot lane. Really, I think you kind of nailed it, whereas Piglet and Xpecial were kind of feeling, yeah, we can take these guys. And then that kind of mentality righted itself, and you haven't seen Team Liquid take those scary, scary chances anymore. So TDK had a good idea, but it wasn't one that could last against this team, Team Liquid. It's all right, I guess it doesn't have to. There's sub-squad. These are kind of throwaway strats.
You're always trying to. Yeah, so Bishu had that nice solo kill at the start. Phoenix, though, controlled it after that.
He did.
Team Liquid
60
now.
CS there.
Their Baron buff is off, so at this point, they're just kind of waiting on the timers for the next Dragon, the next Baron. Obviously, Quas has had a very impressive showing on Gnar. Expect many more Gnar picks for him throughout the split, I would say.
This is going to be finally the game where Quas almost carries from the top lane, and then they win. We had the games where he's on Fizz, and he's like 10-1 and 9, and then somehow Team Liquid ends up actually losing those games. I think Gnar serves a better purpose here. Yeah.
That ended up happening a fair bit to Team Liquid in the past, where Quas would have a very good game, but the rest of the team would be incredibly struggling. Or even Team Liquid's had these issues throughout the split where one player would have a good game and then everyone else would have a poor game. And it was very rare that Team Liquid would find the right combination of everyone having a good game.
Yeah.
This obviously isn't the test against the newest team to the LCS also playing with substitutes, but it can always be some type of confidence builder, more stage experience.
Yeah.
Piglet and Phoenix more well integrated into the team. And also avoiding the tilt, because Phoenix gets solo killed by Bichu. Piglet and Xpecial died at ganks early on by playing over-aggressive.
We've heard there's tilt in those lanes.
You can see that there's tilt. There's potential tilt from those. Piglet giving up first blood in a game against a sub-squad who was not meriting any respect from their laning phase.
Right.
But they've been able to recover quite well.
That's the kind of training and the learning, and that education that they have gotten together being a bottom lane. And now the trust that creates no silence between them. I'm sure there's a lot more communication between Team Liquid than there was last split. A lot more assurance as well in those calls. There's another Dragon going over to the team, number 3. So they put 4 in the minds right now of TDK. A little bit of pressure starts to come from that, but if there wasn't already enough already. Team Liquid's really getting a good way with this game. 59,000. Coming up on 50K actually for TDK, so they have about an 8K lead. and Team Liquid. Already pressured with one Baron. Use it nicely to take the outer turrets. I don't think it's going to be much longer before they can get to the inhibitors.
Yep, they're pretty much just waiting on the next Baron, which will be in a minute. At that point, methodical here by Team Liquid.
I think maybe.
Yeah,
go ahead.
there's not much left for TDK to do because we talked about earlier on, they're kind of all in with that earlier strategy. Let's just all pick things that we're good at. If they can get ahead, they could have beaten Team Liquid to the big ticket magic resist items. But I mean, Banshee's Veil plus another Spectre's Cow. The Locket was very early on before I will dominate. The lifesteal has been pocketed by Piglet on 2 different items, so unless he's completely bursted out, which honestly, even though TDK has a lot of magic damage, it's all sustained magic damage. So no real burst there to take down a Bloodthirster shield.
Can't really nuke someone.
Team Liquid has built their items just right to counter the one-dimensional team comp from TDK.
Looking down the board for TDK, if they've been able to put anything else in there, not even Latman with that Blade of the Rune King as well for his Corki. Now heading back towards the Baron. We will see what happens. Baby has that Elixir of Iron, so he's a big baby. See if he drinks that one down for this fight. 35 minutes on the clock. TDK is being pressured into this. Quas again, almost with a perfect bar, ready to gnaw out, and he gets activated actually by that Rumble ultimate. They are flying right through. He tries to throw everybody against the wall, and it looks like TDK is kind of able to spread this fight. But now that they leave it, they don't have enough HP to get where they want. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, possibly a 4th here coming in, looking for the pentakill for Piglet. He's going to find Latman. Latman hops over the wall to not give it to him, and Piglet wants it. He has eyes on the prize, and he is heading down the lane. Nobody else is going to be able to cut this off, and there is just too much distance. No Penta.
He couldn't go for him. That was actually a really bold move there by Team Liquid. They knew they had the Callista Rend for the finish, and you could see how ready they were for TDK when they inevitably try to go in and stop them. The instant they throw down the Equalizer, Team Liquid peels off. Phoenix basically sacrifices himself for the greater good. They get the Baron, they win the team fight thanks to the Giant Gnar ultimate, and they nearly gave Piglet a pentakill.
That was close.
That was like Callista's dream right there. When you see all these low health targets and your Hurricane Callista, one of the best chasing and finishing AD carries in the game, just hops to safety again and again.
It's very likely that'll never happen for him in that way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just too perfect.
Watching this fight, again, TDK contests an objective near a wall, unfortunately. Double hop in from Quas, then he flashes back to make sure he gets the right angle. Stuns the majority of them. Bishu has to flash out so he can't keep his soldiers auto-attacking. Pretty good wall placement there from Bishu, but then look at that. He even put the Fate's Call for X Special, who manned up and went in with about 100 health for the mini knockup because he knew Piglet would take him out. And then he burned heal because he wanted to chase for the Penta. Couldn't quite get it though.
At that point, you go all out. As hard as you want.
Of course, man. Pentakills still count in the LCS.
I hope they do. That's quite a bit of points. So, the bait. I think he sold it. Did he eat it? Because he didn't eat it during the fight. Oh, he ate it after the fight. Oh, unfortunate. Baby's elixir was not used during the fight. I don't know if it would have helped very much. It's not like he's dodging or rather blocking any skill shots for people. They're just doing what they can to try and get a few of these Team Liquid members to fall in their favor. TDK having a rough first game here, but it is the sub squad. And kind of where it should be getting rough, right? The beginning of the game is kind of individual calls and how they work. But once the team aspect comes out, you can see where the subs start to hurt that play.
Kind of an expected game from these guys. Decent laning phase because we know that's one thing about the mechanical skill and laning phase of a lot of these players. They're all very good, but you can really then get to see where teams differentiate themselves, even if they have a few kills that drop by the wayside. The way Team Liquid can then ward around the map, take objectives properly, know the right team fights, time their teleports together. All the intangibles are really what would make a pro team different than an amateur one.
As I was saying before, when I was rewatching the C9 TSM finals, it was almost like the beginning is a rinse and repeat, that the guys know so much. Watching the lane swap, we're going to take yours, this will happen, and then the game spreads out once you get into the mid. If you didn't make a mistake during those lane swaps, we're good to go, right? It was the gentleman's agreement that we all took each other's jungle, went top and bottom. But here, TDK can't really get to that point. They haven't been in that experience enough to recall on it. So the mistakes come a little too early, and that's where Team Liquid really flourished. Now towards the bottom lane could be an equalizer right across.
Yeah.
But nah, Seraph shows himself.
Third inhibitor pressure. Azir could probably defend this one. No Baroned up minions. Unless Team Liquid wants to get really aggressive, or they just have to wait for the 2 waves of super minis to push in, which will pull a defender back from TDK. And yeah, I'm going to be interested actually just on a side note, as Team Liquid pushes in for the Nexus. The way level 1s evolved throughout this NALCS split, because I feel like they almost got a little inbred towards the end of last year, where they were just kind of accepting what should be done because that's what everyone had been doing.
Right.
And there should be some more exploration this year, especially after experiencing MSI. Here we go.
Oh, Quas throwing back Baby into the wall. That was his ultimate, and it looks like they may have enough to clean the fight up. Phoenix tries to keep Team Liquid towards the bottom half of this inhibitor, and they're getting some good damage back from TDK. Xpecial goes a little too close. One last hit. That's going to be the slow coming in from Seraph, and they are able to finalize it. And Team Liquid falters on their last inhibitor attack here, with 2 others being down. They could have just waited for minions.
Yeah, a Deathcap Void Staff is here right there. Did a bunch of damage because he was able to stand there and get his auto attacks off from the soldiers.
The fights go long.
Yeah, despite the MR, you can see there's not a huge amount of magic resist stacking, at least for that fight, outside of Quas. So he was hitting the other guys. Kill them all. He didn't get credit, though. He only has 1 kill still.
Let's see that again. Quas is already a little deep, and they just kind of take Baby walking in here.
They're actually doing this on a 5v5. As you said, Team Liquid could have just waited a little bit longer, and this could have easily been a 4v5. They end up sitting on an equalizer right there, and then look at the Emperor's Divide come in. It's always hard to see these Azir Sand Soldiers, but he moves 3 of them into the center of Team Liquid right there.
Yeah.
And look at those 2 full attacks on a Xpecial.
Just nailing these guys.
Yeah, continues it on.
So 1 has been thwarted. It's good that Team Liquid has these other inhibitors down for their attacks, because this would be the point where you kind of hold your breath and you're like, well, if that happens a few more times, guys, we're in trouble. Right now, they should still be all right with the amount of damage they have done so far to TDK's base. Have another inhibitor to work with, however, so they're just going to be waiting for these minions and possibly that 1 minute on Baron. Dragon number 5, that wouldn't suck either. It's going to be pretty close for these guys.
Definitely would not suck. Very offensive build from Quas as well. Black Cleaver is his last offensive item.
Okay,
Quas. Three pseudo tank / offensive items there in Mallet, Maw, and Cleaver. Cleaver is one of the best items you can get on Gnar. Just the way he'll train you down with the Frozen Mallet, getting physical damage out with his autos and his boomerang. He can very quickly shred you out of your armor. Then he'll transform and just destroy you in Mega Gnar. Great Gnar build when you're ahead like Quas to have that many offensive items.
I would say he might have near the most damage in the game on this one, obviously with his kills, but by the end, I don't know if Phoenix is going to be able to top him.
Yeah.
we'll see.
Or even how much has Piglet been doing. It'll be an interesting
that's
to
true.
check out.
I didn't even look at Piglet's score. Piglet could be surpassing him with that Ren damage. We'll see. 43 minutes in. Kaz quite tanky now. We did say he went for that Cinder. Now he's going to be trying to be the wall the team needs here. We're looking at level 18 Phoenix, level 17 Bishu. As Team Liquid's going to try and take this one out. Quas should be tanky enough that Piglet uses this Bloodthirster to keep himself healthy as well. I don't know if they wanted that back and forth fight. They're going to be able to go right for Piglet. He goes Rend onto Baron, so he gets it for the team no matter what. And it looks like they're going to be able to spread pretty well here. Still looking to see where he went. And Piglet is now onto Kez. Piglet's now onto Baby. Takes him down. That's actually going to be Dominate's kill, as double kill coming in for Piglet beforehand, and they are just going to keep pushing forward. The turrets, we haven't even seen that much from Bishu's Azir. Usually those are set up for a good amount of defense, but they haven't been able to stop these fights, and immediately a teleport coming in from Quas from the base, and they're going to go for the win.
Yeah, again, great timing there by Quas with his Narpar. Oh, the Piglet laugh right at the end. 9-1 kills, because basically as soon as the Baron was going to go down, Quas was going to be hitting Mega Gnar, so he's going to have it for the fight if it's contested anyway. Nice finish there. Took a little longer for Team Liquid.
Took a little longer indeed. A bit of a falter there at the end as they got a little too excited for the first win of the split, but they do find a smile on Dominate's face there as Team Liquid takes down Team Dragon Knights for their first win.
So, Cloud9 and Team Liquid, the 2 victors in our first 2 games right here.
First place.
Expected victory, yeah, tied first. We did it. Team Liquid trying to improve on their 3rd place finish from last year. You can see TDK tried. They had a lot of magic damage in their team comp. Very little incentive for Team Liquid to itemize any armor. So once the locket was completed by I Will Dominate and the team play and team fights could start, Team Liquid did a nice job. Also, I Will Dominate. Different skill order on Gragas. I liked it in this particular game. Maxing his Drunken Rage instead of his barrel roll. W over Q. Surprised some people with his damage early on in the game. How's the damage looking?
The damage was won by Piglet, but Quas did beat Phoenix. So the war in my head on that one is all right. It was about 20,000 for Gnar and 16.5 for Cassiopeia. But yeah, Kalista did 30K. All by himself, Piglet with the near pentakill in our 2nd game of the NALCS Summer Split. But Latman, Latman, had to run away. I would have too. I'm not going to be that guy that gives Piglet a pentakill in the 2nd day, or the 2nd game.
Especially after Piglet laughs after acing you at the end of the game.
The BM.
No way. No way you're going to do that guy.
BM. So, again, a team with a victory with definite things to look at. That early part of the game. I think those are easier fixes, though, than what we saw between the Cloud9 and TSM game. I think it was a little more mental. As you're saying, I didn't want to use the word, but it was disrespect for them in that bottom lane. They did not respect what TDK was bringing to the table, and they paid for it a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in this game. I mean, Team Liquid, a little bit overconfident right at the start of this one, but afterwards, they regained their composure.
They did.
And Piglet almost got a pentakill. 9 kills in his first game. If we think back to last year, as far as how many games it took him to get to 9 kills, that was like week 4 of him playing.
Yeah.
But he got him in the first game here, so a much better start for Piglet.
Boom, he doesn't have to play for the next 4 weeks. For more on that game, we're going to throw it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And, I have to be honest, we did not expect to see TDK do as well as they did with this sub-roster here at the beginning of the game. We saw some great pressure bot lane in securing that kill against Piglet and Xpecial, as well as a lot of LCS big plays being called out for Bishu in the mid lane. At Hero X Stunner writes, that Bishu play earlier in mid was amazing, baiting the ultimate too. So we're going to roll that clip for you guys right now.
71%. Oh, what a nice Emperor's Divide! One last hit! Bishu says thank you very much.
Dude, TDK have Alex Siege, now Bishu, all these mid lane substitutes always working out just in range for the knock-up. Knocks him back right away.
Nice little outplay there. Phoenix did follow a bit too closely, but a nice capitalization there by Bishu. Also really nervous when you make a play like that and he burns his flash. Probably could have gotten away with it with just turning his back, but really, really great outplay.
Yeah, so essentially, it's nice to have seen these guys come in, as a sub squad and have the confidence to make plays like this. That's what you want to see when you only have a limited number of games on this LAN stage, is really come out, make a name for yourself, put pressure on the other team. And we saw it kind of take, Team Liquid off guard and put them a little off kilter for a good portion of this game before they were able to wrestle control out of them.
Yeah, it's kind of what Jat likes to say, where they're playing with house money at that point, right? They're like, all right, we're playing in the LCS, we're getting this experience, let's go hard. Last time CLG had a sub squad, I think they got first blood every game they played in, right? Because they're just going hard, they're making these early plays, and then when they get out strategized later on in the game, that's the problem that they run into. So they're getting these early game leads, and it's good to see that, right? I'm glad that Bishu was able to do that and not play passively. But Kez, the guy who is on TDK as a permanent resident, is making more early game moves than we saw when he was on Complexity. He wasn't just like, all right, 80 minutes the dream, we're going to go and gank bottom, we're going to apply pressure to this map, and we're going to start getting the game snowballing in our favor. It didn't work out later on because top lane got out of control, but it's good to see that from him.
Well, and that's where I do want to look next, is the longer-standing members of TDK in Seraph and Kez. You've already brought up Kez and his ability to shot call around the map, have presence in all of the lanes. Unfortunately, Gnar did pick up 3 early kills, so when he did show up top lane, it was to no avail. But I think that is a good sign for them that one of their big veterans in Kez is already, even with his not normal roster behind him, really moving around the map.
Yeah, there are so many options open for Kez in this game because he has 2 solo lanes that are very evenly matched. These are skill matchups, both Gnar versus Rumble and Phoenix,
versus
versus Cassio. And then he's got this bottom lane where they're playing very aggressively. You know, Piglet's very, very far up in the lane, and he wanted to punish that as well. So many choices. He was able to make one of them work. But as you said, once Gnar gets out of hand, that is the one champion on Team Liquid, the main champion that's going to crush you because they do have so much magic damage.
I was going to say, when you look at the itemization there, the amount of magic resist that came in for Quas was absolutely ridiculous, allowed him to tank up ridiculously in fights.
Yeah, after he got those 3 kills, he had the Hex Drinker on top of the Spectre's Cowl, and that was enough magic resist for him to survive everybody on the team. And he got Ninja Tabi because the only physical damage he's going to be taking is Corki auto attacks for the most part. Everything else he does is pretty much magic and just stack that resistance. So that was a compositional error by TDK.
It's such a great feeling when you can build for your lane phase and it's the same thing that you need to build for the team fight. You're just like, I don't even have to make any choices here. Yeah.
Right. There's one decision tree, just one long decision tree. Let's take a moment to hop into our replay. We're going to go 27 minutes into the game. Kobe, I'm going to let you take this one away. Ends up being a 4-0 for Team Liquid. This is kind of where the game blew open.
Yeah, this is the team fight that made the game. Well,
we're going to pull it up.
I hit myself there. The teams right now are actually extremely close. Very, very close in gold. So let's roll through the clip here and we'll see this is the dragon fight that decides the entire game. All right, so stacking up the Rend, you know that Kallista's probably going to get it. The hook onto Quas. This is the perfect team fight for Team Liquid. His Gnar is already charged up. You're basically pulling him in exactly where he wants to be anyway. And then they followed up so well with Dominate with his Gragas ultimate, right into Phoenix as well with the Kallista ultimate. Perfect execution after they were set up so nicely to get that giant Gnar ultimate. After that, it's very easy for them to just finish out the team fight.
And Liquid kept their threats in different positions, so the Rumble ulti only goes across Piglet, and Phoenix can do whatever he wants on the side. It was really well played, just positionally and in execution.
Right, the layering of the CC there, Annie into Gnar, into Cassio ult. I mean, from there, it did seem like just kind of another day at the office for Team Liquid once they finally had their legs underneath them.
Well, when you win that fight, you get Dragon, you get Baron, and then they use the Baron to get
3 turrets.
Three turrets?
Yeah,
all the outers.
That's a pretty big swing.
Exactly. So anyway, well played for Team Liquid. They do start off with a win, as much as it was probably expected for them. We are going to step away for just a moment, but when we come back, we'll check in on the conversation taking place on Twitter. So for any of you procrastinators out there, hurry up and get those answers in. After that, it's back onto the Rift for Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. So stay with us.
All right, no one expects us to win today, but we can definitely win. So let's do this.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Easy.
Easy wins, boys.
Easy.
71%. Oh, what a nice Emperor's Divide. One last hit.
On the back, back. Cat back. All right, we can go hard here. I'm gonna E-flash. We can ban here. Ban.
That's going to be 1, 2, 3, possibly a 4th here coming in, looking for the pentakill for Piglet. He's going to find Labman.
Cassio flashing, Cassio flash. Kill Cassio. Kallista's right there. We should peel back. Hit the front line.
I'm out. Okay. Back off.
Back.
Back for now.
Kalista has no ult. And no flash. Nice.
Team Liquid takes down Team Dragon Knights for the first win.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to jump into our next match, CLG versus Team Dignitas. But first, we want to see which roster changes have you excited this split. First, we have at Cartho Nasty, who writes, I'm excited to see how CLG utilizes 2 mid laners. Who gets the start? Do they switch between games or between weeks? Only time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, whichever one they do end up going with, there's the saying, competition breeds excellence, right? So both these guys competing with each other, the hope is that they push each other to greater levels.
Right, and then the idea that having 2 mid laners, if they do specialize in different things, might put pressure on other teams. Our next one comes from @Zero, who says all tech to gravity. Playing with Bunny Fufu could make for one of the deadliest bot lanes in NA with their hyper aggression.
Yeah, back when Bunny Fufu was with Cop, they kind of balanced each other out, right? It's like, go in, no, I don't want to go in. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with that entire team, because Bunny, I hear he's stepping up as the shot caller lately, and they're trying some things out. So that's going to be very interesting to keep an eye on.
Well, lucky for them, Cop is still around. Maybe under the tutelage of Cop, Alltech will, that bot lane they might temper him a little bit. Well, keep those answers coming our way. We're at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. But now let's shift gears and talk about our next game, Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. Now, last split, CLG had a good regular season, but they fell apart as they approached the finish line. Now, the team's owner, Hotshot GG, was very vocal that he would be willing to make big changes, but didn't go as far as some were expecting.
Well, the first change they made was Link is out from the mid lane, and they brought in Pobelter and Huhi to take the place of that. And Huhi, he's currently in Korea right now, resolving some visa issues. So Pobelter is in for this week. And the thing that you were talking about, where if they specialize in different champions between Pobelter and Huhi, they don't at the moment. And they have very similar play styles, and I give the edge in terms of just laning to Pobelter. So right now, I can't think of a scenario where you would use Huhi over Pobelter, but right now, maybe things will change in the future, but Pobelter's on stage.
I have heard a lot of good things about Huhi, but yeah, right now, definitely going to be Pobelter because he's not here.
It makes the decision easy for week 1, so there's the answer to that. But they also have some changes in the coaching staff.
True. They brought in a new head coach, CLG. They have had a lot of problems with coaching, throughout the organization's history. Their new head coach is focused on, more of the team environment. This guy on your screen, this is Zixlow. This guy has been with the team for an entire year. He was the analyst. Now they're moving him up to be the strategic coach, I think they dubbed the title. Basically, he's going to be an empowered analyst, and he's also going to be up there for the picks and bans. Still going to play a very important part for the team, as far as researching strategies and doing pick bans and all that sorts of stuff. Now, another thing I think is really important for the new coach that they're bringing in, this Blurred Limes guy, is managing these teenagers, especially since they do have the 2 mid laners that are competing for one spot. You have to manage that very closely because you want them to push each other, but you don't want them to get to the point where they're hiding things from the other mid laners so that I get to be the starter this week. And you want them to work together. They're on the same team. Push each other, but you're still on the same side.
Right. It definitely will be interesting to watch the organization explore having 2 people for one role. Now, for Team Dignitas, they are back after successfully defending their spot in the LCS against Fusion in 5 games. But despite the disappointing finish last split and being forced to fight in the promotion tournament, the team did not make any off-season changes.
Yeah, Team Dignitas, I mean, Odie especially, has been an owner that's had that philosophy that the sum of the team is definitely greater than just the individuals. He really likes to keep team together just to try and build up synergy and try and build up the camaraderie, the team atmosphere. He feels like that's a very important component, and there's a very high cost to roster swaps and switching people out. So he said very vocally he's not a big fan of doing it. If they do a roster swap, it's because he absolutely thinks it's necessary.
Yeah, they've had time to work on it now at this point. And Zingy's no longer the new guy. He is the jungler of Dignitas, and he's had time to synergize with top lane, bottom lane, mid lane. So right now, what do they bring to this game that's going to be different? Because it was very disappointing when they got taken to 5 games by Fusion, and Kiwi Kid had to pull a 5-man Alistar ultimate Q out of his butt.
His
bungus.
They took it down to the line there, right? This is a team that, sort of barely qualified and got back in. So that's why people are surprised that they're keeping the same roster. They're hoping that they can build on it, though.
Yeah. All right, well, we're about to find out. Now, we're going to send it over to our casters for the play-by-play. As we go, Zion Spartan shares with us how the team has been adjusting to Pobelter taking over the mid lane.
With the change to Pobelter in the mid lane, that makes like a huge change to our team and our team dynamic because Link was like the main shot caller and he did all of that before. So now we're having like shifts in shot calling and we have like a different kind of player mid lane, and you know there's that whole new player infusion that kind of like boosts the whole team morale. But I just think there's a lot of changes besides just the one player change in terms of how we play as a team a little bit, and it's definitely gonna like affect how well we're gonna play. But I think it's gonna be changes for the better in the long run.
So a lot of changes, not all really quantifiable at the moment, but they know that if it's not just mentally, there's more there.
Yeah, they're just going to try and play it out, right? They need more practice with each other, more stage experience with Pobelter in there, and Pobelter definitely the man for game 1.
Yep, indeed. Let's see how this plays out now with Pobelter mid lane for Counter Logic Gaming on the blue side. It is Zion Spartan in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Double Lift AD carry, and Alfromu at support.
And on the red side, of course, the same 5 as last split. It is Team Dignitas. Gamsu in the top lane, Zingy in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, Core JJ on AD carry, and of course Kiwi Kid on support.
A squad definitely looking to put up some better numbers this season and really prove themselves for how far they've come here.
Yeah, I mean, the analyst desk was talking about it too. Like, this Dignitas team could actually be pretty good this split, right? They had a very poor showing last split, but that was a lot of volatility in the jungle position. Remember, Crumbs started the split. He stepped down. Then Zingy was their second replacement that they ended up finding because they had Cloud and Wind for a little while. And now they've had an offseason. They also didn't have a coach for the majority of the spring split, so they have Rico in there now, a former Fnatic coach, a very qualified coach for this team.
Absolutely.
And there's obviously something there. Otherwise, they would have made a roster change in the offseason if they weren't looking to give this roster another go.
Well, they will give it another go, and we're going to see it right here. I actually love Gamsu's glasses, just to say. And we start this one off. Thresh, Rek'Sai, and Agragas being banned out here. I think everybody's wearing glasses right now. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Oh, no coaches.
Could be wrong about this, but it looked like Gamsu's glasses were very similar to Hooney's new glasses.
Ooh.
Something about Korean top laners in LCS.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, Zion will be able to participate in the glasses war versus Gamsu in the top lane.
Yeah, Jarvan ban actually is pretty interesting. Gamsu's top lane Jarvan was devastating.
Yeah.
All the way back in the promotion tournament, and we get a Bard ban. People ban Afromu's Bard so much. You ban one support, he's going to first pick another one. Alistar's locked in.
Yep. We got to remember how big a factor that Alistar was for Kiwi Kid to get this team back in the LCS as well during their, let's say, promotion tournament. Or stay-in tournament, if you will, for them. And they will lock in themselves. Core JJ going for the Kalista, and Zingy decides to go with that Sejuani. He's also been able to play that Jarvan as well. So that was a good ban there by CLG.
Yeah. Interesting right here. Oh, wow. Smithy goes with the Lee Sin. So the two big-time junglers banned out, Gragas and Rek'Sai. Right. And now we have Team Dignitas going with the teamfight jungler, and CLG almost going back to their bread and butter, an early pressure jungler for Xmithy. Not what most teams have been finding success with lately, but Lee Sin always finds a way to come back. One thing I do want to talk about as well is the Ashe lock-in right here. Ashe, fairly successful in the European LCS, obviously had that big rework, but a lot of the power that Ashe used to have would have been in the gold generation you could get from the Hawkshot.
Yep.
That's gone, and a lot of the power has been deferred into Ashe's early game. So the laning phase of Ashe vs. Kalista is actually really strong for the Ashe, and that could be what CLG is picking it for.
Double Lift does like to be aggressive in that laning phase, whatever can get him to a safe mid-game of farming. The team can do whatever they want if they want to fight. Looks like could have Shifter's Azir. We've known Shifter not to be super explosive in the laning phase, can sometimes fall behind, but it's about the team fights for him and cleaning up. That's what you can do on Azir. Yeah. Hopefully they can do with the rest of this composition.
And no bans at Kiwi Kid's Annie. That is his champion. Yeah, they got rid of the Alistar, which Kiwi Kid did great with in the promotion tournament. Afromu's Alistar is great as well. But the Annie is the playmaker for Team Dignitas, and it creates openings in team fights if he can get that going. I mean, it takes a lot of pressure off of Zingy to land great glacial prisons if Kiwi Kid's always starting it with the Flash Tibbers. So the team fighting that Dignitas is putting together from a team comp perspective is quite strong.
Quite strong indeed. So far, either a bit of an engage or headbutt disengage if they want. A lot of things can throw people around or freeze you up right now, and a whole team to lock you down, so a Kog'Maw can be spitting in your face. It looks like Pobelter will be locking that in for the first time around.
All right, so a tank team, Ash, and the long-range poking there from CLG. A lot of early pressure from all the lanes except the mid lane, where I guess Pobelter will be that late-game insurance,
Absolutely.
so to speak.
We even saw falling behind. It still works from Incarnation earlier. If that Kog'Maw can't do what it needs to in the laning phase, it'll still hurt in the fight phase. Could be a Gnar here coming in for Gamsu as Dignitas rounds out their composition for their first game in the LCS. It's going to be against Counter Logic Gaming, two long-standing teams with quite changing rosters throughout the past year or so. Maybe that Hecarim towards the top lane, a safe, strong lane that could provide some aggro, but you can get the same out of this Gnar, which is why it is being flopped back and forth.
Yeah, trying to decide. This can give them much more bottom lane ganking threat, especially against an immobile AD carry like Ash for Doublelift. A lot of stuff is going to be able to single him out and go for him, which means the rest of CLG will have to pick up the slack behind him if Doublelift gets focused.
Well, we will see. Core JJ may want to go aggressive here with Kiwi Kid. Like to see how Zion Spartan and Gamsu handle it if we get the lane swap coming into this one. It's going to be difficult for both of them if they just have to kind of go around with Xmithie and a Zingy. Also looking at those two junglers too that didn't exactly make an impact for their teams last year, maybe trying to do so this year. Xmithie kind of had a bit of a falter at the end of the season, and a Zingy as well. Kind of looking for him to really bloom.
Yeah. CLG still confident in Xmithie's mechanics.
Yep.
Standing
Kept him on
behind
the
their
team.
jungler despite a ton of community criticism at his play in the playoffs. Zeke Slow as well doing pick spans for them right
Absolutely.
here.
Well, the coaches are ready. That means the players are more than ready to get on the Rift, and we're going to be heading into Game 3 soon. So start sharing your picks for this match on Twitter. Send hashtag CLGWin or hashtag DIGWin to @LOL Esports as usual, and you'll be seeing how your vote counts in just a little bit at the bottom of the screen as we get into this third firefight going on in the day. The North American LCS Summer Split Game 3 here for 2015 going live. And it is going to be CLG versus Team Dignitas. We'll see what Pobelter has in the mid lane for CLG and what Dignitas has done during the break to make this a better team.
Yeah, and speak back to Team Dignitas a little bit as well. Gamsu and Core JJ plus Kiwi Kid in the laning phase were actually really strong throughout a lot of the LCS split. It's just they couldn't ever really quite bring the team play together. So that's basically what I'm going to be looking for here.
Yeah.
Does Team Dignitas still have those strengths in the laning phase? And how well can a Zingy work with the rest of the team now, especially when he's in this mismatched early game power jungle matchup against a very aggressive Lee Sin and Xmithie, while Zingy tries to farm up until 6.
Ooh, Gamsu, some nice dodges there, making sure he doesn't get hit by anything, but they have the vision. Afromu gives a little laugh on the cow. So everybody's going to get their deep wards that they want this game. It's all about how that actually is played out. That'll be seen, and it will see anybody. Same with that one. We have seen that people can sneak by if you don't place it deep enough. You try to hide your ward, but teams just give up on that. Nobody's going to be taking it out by the time it gets there.
Yeah, this is the early game deep warding that you would expect that we didn't see in the TSM Cloud9 game. TSM Cloud9 game, they let one team do it, and then Cloud9 didn't sneak in the backside. Here, Dignitas takes the bottom side of the map. COD takes the top side of the map, and this is the COG game, honestly. When they were near the top of the North American LCS standings throughout pretty much the entire spring split until they collapsed down the stretch, they were out lane swapping people and beating them that way. So it makes sense that they want to do a lane swap game here.
Very true. It was usually that Morgana that they would pick out in the early game. You can still get great ganks with an Alistar, no problem there. But it won't be the dark binding, so Aftermove taking a very tricky route to get these in. It'll be very interesting to watch.
Wow, they're taking
1, 2, 3
3 camps right away. So Xmithie's going to have to run straight down to his next jungle. This will be interesting, actually. I wonder if they're going to make a run. I was going to say, I wonder if Xmithie's going to make a run for his own red, but that would be far too dangerous because they're jungling to the strong side of the map for them, which is where their AD carry and their support is. Immediately, Kiwi Kid should actually go down and get some control in the red side jungle to prevent Xmithy from making it down there. And here we go. They're going first gank for Shifter.
Yeah, they may actually just do what you were saying, Jat, with the power of Zion Spartan and Xmithy as well, but they knew they would run into a bit of back and forth. However, this might give him the pressure for his red, or at least the 2v2. No, there's that power you're talking about of the duo bot lane. Here's Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, not with Alistair still sitting in the top lane.
That too.
I'm actually curious there. Even though Gamsu was near the gank in the mid lane, I don't think he was ever revealed. So Afro's actually just been waiting up in that top lane, toying with him, basically trying to fool Dignitas into thinking that it's just a solo Ashe up there, and then surprise Alistair in a brush for the last 3 minutes. But Afro's really playing a lot of League of Legends right now. Finally moving 2 minutes after sitting in the brush.
He was grazing. Give him a moment.
There we go.
Eating the grass out of the brush. So
he's revealed.
He is now revealed. Starting to use a few of those relics as well along the way. I think his first reveal was for that siege.
This is actually really important. Let's see how COG can pull off this lane swap timing. They want to catch Team Dignitas before they can get to the turret, because this is a giant wave crashing and Team Dignitas wants to collect it. But Team Dignitas is slow on this rotation, meaning if they try and make the run for it, they're going to die.
Oh. So it's a little antsy.
Huge
CLG
wave they're going to
gets what they want, right? And Dig misses that.
Oh, but now that they're revealed around the turret, this will be interesting. 3v4 in between the turrets.
What a game.
Yeah, it's all about how many CS COG can deny here at the turret. Team Dignitas wants to make the move up, but they don't want to risk the 4 members from COG right here. Meanwhile, CoreJJ is freezing, but it's not the same level of trade. That's a giant wave that COG has been able to deny, as well as a bunch of people's time.
Still looking for a little more out of this as well. Why not? The wards are there if you keep the pressure on. Make it hurt as much as possible. Zion Spartan backs. He is now teleporting to the bot lane, and CLG did get their swap. And that's what you were talking about before, Jat, trying to get the swaps in their favor, catch somebody in transit. Unfortunately, it didn't work that time. Back down to the bottom lane. Let's see CoreJJ match up with Zion Spartan here. Xmithy just grabbing crab control as he knows he's going to be on the backside of a Zingy somewhere. And that trouble be pretty nice. Looks like the smite has actually going over to Xmithy if he already grabbed that one.
Yep, going to try and deny him as much as possible. It's interesting seeing COG just kind of go back to exactly what they were winning with in the regular season.
No auto after. Volley didn't stick on Gamsu, so no crit there. But you're right, just to kind of push everything to the waist. It's weird that they went away from it, I think, in the first place as well. It worked for so long, and it was the way they won games single-handedly.
Yeah. Well, there were several, I'll call them novellas, written by CLG or former CLG members during the offseason. Tons of infighting, so a bunch of reading to do if anyone wants to know the inner workings of the CLG team. But we'll call it drama that happened online. So it's very interesting to me after reading all that the way CLG comes back is almost exactly the same as the way they were winning in the North American LCS spring split that they went away from in the playoffs. And then they're just like, you know what? Why did we ever change? We're just going to play these ways. Slightly different champions here. Kog'Maw mid, Ashe AD carry. But as far as the early game lane swapping game that they were so good at, they're just doing it again right here.
Pole Belter is that dynamic that now offers a little bit more aggression or unmeasured ability. Link would always get his roam on, get a few kills, but I see a Pole Belter, best set in A, doing that a little harder sometimes. And we'll see if it pays off for him. That was the switch they made. Like we said, they also have Huhi to put in that mid lane if they do decide to do so, but many think that Pole Belter has the higher skill cap there. 45 to 41 so far against Shifter, not too bad in the mid lane. We saw Incarnation take quite a beating and still do well. But staying even in CS is going to make this Kog'Maw hurt quite soon.
Yeah, this matchup in particular does actually favor Azir early. Azir can shove in early on and force Kog'Maw off a lot of CS. Once Kog'Maw gets level 6, he can start to equalize because then he can start shoving back. The fact that Pole Belter's okay in CS actually means he's winning that lane. Being up 4 is actually being up about 10 more than he's expected to be up. Well, yeah, he's supposed to be down, and he's actually up.
Right. So backing from both junglers. Looks like they will be able to get their Trailblazers just about readied up. We already see that Zingy is back into the jungle, but he hasn't been able to provide too much other than defense for the team so far. It looks like they're allowing CLG to kind of have this upper hand.
Yeah.
Maybe it's to stay safe. Just let him level. It's not hurting him too much.
Yeah, honestly, Zingy just wants to farm until 6.
Right.
And Xmithy hasn't done much to shut him down. They had the nice little lane rotation early. But beyond that, Zingy is out-experiencing the Lee Sin and still able to hand his blue buff off to the mid laner. Therefore, the Team Dignitas, let's hope we get a good team fight with a level 6 Annie and a level 6 Sejuani before Lee Sin can run them over, is working quite well.
Only a few bits of the early game when teams were walking back to their lanes and figure out where they were going. Did we see that aggression towards the middle? It seems like Dignitas has kind of gotten everything they wanted out of invading there. Now that we're matched up in the top lane, it's not duos, it's support and top laner versus Doublelift and Afromu now. We'll see what happens with Core JJ getting all this free farm to himself. He actually is down in CS with a little bit of aggression that he found there from Zion Spartan. So slow game right now for Dig, and they keep getting found out here from CLG, which is going to make everything they do just the right thing in these next few moments. If they can put these pieces in place, the ganks are going to be so much easier when you know where Zingy is.
Yeah, as long as they arrive beforehand, because I mean, Zingy has done it. He's made it to level 6 already. Not super early, but not tremendously far behind Xmithy. You can't really look at the clock in the game to judge that, because when you do lane swaps, oftentimes your experience is heavily delayed. Yeah, pretty subdued early game here from both teams, and that does favor Team Dignitas, at least a little bit. The Ashe and Kog'Maw have great late game scaling. It's really just Lee Sin who's not great late game. So overall, the team compositions, you could argue a couple different ways for which one is better late. Honestly, if Pobelter gets going enough and Doublelift gets his items, COG could actually have the better late game here, which might explain their relatively passive play despite having the Lee Sin.
It's all about that poke. We saw how much it hurt Incarnation when he couldn't get his blue, so hopefully that starts going over Pobelter soon. A lot of variables there for that mid lane Kog'Maw, so he can get to the late game safely, and you'll see if CLG can protect him. That's what people said they've learned about playing on CLG, is to protect people, mostly the AD carry, as it comes to be, but it could work all the way around. Putting on that Ranger shot, able to get a few extra bullets in there, and didn't have too much slow. So only a crit shot, couldn't get back to him again. And seeing that new Ashe go to work, and we'll see if Doublelift can put up some big numbers here as we get into the late game. Still waiting for this initiation that they have, whether it's Afromu to fly in, then an arrow, then more lockup from Zion Spartan. They have a lot of potential to keep somebody in place with this team.
Yeah. Good CC on both sides, actually, so we could end up getting some pretty bloody team fights.
You see Pobelter
being able to lock people down.
Afraid with that cleanse already, summoner spell. Shifter brought it as well. Both of them know it's going to be difficult in these fights to keep moving and keep away from the enemy.
Yeah. Have to touch on the CS at this point in the game as well. The thing that COG excelled at more than any other team wasn't necessarily just CS at 10. It was CS differential at 10 between the bottom and the top laners. That's usually what most teams have to do, is in a lane swap situation, is they sacrifice one for the other. But what COG would almost always tend to do is just do the trade straight up better. So COG is sort of sacrificing Zion Spartan's farm for Doublelifts, but the differential between Gamsu and Zion Spartan is almost 30 at this point, and Doublelift also has a differential. So as far as lane swap farm goes, COG's around plus 40 in overall gain in the first 11 minutes.
Very, very well played. We've heard Zion Spartan in interviews before saying it's a privilege to be able to get that CS. Now that he's in a 1v1 lane, I'm sure he's smiling ear to ear, as that privilege is quite easy for him. Also, awesome hawk shot by Doublelift, seeing that big wave build up in the top lane, saying this could be dangerous. I wonder if anybody's around us. And he actually finds a Zingy over at his Krugs. Very nicely done. Giving more information over to Smithy and the rest of the team to play this one easy. Also gives Zion time to get up here, make sure they don't have control over Dragon before CLG does. Perfect.
Haha. Got the ward. Interesting moment in the game here for sure. Looks like we're seeing both teams look at Dragon around the same time, as you were saying. So the top laners moving top lane with their teleport. COG not able to pull a huge advantage from the lane. So if they haven't been able to get any roam kills with Lee Sin and Alistair, which is somewhat disappointing by COG early game standards, meaning they're probably going to have to get some of their kills from a team fight, where if Kiwi Kid has his way and gets red initiation, may be fairly difficult for COG at this juncture. Although, of course, all COG really needs is a level 11 Kog'Maw with Luden's Echo, and then they can start the pre-fight poking forever.
Seems so far away, though. That first blue buff, never given to the midder. Well, Pobelter will get one soon. He'll be fine. We'll see what that tier actually is for him right now. 349 out of 750, so he's got an okay clip on that. And it shouldn't be too bad. Shifter trying to push that lane up. Looks like he's actually going to go grab his blue.
Here's Sejuani.
Safe.
Whoa!
Oh, indeed. Tibbers goes right down to double lift. He leaves Aframu there. He knows he will be all right, even with the Fate's Call. No problem. CLG is going to just walk out of this one with Rush Hour safe and sound.
Yeah, both summoners burned from Doublelift and from Kiwi Kid. I really liked what Aframu did there, using his Unbreakable Will and then walking forward so that Doublelift wouldn't get caught in the Glacial Prison. Means Alistair doesn't take much damage, and Doublelift hopefully gets to continue his farm.
Oh, Shifter finally gets his blue. Thought he would have to go down bottom lane to help with that little tussle back and forth. Another game, though, without kills coming into the early part here. Teams are very, very safe and measured as they come into these. Never really wanting to give anything up, maybe afraid of a bit of a mentality tilt that you'll find at the beginning of the season since you haven't played too much and you're really not in the flow. Who knows? There's a lot of variables as these teams come in. Oh, he flashed straight into it. This is where the CC gets piled on. And as I say, it's a tempered game. First blood comes from the Ash Arrow of Doublelift and the kill to Xmithy.
Flash sideways, man. The arrow's going to keep going in a straight line. It's not going to juke for you.
That moment when you wish Kiwi Kid could Fates Call you too?
Yeah.
Can't work.
Please help. That was just poor flash there by Core JJ. COG gets the kill. First blood ends up going to Xmithy. I'm sure COG would have liked to have that over on a Doublelift. But now that they've been able to pull a kill in the bot lane and get a turret, it's time for some crowd control.
Trying to see a little movement from Gamsu there. I thought he was hauling ass all the way down to Dragon. I thought it would be weird. They're down numbers, but he stays in the top lane. Looks like he was just putting a ward down towards Crab. Pobelter a little too antsy in the pantsy. He misses the last soldier. Zingy flashes over and just bops him on the head with the flail. Kathy in surprise will not hurt Shifter too bad. He stays in lane.
Yeah, nice knockback there by Shifter. Pobelter, as a Kog'Maw with the Luden's Echo, never has to get close enough for that to happen. But he was getting a little greedy with his CS, and Shifter did a very nice E-dash move where he queued as he was in the air for the extra extended range. Surprised Pobelter and ends up getting the kill.
The Banana's ear. Oh.
We need a great word for that.
We do. Banana's ear is pretty half-assed.
Banana's ear.
We'll come up with one. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Maybe Banana's ear is the best we'll ever do.
Maybe it is. We see a Zingy was just heading towards the top lane, trying to just be present in every lane for his team right now. And with that, he may have given up more pressure here than he wanted, but Kiwi Kid and Core JJ are on it, I think. Smithy's actually just taking these shots.
He really wants it. He's like, come on, guys, help me with Dragon. There is Sejuani ultimate up. Danger Dragon right here.
Aframu's ult back up again. They put Kiwi Kid into a bad spot. Fate's called out, and that's only for safety. You don't think he's going to be thrown back in. Oh, they threw Kiwi Kid backwards. Kind of saw the camera catch it there for action play, and it was the Dragon taken down. Went over to a Zingy. Very nicely done.
Yeah, so first Dragon for Team Dignitas. Yeah, the turret went down to the top lane, but not because of what was happening at the Dragon Pit. It's actually a big advantage when you can have the same number of investors in a Dragon fight, and one team gets it without suffering any real dangers as a result of having people there. So Team Dignitas down in gold thanks to the turrets, but that's mainly from the lane swap. The Dragon could maybe keep them in the game.
Not too much damage onto Pobelter just yet from those sand soldiers.
That global hawk shot, though.
Yeah, it's going to be paying off big. Look, Aframu moving in, easily able to place a ward without hesitation there, and then the rest of the team can move on that action instantly. They don't have to wait. They get a few hits onto the turret. That Hawkshot definitely being used to full effect here by Doublelift, if even only for a few bits of advantage. We have Gamsu, Zion Spartan back in the top lane. 1 level difference here. And that's going to be another ultimate that Gamsu does not have a level of that Zion Spartan's fighting with. Doublelift in the middle, the arrow's up, and he's waiting on the side to fire this off. Just wait for it.
Fog of War arrow.
Shifter.
Yep.
Oh! Ah!
Success! No, not really. They don't get any turret damage because of that.
Just missed the flights on the end of the arrow.
Yeah, so CLG does have the level 11 with Pobelter on the Ludens Echo, so they're trying to set up camp here in the mid lane. They just need to be able to successfully land some poke and get people off the turret. They did get Shifter off the turret, which you can see now, Team Dignitas even using their Rangers Trailblazer Smite to clear it off, which ends up being enough.
There we go.
Something about this Team Dignitas team, having Kiwi Kid on Annie creates just so much pressure because you know at any moment he'll go and make that initiation.
It's literally, if you didn't pay attention to any other flashes in the game but only his, I think you'd be all right. You have to know when it's up. He's going to dive on you. I think we've heard in his interviews before, like, yeah, I have mobility boots, I'm going in. That's not a good reason to go in.
Kiwi Kid will almost always be the first one to pull the trigger too. So that's why Annie is so good, since it's an almost unmissable ultimate. Flash to instant cast Tibbers, which creates the stun. And then everyone else will follow up after that.
Then instantly upgraded to distortion boots as well, so he can do it over and over and over again. 19 minutes on the clock and only a kill apiece between these two teams. And those are the junglers. Getting a little greedy here for themselves. That was a flash kill from a Zingy that was helping out Shifter and Pobelter in a 1v1 in mid lane. And we saw Xmithy himself help with that kill in the bottom lane after Doublelift was able to hit the arrow. So both fights have gone to somebody else off of not even their own fight. It's always been the counter engage that really came into play. So blue buff over to Shifter. I believe Pobelter just got his. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it while they were pressuring that mid turret. They just didn't have enough to relieve the pressure and come back. So we'll see how it works now that they can do-si-do with those blue buffs in mid lane.
Round 2.
Oh! Go forward in, I should say, out of his turret aggro into CLG's aggro, and that hurt.
Well, that's exactly what Shifter had already done to Pobelter. That was the window for the Banana's Ear move where he gets behind him and hits him back with the wall.
Right.
But as it comes, an arrow flies through. Just really unlucky timing there for Shifter, and it cost him his life and maybe 2 turrets.
Doublelift able to stay on that nicely. The next minion wave actually just falls in line, and they're able to take that. Like you said, 2 coming up for those kills as well. 4-0 in turrets, 2-1 in kills. Gamsu looking to put the first stamp down for what Dignitas has grabbed here on this map. And it looks like he'll get it. He might pay with his life if they decide to pursue all the way, but they have to know they have their own guys on the back heel here.
Yeah, 4 turrets to 0. The COG rotation's very strong right now.
Oh,
and
God.
he hasn't even been able to finish this turret. Still 4 turrets to 0. Wow.
No way. Oh, Afromu. Save the turret. It'll be down. They'll come back and they'll be able to hit it.
One
health. 1 health.
Anyone. Just blow on it.
I missed.
You have to be in the game.
They changed the screen.
Yeah.
No, I missed. That would have worked.
Oh, okay.
So Gamsu's back. Also with Ignite in that top lane. Wasn't able to use that throughout the entirety of his laning phase because he had Kiwi Kid there. And he was behind trying to recuperate that CS. Hopefully finalizes a few kills that will be pivotal for these upcoming fights, though. Haven't seen too much pressure from anybody but that first bit of a Zingy ganks.
Yeah. COG not giving windows for Team Dignitas to go after them. And now rotating for turret number 5. Gamsu not there. Will have to teleport in if he wants to stop this one.
Nope. Watch out. Grabbing a little
Why
aggro.
onto Afromu? That just doesn't make much sense.
Why onto Afromu? Indeed. He can just break that crowd control immediately, and they're onto a Zingy, making sure if the tank is dead, everybody else is going to pop immediately to this team, especially since Pobelter can start to living artillery the squishy targets on the outside now.
Of all the targets with flash tibbers up when defending a turret, the guy you can't kill because he's immediately going to break your CC and then take 70% reduced damage. COG really harassing down these turrets already from the Ludens poke, as well as having the Ash poke. These guys just siege monsters, and still Gamsu not teleporting in. This is an inhibitor turret going down.
6 turrets to 0.
22 minutes in, Jat. Absolutely crazy play. This happens when you have full map control. The pink wards are forward for CLG. The hawk shots were in the right spot. The arrows from the Fog of War doesn't let Dignitas engage from anywhere. And we'll see if Zion Spartan goes down here. Gamsu flies in, but he only has about 10% mana as he gets into the core of the fight. Can't do much from that point on. JJ out with Kiwi Kid on the backside as CLG still kind of just able to spit in that damage from long range.
Jeez, and then when Gamsu actually does teleport in, it's after he's shoved at the bottom lane, so still 0 turrets for them. Oh boy. AP Kog'Maw burst.
Oh, Shifter.
There's a lot of scary things happening right now.
Oh, he took... Shot right through the soldiers. right through the shields. Oh, he was too close.
Yeah, COG just took such heavy control of this game, mainly just by trusting in the power spike of the AP Kog'Maw right here. They pushed through so much. Team Dignitas could not find the right initiation. Look at that. Sejuani ultimate on his Zion Spartan, so the front line doing its job there for COG. Gamsu only ults one person back, the Afma who didn't have his ultimate, so he goes down. But COG sticking strong, knowing their compositional strengths, taking the turrets because of their early lane swapping supremacy, and just playing this game very well.
He tucked his tail in on that one. Oh, of course there's going to be more crowd control. Look at this team. You still have Arcane Smash as well. There it is. Slows him down a little bit more. And with Aphromu's cooldown, it's like you got a Malphite ulti coming in the next few seconds. Boom, boom if you need it, but you don't, because bang comes from Zion Spartan.
It's pretty remarkable that COG still hasn't given a turret up to Team Dignitas. That guy in the top lane's got 1 health. Gamsu keeps trying down that bottom lane, but now COG has control. Look at the giant minion waves in the top. With super minions, you're not going to push that down back. And COG just valiantly defended the bottom one, plus the dragon control for their first dragon into the game. Not their priority. Their priority has been turrets before anything else.
Oh, it's their first dragon. I was like, dragon number 1. That's right. They have actually just pushed too fast in this game for there to be that many dragons even spawned yet. So the second dragon of the game goes down. That's going to be coming up at about 30-40 for the next try in these teams, as they are both at 1-1. Really no advantage to come from that just yet. CLG is looking to grab that off of this next outer turret to drop the last one before the inhibitors are left. Slowly but surely. Another minion wave is quite far behind. Smithy actually looks like he wants to get behind this turret real quick. He's going to be seen out by Gamsu, though.
Yeah, this is a very potent siege. They already have super minions pushing in the back. Gamsu doesn't have his teleport up. CLG just knowing their power spike perfectly right now. They also have Aegis completed onto the Alistar, Frozen Heart, so they have the ore items required. Double item power spike for Doublelift as well. Like, everything is timing just right here for CLG, and they're just gonna wait for Dignitas to jump on them, or wait until they can get initiation. I mean, he's dead before he jumps in.
Gamsu died on the way in pretty much. They are able to grab Doublelift on the backside. Shifter gets his target. Now he's 1v1 Pole Belter, but it's only a few shots for Belter to take those kills for himself. And it actually goes over to Zion. They are making sure Pole Belter is not alone in these fights ever. And it helps to keep him alive as well. Only Doublelift goes down for CLG.
Still nice dive in there by Shifter to get it down. It's just not enough to save the turret. Not to mention they have a Nexus turret taking significant fire inside their base.
Still doing what they can. Dignitas' initiations look fantastic, but they all get shut down so quickly now due to the power of CLG. Gamsu's ults are right through the core of the team. Shifter can get where he wants, but they can't last long enough, unfortunately, at this point with the damage CLG has done. That inhibitor turret will stand, but not for too long here. It was 26 minutes in, and it's 8-3. About a 9,000 gold lead right now by CLG.
Yeah, taking another look at this one. Doublelift does end up getting hit a few times by the soldiers. Gamsu, you can see they're desperately just trying to get to the back line. And the back line is Doublelift and Pole Belter. Shifter gets right in on a Doublelift, finishes him off, but then he's actually dove beyond the range of anyone else on his team. There we didn't actually see Kiwi Kid get the anti-ultimates. He hasn't been on point with his anti-ultimates this game. One onto Alistar before. Look at that thing fly. Majestic.
Very nice. Good follow.
Meanwhile, everyone from Team Dignitas is just in the jungle.
CLG looking for the Baron grab. Pretty much just walking Dignitas into this section and taking what they want when they want it. I don't even know if they're going to get Dignitas to come out of the base, though. They may have to just go right for the win here. And they've done a great job. It wasn't exactly how they started. They did do the lane swaps, but they weren't worried about the picks. They were worried about what Dignitas did when they got to the lanes on the lane swap, and then they attacked. A little bit different, but all along the same. CLG getting what they want.
Aframu keeping the smiter away as best he can. Oh, man.
Can't smite if you're not in the pit. Very nice Ash Arrow to come through and lock down on that Baron smite. Smithy's going to go right by, almost hitting this. Knows he has the vision, but does not have the range. And CLG look to set up the offense one more time. The Baron now, they'll cap the cavalry to help out the minions. They actually may get one more back in here. Why not? Let's see what they grab.
Yeah, Double had enough gold to build a Last Whisper straight off. So it's definitely worth that.
Yeah.
Pobelter picks up another Elixir of Sorcery. That's his second of the game. The extra mana regen from that is actually pretty important for Kog'Maw, who just wants to poke spam. Even with the blue buff, you can still run yourself out. So as much mana regen as you can get. And yeah, it looks like CLG is going to be setting up for the inhibitor sweep. Team Dignitas is going to have to engage them before they get poked out.
Yeah.
So Dignitas, I feel like if Dignitas wants any chance here, they have to fight almost immediately. And they definitely can't get cut out of position.
They're trying to push that top wave. So close to taking the turret down. What? Oh, right by. Can't do much to get out of this one. It's a flash in from Aframu as well. And Core JJ is just completely caught out of position. Cannot get help from Kiwi Kid. You saw the team saying, try to get out of this if we can. It's not the fight we want to take. And it was not a fight they wanted to take.
Yeah, now 3 people down with Baron buff and a wave in the mid lane. This could be CLG's game.
Aframu with the ult on, able to just take the complete laser from the inhibitor turret as it shreds the resistances. It's going to be all right. He's a big mean cow this game. Beautiful scores across the board for CLG here. Coming out with Pobelter in the mid lane seemed to work out very nicely against Team Dignitas with a few quick lane swaps in the early game, and that seemed to right everything for CLG to come through. Now Gamsu gets hit. They want to clear the last few members of Dignitas off the rift before they clear the Nexus. That's at least going to be 2 more, or 1 more I should say. Gamsu got out alive with his life as they started the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they're out of super minions right now, though. I wonder, there's respawning and a home guard Hecarim coming after them. This might not be over yet.
Fate's call, Annie's in, Annie's out. Timbers goes down. They are able to get a nice dodge out of that. Quickly safeguarding in, Smithy saves himself, but getting out of here with Baron will be nice. They can get maybe 1 last push with some minions. It's wearing off pretty quick. Maybe double lift here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, another dragon to come up just to be completely safe, you know, for the extra turret damage, because clearly
why not?
They haven't killed enough turrets already in this game. One thing that's interesting about this is last split COG had a pretty remarkable record against teams in the bottom half of the standings, but then didn't necessarily beat all the better teams. Here we go, though. Shifter, sneaky little flash. Looks like COG's going to get Dragon number 2. Basically, coming in with their lane swap strategy, like we've known that COG is able to do this to teams. They can out-rotate them, maybe not to this 8 turret to 0 level, especially against Team Dignitas, a team that did no roster changes in the offseason and should be fairly well coordinated. So at least with the roster change here, no longer Link with Pobelter, especially Link doing a lot of shot calling.
Right.
We're kind of seeing that COG can still do what was making them COG last split, at least from the rotational standpoint.
Absolutely. The core still lives there in the fundamentals for these guys.
Yeah.
Know how to execute.
Exactly what Team Dignitas couldn't have happen, COG knew would be great to have happen, so they rotate a little bit early, get a couple quick kills, 3 to be exact, and, you know, 2 inhibitors down, couldn't quite get the Nexus turrets. Baron buff ended up running out, but if they're patient, they can end this game.
Really great job by CLG to keep their composition in a way that all of the crowd control is working pretty much instantly. We saw that kickback of Shifter instantly towards Aframu, and then it was Zion Spartan. 1, they're positioning for it, and 2, they're not stacking the crowd control. Works out. It's nice. See what they can get out of this one. Zingy goes in. He goes down quick, not even able to get the ultimate
right
off there.
on
Thought the team was following behind. Luden's Echo blows up and hits Kiwi Kid as well. They're all very low. Doublelift's getting the double kill on this one, and it looks like he'll pick up one more as the bag of chips. They go on to the Nexus turrets. They did not lose a turret this game defending their base, and Counter Logic Gaming are going to come up with their first win on the summer split. 16-3, 32 minutes in. CLG takes down Team Dignitas.
And it's very rare in this day and age to win a game without losing a single turret. It goes to show how well CLG was playing these lane swaps, rotating around, always beating Team Dignitas to the spot, and then they had enough of a killer instinct to know when to go for fights. The fastest game we've seen today, 32 minutes. The other ones have been up around 45. Again, 10 turrets to 0, just one lone turret. CLG almost killed every single one. Didn't need the Dragon control. Very few missteps there for CLG, and a great start to the season for them.
Great start indeed. Xmithy looking pretty clean on the Lee Sin as he went around helping lane to lane. Early part of the game as well, they switched it up and kind of put 4 towards that mid lane. It was interesting to start. We thought everybody was going back, as you said, Xmithy's going to go for his red maybe, but they just wanted to cause trouble. Definitely wanted to make sure it was hard for Shifter to have a good game against Pobelter, but Pobelter didn't thrive, but he didn't do bad. He went even in lane, and as Kog'Maw, that's what the team needed.
Yeah, and he actually did a little bit better than even for most of it.
Yeah.
Then, obviously, the misstep. He got solo killed by Shifter. But that was honestly the main highlight, or the only highlight, that Team Dignitas had the whole game, because they just never had the opportunities to do anything else to CLG. CLG was always in front of them on the map, always the ones killing the turret, and forcing Team Dignitas into initiations onto them.
Yeah.
But they had enough disengage, the Alistair and the Lee Sin, and even the Maokai with a little mini knockback, triple knockbacks basically, for anyone on Team Dignitas that wanted to try and fight them.
And we saw a kind of Team Dignitas' mentality in that as well. They knew how far ahead CLG was. That point where Shifter kind of walked into the jungle to take on 4 of them. Well, obviously, he wasn't going to kill all 4 of them. They had kind of said, wow, this game is getting out of control. Maybe we can get something here, you know. We can definitely sit back and kind of figure out what happened here. Don't stress yourself out. So I think that's a good mentality for Dig. Obviously, can still come out strong in this season. They're going to have to discuss this game very much because it didn't seem like they were really on board. You can already see Rico talking there with the team.
Yeah, Rico does not look very pleased with that. 0 turrets taken down by them, 16 killed to 3 defeat. Obviously, they need to do better than that throughout the North American LCS split, especially staying with the same roster throughout the offseason.
Yeah, you can't really take too much of the opponent's map down if you haven't broken the outer line of turrets. We say the first one to get anywhere is the middle turret, and if you don't have any, you're probably going to be staying home. Let's send it over to Freak and Zyrene at the Telestrator to walk us through CLG's first win of the summer split.
Thank you very much, Riv. Great cast of the day once again. Now, Zyrene, we had a very controlled game from Counter Logic Gaming. The start of the split going very well for them, putting out a really cool, almost poke comp in this.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of what they were running before when they were winning games last season.
Nidalee and Ezreal.
Exactly. They're running a lot of poke, a lot of disengage, a lot of things that can get around the map and then take objectives, because they didn't lose a single turret because they had the rotational play and they were on top of it.
Yeah, and it's really cool seeing how the actual comp worked out in specifics. You've got the centerpiece is the AP Kog'Maw, right? Actually really good burst for a poke champion as long as you kind of get that first hit in. And all the champions that were picked fit so well with the composition. So having some kind of ranged lockdown, like a Sejuani or in this case an Ashe, is very good. It's not about engaging with your body, it's about just locking someone down so that Cog can follow up. Ashe sets up Cog really well. The other lineup are all disengage or defensive-focused tanks. Headbutt, Lee Sin Kick, Maokai in general, the king of defensive top lane tanks. So they're all centered around the fact they can set up Pobelter's Kog'Maw, and if something happens, they can all meet wall in front and keep things from going badly. It honestly works really well.
Yeah, I feel like the Kog'Maw was kind of late-game insurance policy for them, because I feel like everybody else on that team is really good at picking people off and catching them out in rotation. And the Kog'Maw was kind of like, if it doesn't work out, then we have at least the AP Kog'Maw to fall back on. Because they were using the Ashe arrow, just sending it down mid lane when it's like, Shifter's going to engage. He got caught by an arrow. First blood was arrow down bottom onto Core JJ. That's how they were getting their advantages, were these picks. And then that's how I kind of feel about the Kog'Maw in the comp.
Okay, I guess just to me, I think anyway, to me, I feel like both are true. Where like you're right, they have all these cool pick potential, and then also their siege is quite good with that same sort of group of 5. So either way, though, we're not just talking about the composition in theoretic. We're talking about an actual clip in this game. If we can pull it up on the screen, it's fairly late in the game. CLG's already got a pretty big lead, but it's one of the only roughly close team fights this game had.
These guys are amazing because right here, this just came out. That right there. That bowl is going to hit nobody. And that's going to make Gamsu have to come up from right here. He's going to engage the back line, and he's going to go after double lift. He's going to try to get on double lift. And because this doesn't hit, and also they only get a little bit of the fear off. Like, Pobelter is okay. He doesn't get hit by the fear from Hecarim. That's going to cause Shifter to have to overcommit to kill double lift, which gets Shifter killed as well. So as we roll this clip out, you're going to see Bola doesn't stun anybody. Then you're going to see Shifter's poking. He gets hit on, cleanses, runs up. He's out of this fight. He can't do autos. Gamsu goes through, doesn't fear Pobelter, and they hit double lift back. Now Shifter has to commit for double lift, and he goes too deep into the fight. He's pulling himself backwards. He's singled out by Pobelter at this point, and then Afromu and the rest of the team is doing zone control up at the front so that their backline cannot get to the backline of CLG, and Pobelter cleans house on that one.
Yep.
So the failed ultimates were really what made that fight there.
It was actually pretty impressive. Shifter's ulti nearly won the fight for them because it knocked all the tanks back, and suddenly it's just Kog'Maw and Ashe stuck on the other side of Sand Soldiers. But
what if the other ultis had hit?
Alistair and Lee Sin, well, also, I mean, just keep in mind, Alistair and Lee Sin, like, knocked Hecarim back out anyway. Like, they nearly could have 2v2'd the backline. That fight could have been very different. But, of course, good play by all of CLG. Nice try by Dignitas, of course. Really a wonderful start to the season for the new CLG lineup. Either way, congrats to them for the 1-0. But for now, we're going to send it over to the Dash for some interviews.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here with Pobelter and Afromu. After a very solid, methodical victory there, we saw a fairly low kill until the later stages of the game, and that's what I kind of want to throw to you, Afromu. It was brought up pretty quickly into the game that it seemed like you guys were reverting back to what was working for you during the regular season of last split in terms of play style.
I think we discovered ourselves a little bit better with our new members coming in as well in Pobelter. So it's really nice to have a lot of damage that we can, count on to be there in a late game Kog'Maw pick that we had. So it was nice, but I thought Dignitas also played really well, and they countered what our 2v1 strategy was to make it even. But in scrims, it wasn't going that way. We were really far ahead, of course. That's how it happened last split as well. But yeah, Dignitas actually played really well. It's just their, execution, planning, and team fight afterwards was really poor.
All right, well, now to that end, the additions that you guys have made to this split, we've got Pobelter as well as Huhi coming in. Pobelter, for you yourself, how do you feel the transition has been from WinterFox to CLG so far?
It's been, really great. I knew it would be probably an upgrade because obviously CLG placed higher than WinterFox. WinterFox got relegated, so I knew it would be a little better, but I feel like I fully trust all my teammates, and I don't know, I just think they're all really good, and so it's really nice to play on a team like this.
And so how exactly is scrimming going to work once we have Huhi here? Because I think there's going to be some, a lot of people are curious as to how the dual mid laner thing is going to work. So when we've got both mid laners here and present for all weeks, dividing time between the team and actually being able to level up the team synergy with both mid laners has got to be difficult.
Yeah, honestly, that's up to our coaching staff. That's to their discretion. I'm not privy to how exactly it will be handled, but I trust that they'll do a good job.
At the moment, do you feel that there's a glaring difference between the two of you as mid laners, a strength that you bring and a strength that he brings that's going to allow you guys the capabilities to put more strategies into practice?
Huhi's actually still in Korea working out his visa with management, so he hasn't been able to, I haven't seen him come over and scrim with the team yet, so I'm not exactly sure so far. But I'd say generally, I'm more of a risky player, and I'll put myself in a riskier position and use my own summoners to deal more damage, but he just likes to play more methodically. So I think that's the difference.
Well, and so then on the other side of things, we had some support staff changes. We have Zixlal moving up into kind of the head. How did Kobe named it the analyst with power, essentially. And then we have Blurred Limes coming in. How has the shuffling around of management been for you guys so far?
It's more defined in what our coaching staff's roles are. So we have Chris, who's our new coach, who handles more lifestyle stuff, as well as, the egos that we have on the team and attitudes, and he really just breaks it down and kicks our asses essentially when we, screw up. he also makes us have a lot of physical activity. So
Good.
like in
That's
the
a good
morning,
thing.
we'll do a lot of stretching, we'll run, we'll go play basketball, 3v3 or something like that. So it's pretty cool. And then we have Tony, Sir Tony Coach Gray, that's what we call him.
Sir Tony Coach Gray.
Yeah.
I like it.
Who is more the strategical mind and sets up our picks and bans, talks with us how to play the game, what champions we should be playing. So he does the more, that kind of stuff.
Right, so this time around, the composition that we saw you guys build, we had the Kog'Maw for that late game poke and just high amounts of damage, as well as we saw the Lee Sin come back in and the Alistar with the Maokai. So a very solid front line with, Smithy building full tank on that Lee Sin. Is this kind of what the new mid lane situation is allowing you to do? Put a lot of pressure on the 2 carries and a massive support system between the other 3 players?
Honestly, it's just how the meta is right now. We're playing the tank meta, so really it's just like when most of the bans are towards all the tanks that are OP. You have Gragas, Rek'Sai, who's really tanky. Sometimes Sejuani's banned, so really it just goes down in the tier list. Who's the next most tanky champion that you should pick? And then you have a solid backline with long range that you can kill people with, and that's usually how the meta goes right now.
All right, well, we've seen Ashe come to fruition. I, for one, am very excited about that champion coming back into the meta. Finally, I do want to get you guys' thoughts on the other top-tier teams, coming into this split. We saw C9 and TSM play it out earlier in a very exciting match. Pobelter, thoughts on those 2 teams, the way that the C9 roster is incorporating Incarnation and TSM coming out of MSI after that game?
I think that game in particular, it was kind of weird actually, because TSM, it feels like they should have won that game because Bjergsen was up like 100 CS in mid lane, but ultimately C9 just had the better team comp. They had Rumble, Kog'Maw, I think, versus, 2 immobile carries. And once it gets late enough in the game, then they can just pretty much kill your backline without TSM's backline being able to deal any damage. So I think that game was won more so on picks. TSM and C9 obviously still going to be 2 of the best teams in NA.
Right, so into that end, right, we've seen where 2 of the best teams, are as of right now. We've had a good litmus test for, where 1 and 2 are at the beginning of this season. We've now watched you play. You guys have had your first try on the LCS stage with this roster. Aphromoo, how do you feel the outlook of your season is? I'm asking you to project 9 weeks into the future here when we're approaching playoffs, but do you feel that this CLG roster with the new coaching staff and the ability to swap out mid laners, will find their spot back up in the, in that top echelon of teams?
I like to quote Darshan on this, where he says we're going to be a top 3 team by the end of the split. So that's what I believe as well.
All right, well, glad to hear it. Once again, gentlemen, congratulations on the victory, starting the split off right, 1-0. Team 8 and Team Impulse are loading onto the stage, and we'll face off in our 4th match of the day, so don't go anywhere. The North American LCS continues after this.
Back at LCS, boys, the dream.
Hey, man.
This is what living's about.
Hello.
We're down towards
Crap. Pobelter a little too antsy in the pantsy. He misses the last soldier. Zingy.
We can walk forward. I'm on reset. Back up. Come back. Arrow set. Come back. Wait. 5 seconds on pull. 5 seconds on pull. Heckram's gonna home guard. Come.
Can't do much to get out of this one. It's a flash in from Aphromoo as well, and Core JJ is just completely caught out of position. Following behind, Luden's Echo blows up and hits Kiwi Kid as well. They're all very low. Double Lift's getting the double kill on this one. CLG takes down Team Dignitas.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm David Freak Turley, and with me is the Sinjao players that gives pros nightmares. Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. Welcome to the desk. Demacia fighting.
Yeah, we tried our best.
We tried the very best. iKilled have been a whole bunch. We're going to be great. Next up, we are facing Teammate and Team Impulse here. Now, Teammate, they are fielding Maple Street this week as their AD carry. They normally are going to be playing with Nien later on in the season, but he is not eligible this week. They didn't put the paperwork in, so Maple Street is practicing with them. And they said that he has been doing scrims with them at least. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, Maple Street does have a lot of past experience with Teammate, but he's been very vocal. You know, he's practicing now with that challenger team, the Misfits. Last split, Team 8, they very nearly played in the playoffs, in spring playoffs. But in the last week, they were knocked out by Team Liquid. Combine that with the near miss, with the possibility that this may be the last split that Cali Trolls actually plays with the team before he goes off to attend pharmacy school. And Team 8 are going to be very hungry. Their backs are against the walls. They have a time limit on this squad.
That's true, so we'll see what they can bring for themselves here today and throughout the split. The other new addition to Team 8 is their coach, history teacher. Now, he is an untested individual. He is untested when it comes to League of Legends, but you only have to look to their opponents in this match to see what a incredible force a good coach can be for a team.
Oh, yeah. The players on Team Impulse, they speak very highly of their coach, Coach Fly, and rightfully so. He did a lot to bring 5 strong individual players together as a team and transform them into that cohesive unit that we saw make a really good late split push. Now, Impulse, they have a lot of strong components. One of those components that had the most question marks has been Xiao Xiao. Since last year, he's been really inconsistent. He's had these good Karthus games, and he picks Yasuo sometimes, and you never really know what to expect from Xiao Xiao anymore.
That's true. It's unfortunate, too, because he was the 2014 MVP. This guy brought his team to Worlds, and then it's been not quite the same player here in 2015. We'll see what happens now in this summer split for him. But for now, we're going to check out these starting lineups. And on the blue side is Team 8. Cali Trolls up the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Slushy in mid, Maple Street still an AD carry, and Dodo on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Impulse. Up top is Impact in the jungle, Rush. Mid, Xiao Xiao, AD carry Apollo, and support Adrian.
All right, so as these teams get themselves ready, all 10 in the lobby, champ select about to happen. And the question is, what has happened for these teams in the offseason? We know a lot of the Impulse players went back home. We saw Rush playing a whole ton of solo queue, hit rank 1 over in Korea.
Oh, impressive.
Oh, incredible.
Just barely over FLICKR. He said he did it in like 25 days, too, because he didn't start playing right when he went back.
Okay.
That is ridiculously impressive.
Well, definitely some impressive players on these teams. But the question is, what happens in terms of teamwork? Impulse were slow starters on that front, but picked up towards the end of the split. Team 8 still with the same lineup for these last couple of games. Let's try the first couple of games in the summer split. We'll see what happens with these guys.
All right, so a couple of top lane bans here, focused very early on. Impact has shown a very wide variety of champions up in the top lane.
Yeah.
So he will probably not be affected too heavily. Gragas also taken out in the jungle. Definitely, we've been over it so many times, the top tier junglers right now on Cinderhulk.
Well, the question is actually, as you talk about top-tier junglers, Rush as a player is one, but last we saw him in the LCS, his pool was about 2 feet deep. You get like your ankles wet when you're in his champion pool.
Kiddie pool.
Yeah, he was really lackluster on the tanks like Sejuani and Nunu, and he kind of was hesitant to bring out the Lee Sin more than once in a while. So the question is, how has Rush now adapted a few months down the line now in the Cinderhulk?
Yeah. 2 of my favorite qualities that Rush has is really, really good work ethic, and he's also always theory crafting about the game. So I'm very excited to see what he comes back with, because not only did he spend a lot of time grinding solo queue, which is obviously great for your mechanics, but he spends a lot of time thinking about the game. So we'll see what they come back with after their break.
And as the last few bans come out, these teams are almost just forced to blind pick what they think should be banned here. Apollo's Kalista, Xiao Xiao's Kassadin, the Rumble from Impact. Meanwhile, champions you expect to see against Team 8, the Gragas, more likely a top lane ban than a jungle, the Maokai away from Cali Trolls as well, and Slushy is ever terrifying LeBlanc.
I have a feeling that we will be seeing some long-range mages in the mid lane, Freak, with the Kassadin and LeBlanc both banned.
Yeah. Natural predators of Kog'Maw.
Exactly. Take your pick. Kog'Maw, Azir, Cassiopeia, even Karthus maybe for Xiao Xiao.
Hey man, maybe some Fizz for someone else as well, just to push around people. Early Rex
He
pick up.
it.
Oh, wow. What? Who blind picks Fizz?
Westor.
And Xiao Wei Xiao. Yeah, some people do. You're right about this. Some of the best mid laners in the world do this. But so Rek'Sai, once again, for Porpoise, one of his best champions throughout the spring split earlier this year. The early Alistar. Again, we are continuing to see this champion rise in popularity here in the summer split professionally. Blind pick Fizz, all right.
All right, so he's going to do it. Now, when you blind pick Fizz, you're looking at a very rough early lane phase and maybe a lot of jungler support. The thing is, you're picking it right into Rek'Sai, who is basically the queen of the early game now.
Yeah.
That it is Cinderhulk. She's she builds into Cinderhulk very easily and still has that very strong level 3 gank package that she can do after just one side of the jungle. So, bold move here from Xiao Wei Xiao, as we are used to seeing from him nowadays.
Yeah, but the thing is, Impact picked it, so apparently they all trusted him to blind pick the Fizz in the first place. Thresh coming in for Dodo, and the Urgot's going to be left to get locked in for Teammate, and as always, that is going to be a flex pick between Maple Street and Slushy. Teammate has another minute and a half to decide where those champions actually go.
Yeah, so the Thresh and the Alistar both locked in already. I guess if we're going flex, you could still put Fizz in a different lane if you really want to.
Yeah, Impact could play him.
But yeah, the Alistar, really strong front line. I like that now that you can bring that from the support role. His ultimate is, well, it's very good at creating mid-game pressure just because you don't have to rely on building up items. As soon as you hit level 6 there, a lot of presence from Adrian.
I like that Evelynn is becoming popular for Rush's sake. I mean, she's a fun champion to cast, not so fun to play against, so maybe less so for me, but Rush gets an aggro fighter sort of jungler, fits his style exactly. I think it'll go well for him.
Talk about putting pressure on the map. Rush doesn't even have to do anything to actually make the Team 8 lanes play cautiously, especially since this is Rush behind the champion, who you're expecting to come at your face, maybe level 2, pull off some really aggressive early ganks. I feel like this champion just fits Team Impulse really well, and they have a lot of mind games to work around, and it actually opens up a lot of early game moves for them.
Now, speaking of early game moves, the bot lane, Alistar and Sivir definitely have a lot of fight potential. Xiao Wei Xiao actually right now has teleport for a summoner as well, so you might see the entire team show up bot lane out of nowhere. Last few picks for Teammate, they're having Huckram. They want Gnar instead, and they're going to say Ziggs against Fizz is going to be just fine. Impulse can still flex pick that Fizz at the end of the day, though.
Yes, can very easily be moved around. I like the Ziggs pickup here. You're going to stand back. You don't have to worry too much about the Evelynn. Ziggs never really has to go past the halfway mark, and even if he does, you can hold on to Satchel Charge. You very rarely need to use that in lane unless you're looking for a kill. So very good all-around safe pick for Slushy, who has really been the point man for this team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming into the league, we talked all about Cali Trolls, but really Slushy has been the big carry for this squad.
Definitely agree, and Ziggs, I think, one of the best champions for carrying. He's been overlooked a little bit. It seems the hype is around the Azir, the Cassiopeia, the Victor, but I do like Ziggs a whole lot as a nice, well-rounded mage. And, you know, the side lane wave clear can help a lot as well if the enemy team is prone to split push against you a whole bunch. You mentioned him being safe as well. And it is...
All right, they flex it.
All right. Now the Yasuo gets picked up once again for Xiao Wei Xiao. Impact is going to be top lane Fizz, but Fizz into Gnar feels difficult.
All right.
What happens if all the way around, by the way?
Most of these matchups feel difficult. Okay, so if we're talking about flexing, you can still have a top lane Yasuo. All of these matchups really do depend on picking Evelynn as your jungler, because all of these matchups you can play aggressively. You know, these are melee assassins. These are champions that if you can get an early lead, you can run over a lane. Yasuo is one of the best. If you get a lead for him in the longer lane especially, he can chase you down through that long lane using your own minions against you.
Yeah.
The problem is, if he doesn't get the early lead, you know, both Fizz and Yasuo are going to be crying for jungle attention.
That's true. Well, top lane Yasuo it is, and mid Fizz after all, though it is Ignite for Xiao Wei Xiao. No double TP here, but bit of knock-up synergy. Fizz ulti, Alistar's basically entire kit going to be there. Team Impulse, a lot of assassins, a lot of playmaking.
Yeah, they're going to have to use this invisibility really well, because Ziggs versus Fizz, if Zig starts to get an upper hand and he can start shoving, he would never stop shoving. And
it's true.
Fizz will be at his turret, taking damage and also being denied CS.
All right, so looking for Rush to relieve some pressure in these matchups, but now that you've gotten a look at the team comps, let us know who you think is going to go and win this game. Tweet hashtag T8win or hashtag TIPwin to @LOL Esports. Let us know who's going to start their season off with a win here in Game 1, Game 4 of the day. Reggie's excited. I'm excited. Here we go, guys. Game 4, Week 1. It's going to be fun.
Reggie permanently excited for the LCS.
Always.
I love it. All right. So the other thing about Impulse is that I guess we shouldn't really be surprised by their heavy melee comp here. This is a squad that once they get their hands on Sivir, they love running things like this where they can just stampede over you.
We'll see just how much stampeding can happen in this game. Meanwhile, Teammate have their work cut out for them. Cali Trolls may be the man making the calls, but Apollo says that Slushy is the one they're going to have to watch out for on this 6.
I'd say if I were to choose a star of their lineup, it would probably be Slushy, just because he's been the more consistent player on their team and always seems to do well regardless of their situation. But Cali Trolls was definitely more noticeable in terms of his shot calling rather than his actual play.
Well, the Cali Troll shot calling up against a bunch of assassins, a bunch of playmaking, and an invisible jungler. So one thing that's going to tax you a little bit as a player, watching the map when you can't even see the entire enemy team.
Well, I feel like a lot of the shot calling for Team 8 should be to try and pull Team Impulse into jungle fights. If you have a corridor, then you can use Zig's zone control. You can use Gnar, also a great deal of zone control. To try and hamper this fully forward-facing rush-down Impulse team that's just going to try and Zerg you.
Well, we'll see if Teammate can pop the creep
early.
All right, invade towards the rebuff. Rush going to be starting solo on this one.
Makes sense.
And in comes Cali Trolls and Dodo. Rush on the way out. Impact is staying. Rush, all right. Smite to kill the camp off. That's what they stayed for. Impact, this is his flash for it. Good invade by Teammate.
Yeah, looks like...
oh, man, Adrian's in a bad spot.
Rush was the one to get the experience for it. Porpoise still has his Smite. Jungle invade fairly successful, though. I mean, talked about how much of this Impulse squad early game relies on Evelynn. They're trying to get her behind. She's not level 2 and did burn her Smite.
Now, the big difficulty, though, is that you have a flashless Yasuo up against a Rek'Sai jungle, and Gnar's no slouch in this either. I feel like Impact's life gonna be hard, but he's already starting out incredibly aggressive. He's level 2 at the start, and Cali Troll's nearly dead.
Oh, let's see how he uses this knock-up as well. Cali Troll going to give him a lot of room, so probably won't be able to land it. But as you say,
Sorry.
Impact is the best. He got me.
That's true.
So Porpoise, as we mentioned, Rek'Sai's level 3 gank kit. She has everything that she could possibly want for a gank. Now, Rush definitely knows this. However, I don't think he has much of a choice. Second Potion just running out there, so probably going to have to head back to base. And Porpoise could have gone with a move down bottom. I feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. However, since he didn't get the full camp when they invaded, he didn't hit his level 3. So no gap closer means no gank, and Cali Trolls is just going to have to deal with Impact by taking a beating.
And all that happens, Cali Trolls pops the shield, and Impact doesn't even take damage in the matchup, but he's pushed in. Rek'Sai's on the way down, but going through a ward doing so.
Right before Rush recalled, able to drop his Trinket Ward in the river, protect his lane that's shoving up. Both of Impulse's lanes on the sides here, shoving in at the same time. So since they just saw Rek'Sai at the Dragon, Sivir, who obviously always likes to shove, going to continue shoving up on that top side. And Rush is going to sideswipe Porpoise here.
He's got a red buff, though. Yeah, Rush forced to pop W to get out.
So Rush is the kind of guy that will take a fight whenever he sees the enemy jungler. However, you are running a Fizz. Fizz does not have early game lane control. So Slushy, having shoved the lane in, was able to provide support for the jungler. And even though Rush did get the jump and he had a bit of a damage advantage, not able to continue the fight because of that mid lane control.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Xiao try to take a trade, and Slushi was like, bombs in your face, enjoy the trade, homie, and Xiao having a really hard time in this fight.
Right. The big advantage of the long-range shoving is that you get to build up a minion wave. So whenever the melee champion tries to go all in on you like that, you've got a ton of minions around you attacking him. So he had cannon minion plus a bunch of range minions, and even Fizz with his passive is not able to tank up all those minions with the Ziggs auto attack.
Couple of nice trades, though, all the same. Oh, what a great hook on Adrian. But meanwhile, a fight in the mid lane. The Satchel Charge knocks Rush around. Flash used onto Evelyn to stay safe. Just damage everywhere. But teammates getting the better of every single trade.
Yeah, I mean, Rush is trying to tip the scales in favor of the melee assassin, which has to go all in. So you just return with ganks. However, Slushi doing a good job controlling the wave, and Porpoise hovering around to protect him so that they can continue to bully the Fizz, keep him down in CS, and try and avoid the snowball.
Well, the mid lane snowball is definitely going the way of Team 8, but as you watch this top lane 2-on-2, this one's close, but the bottom lane 1-on-1 is really far in favor of Impact. The flashless Yasuo in a long lane beats up Cali Trolls, dodges all the ganks. Rush and Impact together, really making sure this 1-on-1 is incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, it was just so funny how the early invade changed all of the lanes, because while Rush used his smite on the Wraith, Impact was still standing next to it, so he got a bit of the experience. And then when he got down to lane quicker, he used that experience to completely bully Cali, not let him back inside.
Yeah. And this poor Gnar just unable to get any meaningful damage down. Impact really managing the lane excellently here. And really, with Porpoise's efforts all being in the mid lane, he's pushed around Rush and Xiao a little bit, but Impact is still getting that free farm. So advantages in different lanes. Overall, a gold lead for Team Impulse, and Maple Street still on the backside of this one. Adrian, only level 4, cannot turn invulnerable. Apollo just safe still.
Yeah, fairly even on CS as well. A few more here possible for Maple to pick up.
Yeah, it is a potion lead for Impulse, though. Apollo has not had to use his potion just yet. Maple's already low and has chugged through all 3 of his potions at the start. So the rest of this lane, I feel like, is going fairly awkwardly. We're right about the BF sword timing as well for Apollo. After this wave, I would like to see Impulse back up and just get a big item spike for the Sivir. Keep your push around.
So I also like what Rush has done here with the invade with Evelyn. He's able to get some deep wards down on the top side of the map, and he can spend the rest of his time down bottom, because mid lane, it's very difficult for them to pull something off, especially now Slushi being level 8. So if he hovers around bottom, you hover around your lane with the advantage. If anything happens down bottom, Impact is going to be able to carry the 2 versus 2 very easily.
Yeah.
So it's a really safe spot for him to hover around, and they can easily turn this into early dragon control. Neutral objective control is what you want when you have no range. This Impulse squad has almost no range at all. It's a bunch of melees and Sivir. So they're all about this neutral objective control, try and pull teammate out away from turrets later in the game.
All right, so the sooner they start going for the Dragons, the sooner Team Impulse can try to close the game out with Dragon 5 if it really does go this way. The turret, bit of damage dealt. Impact still has to be safe.
So, Freak.
Yeah.
Back during playoffs, we were talking about how Rush does not really like to feed into the Cinderhulk meta, and we're like, you know what, that's no problem. Impact can build it on Shyvana, and they can have a Cinderhulk tank. Turns out he can also build it on Yasuo, and they can have a Cinderhulk tank Yasuo player.
Sunfire Yasuo seems to be the item choice here. He's got the Bomby Cinder. He's also got a Brawler's Glove, so he's a bit confused with his item builds, but I guess that's working. Meanwhile, it is going to be Warrior Enchant Rush. As we talk about who's going to be the tank here, definitely not the jungler. Why would you ever do that, Impulse? Xiao gets the hop over. Blue buff for him. Then we go back to the holding pattern of the lane. 600 gold lead from the laning phase. Quick push by Slushi. Will not deny much as Fizz will return to lane. A lane swap, though, does come through. Teammate put their dual lane down to the bot side. Kelly Trolls does not have teleport, though. Something that Impulse should be well aware of. Nice little combo to Kelly Trolls as well. Some good damage. Good dodge.
Kelly going to try and move up in the lane. Paula going to continue to shove it back. Interesting. Will they call over extra support? Xiao actually in the mid lane, not having too difficult of a time. If you have Fizz you know, only down a few CS like this, it's a pretty good win for Team Impulse. That early neutral objective, though, being taken away is fairly big for their overall game plan. I like this move by teammate because the AD carry left up top. Even though, like you said, there's no teleport, they take advantage of the recall timer of Xiao, knowing there's no mid laner to collapse. Really good timing and just a good mid-game call there from Team 8 to be aware of the recall timings.
It's just odd to me what Team Impulse is even really doing in this game. They sent their dual lane back to the top lane after recalling. BF Sword Sivir, okay, that's strong. Turret pressure is maybe the game, but they haven't gotten any turret damage down. Adrian roamed to the bot lane, but not in time to stop Dragon. And it just feels like the advantages of Impulse aren't yet doing anything, and I want to see when they do actually turn it on. Teammate right now the first team to actually make some plays this game.
All right, what they're going to turn on is the Sivir ulti. She's level 7 now. If they join up, they see anybody out of position, they'll just commence Operation Rundown. Well, here's somebody not exactly out of position. Oh!
Wow, that was nice. Porpoise in a bad way. First blood goes over to Adrian. Rush once again invading, and it's going well.
Knocks him out of the tunnel there. And now they've got a cornered Cali Trolls. Support comes up from all sides for both teams.
Oh, flash to the ulti, but a lantern not going to be grabbed, actually. Calitros the hop, so it gets him out. But still, in comes Xiao. The damage is going to be good, but wow, Zig's damage going to be massive as well. Impact doing what he can with this wind wall, just hiding on the back side of it. Buys a bit of time, but still, a couple of kills turned back around. 2-1 overall for Impulse.
All right, Rek'Sai's coming in, but, you know, a little bit late there. He just died. Can't respawn fast enough. And Impulse exit the crime scene. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell where the game's going when you got the early Bomby Cinder. He can't build the Cinder Hook because he has no smite, but yeah, the Sunfire will come in for Impact. And he's going to be the semi-tank for the squad.
Yeah. I guess it gives him better wave clear. First time I've seen this. It's very confusing to me, but we'll see what happens. Porpoise still with some scuttler control. 1,500 gold lead for Impulse overall, and so far, Xiao's crazy antics of picking Fizz blind has gone pretty well. Losing lane, bit of extra jungle pressure, but keeping up in CS, and he's got an assist.
I feel like Impulse can just create chaos in this game. They're going to have split-pushing semi-tank Yasuo, split-pushing Fizz almost online here, since Xiao's actually had a pretty good early game.
Yeah.
He'll get to the point very quickly here that he can be a side lane threat as well. And they can just split push 1-3-1 and then use the Sivir speed boost to try and catch somebody out who's a little bit slow on the rotation. Once you grab one kill, you know, chain that into objectives, and Impulse can pull it off.
They definitely can. It is the team with the lead right now, and so the test is kind of on teammate then. How good's your shot calling, and how good is Slushie right now? The swap onto Apollo, the hook as well. Really nicely done. He does have friends, but are they going to be enough? The answer is, yeah, Maple Street going to be going down. Turned into tarmac on this one, and now Dota Wade also going to fall. Porpoise stuck under his turret in a 1 versus 4. Now a 1 versus 5. Goodbye. Double kill for Impact. Out he goes, taking the turret, and now the turret itself going to fall as well.
Yes, they do indeed thrive in chaos. You pick a fight with Team Impulse, you better be ready for everybody to join. The speed at which they collapse is so quick. No answer here from teammate besides the shove mid and top. They do actually get one turret, so
yeah, but that's one turret equalized. Yeah, but look at all these waves getting pushed in, all the kills picked up. Impulse certainly getting better of that bargain. Teammate doing what they can to stay alive, but again, a TP-less Cali Trolls, the team not ready for that dive.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot here still was sitting on the tier, trying to stack that up. He needs to get the point where he can transform to Muramana. Just hold on, let the Ziggs stall out a bit, and be a bit safer. They use all the crowd control at once there, though. Apollo, as soon as he gets let go, immediate ult activation, everybody comes down. There's the teleport from Impact, and he's got extra life to be able to tank the turret as well. So might as well go for the first kill. Roam from Xiao, not necessary. But just in case there was an answer teleport. Guess they don't really have the closest timers on Calitroll's teleport.
It's okay though, all's well. Impulse, they lose a turret, but I could say that fight definitely worth it. And as I said, on a 3,000 gold lead, Dragon respawns in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Seems like creating the chaos and taking fights is enough to allow Impulse to knock some turrets down, but without any potential regular sieging style. You mentioned earlier that neutral objectives would be a pretty important point. Tend to agree this Dragon in a minute going to be big for Impulse. We'll see if they set it up well.
Yeah.
Right now, Rush already putting a good number of wards down with that Sight Stone. Doing a good job to set up at neutral.
Yeah, I don't see them giving away any more dragons. They should be in position to fight it. Here goes the 1-3-1 that we're looking for, though. Xiao down bottom with the blue buff. He actually hasn't gone back to purchase in quite a while, so
yeah,
might want to do that before he extends much further.
He's right about at Merlinomicon money, 1,500 gold on Xiao.
All right.
24 seconds on Dragon. He's actually past the time where Recall will let him get in time, so a small window of no members. No TP on Impact either. It seems like Impulse really not looking at Dragon just yet.
Guess not, but with 2 members from Team 8 showing top, neither of which having teleport.
Yeah.
Could be back on the table. So
you're right about that.
The shuffleboard game here.
The tables have been flipped in this one. Teammate, once again, blue buff to Slushy right on time for that Dragon if it does end up going on the table. He also is heading down right now, whereas Maple Street was about to stay top lane, so now comes all 5 members. Calitrolls does have teleport on this Gnar from the bot lane. Gets the wave cleared out. A ton of deep wards, though, still in Teammate's jungle. Going to make it very hard for them to collapse on TIP unnoticed. Dragon started at 5,000 health.
A couple of wards over the back, and that should be easy peasy. 6% extra damage for Impulse.
All right, so far, Organized Chaos has been pretty good for the red team here. Their first game of the split, and Team Impulse playing exactly the way they used to play. Rush goes crazy. Impact's incredibly good at League of Legends. Xiao just does random stuff that tends to work.
Yeah, very curious to see if he actually even ends up upgrading that Bomby Cinder. Just been sitting on it for quite a while. Dashing through the minion line consistently, he does get a decent amount of magic damage output from it to help it shove.
I want to see where Rush goes with the rest of his items as well. Warrior Enchant into Ninja Tabi and Sight Stone. See if he gets any more damage on this or just more tank.
Yeah, Eve is one of those champions that you can actually build anything that you want on her, and it's not terrible. Yeah, I can see it thinking so. You're like, I'm going to get something that's garbage on her.
I got nothing.
So my personal favorite for jungle Evelynn is actually to go with the Magus upgrade, because it feels so efficient comparing all the different jungle upgrades. And her AP damage output is very comparable to her physical. So I like doing that and then going into a lot of cooldown reduction. Frozen Heart is great on her.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you have a champion who's constantly smashing a key, you want cooldown reduction so she can get the most value out of spamming a Q. You can either go Frozen Heart or even Frozen Fist, since her kit combines with Sheen procs very well as well. Extremely efficient. Let's see if they go for a tower dive, though. Everybody's in position. They've got several ultimates.
Wow, a lot of poke on this. Alistair pops the ulti to himself to try to stay alive. Will do so, but the wave is cleared. No dive possible. Ult for ult, though. I gotta imagine Slushy's a bit more important in team fights. As Calitrol shows up the top lane, Impact is here to defend this. Seen by a ward on the way up.
I feel like he's going to pick a fight here. He's very confident against Kali, even in Mega form. Maybe not 2 versus 1.
All right, forcing Impact to flash away tanks. A fair bit of damage. Got the knockup, but now Dodo caught up by Rush and Apollo. Forced himself to flash out. Box comes in. Still goes down to the Boomerang Blade. Maple Street only with so much damage to fire back with.
That's one of those cross-map movements that we're talking about. Sivir is perfect at picking people off when you have so many threats. Tip send their split pusher Impact right up to the top lane. He draws attention. There's not sufficient ward coverage to make that journey for Team 8. And boom, they pick up a kill on the support. Rush and Apollo combining to grab that one.
Yeah, good luck tracking Rush around the map. Regular wards aren't going to cut it for you. Gonna see Evelynn on a camp or with a pink ward. Good luck doing either of those with teammate kind of controlling, sorry, not able to get into the backside of the map. Nice knock up there. Prober's taking a whole bunch of damage. Life keeps getting harder for the blue side. And teammate, a team that narrowly missed the playoffs, having a hard time against a team that finished better than them last split.
All right, Xiao picking a fight of his own inside the red jungle. They have everybody coming to back him up and teleport ready now for Impact. The only thing they might not want to do right now is immediately go for a tower dive. So jungle fight commence.
The fight commences. Apollo taking a ton of damage for this one. Got a red buff. Heal used to keep Rush alive. In comes Maple Street. Takes him down. The combo from Adrian buys some time. In comes Impact. The knockup is there. Xiao now firing on all cylinders, taking out as many as he can. Nice Zigzult picks up a couple, but Calitrol's not in a great way anymore. Impact putting out a whole bunch, but the Gnar ulti is massive. Hits two. Hops the wall. A triple kill for Slushi. Apollo called it the carry of the team.
What a ridiculously unorganized fight from both squads. Starting off multiple points of combat. We'll probably have to take a look at that replay, but Rush got chunked out really early. Apollo was almost out of mana and really low on health.
Yeah.
Regardless though, teammate, the solo laners come out king. They're able to take down this threat as well. Slushi got a lot of mana back during the walk down. And they're able to take the turret here. So some global gold in there for Team 8. All right, so here's the beginning of it. Yeah, this was where Rush gets chunked. I guess Maple Street just locks on him. Yeah, there it is.
And it's Warrior Enchant Eve plus the knockup there. So yeah, not a lot of tank stats there. Apollo pops the heal while Morella Namakon's actually heal reduction was on him. So less health on Apollo himself. A nice setup there for Impact.
Oh, Slushi's landing bombs down here on the bottom side out of your screen, by the way. Lands 2 bombs straight onto Apollo, takes him out of the fight. Extremely efficient use right there, and then just walks in Cali with the perfect time to go Mega, and lands the Gnar ultimate.
Impulse not respecting how much they had gotten hurt and the fact that Team 8 could be right around the corner. Mega Gnar coming in just in time to save the fight that I don't think they would have won without those stuns, but
yeah,
you expect Mega Gnar to happen at some point during a big fight, and it did. The double kill at the very end. 6-9, Team 8 right back in this one. A very small lead. Turrets practically equal, dragons are equal. Next one comes up in 40.
This is something that we see a lot from Team Impulse. When they get the early lead, they start to overreach. Too far into the jungle there, and they gave a lot back. You have to be very careful in the current state of League of Legends about that type of mentality, because there are so many comeback mechanics now.
Yep.
They've been slowly buffed over and over the past few years, that if you make too many mistakes like that, it's very easy for squads to make those full comebacks, especially when you're sitting on a Ziggs. Luden's Echo is complete. Such a ridiculously strong item for Ziggs. Really high impact ultimates, plus he's got extremely strong poke before the fight. He's pretty much bringing everything to the team fight here. So if they can get a good corridor fight, Slushi's damage is probably going to be off the charts. Here we go. Flank incoming, though.
Xiao and Rush looking for Slushi, who spots them, knocks him around. Uh-oh, this flank's not going to do much at all. Rush rushing to his doom. He's going to go down, but here comes the re-engage. A ton of damage from Impact and everyone else. A double for Apollo. Gnarl into the wall. Doesn't do much to Adrian, and it's just cleanup crew now. The double ADs crushing absolutely everybody. Only Calitrol's left alive.
It's so funny to watch Apollo during Impulse games, because everybody else on Team Impulse just rushes straight forward into the fight, and the opponents just have to try and deal with all of these threats that are coming melee range. Yet Apollo always has this leisurely walk where he's just constantly auto-attacking from the outside, and Sivir stacks up so much AoE. He gets plenty of DPS enough to win that fight, and that's going to be a really easy Baron for Team Impulse.
So the Bommies, Cinder, Yasuo, 6-1 and 5. Absolutely great.
Yeah, that is the one spot where teammate do not want to fight. They want to fight in those corridors to try and use walls to their advantage. Even so, look at the power of Slushi at the very beginning here. Gets off a lot of poke, but they're all grouped up. 3-man knockup. There's the Alistar going in for extra damage. Yasuo gets the combo. Apollo with so much Sivir AoE on top of it. And Slushi goes down. So with the Ziggs down, the Surge Squad cleans up. Oh, here we are at it again.
I got a Dragon, a whole bunch of kills right away. Drag picked up by the red team, 2 more kills picked. Slushi going to make it the 3rd. Calitrol's nowhere to go. And Porpoise, the last man standing. The Void Beast goes down. A consecutive, 4 for 1 and then 5 for 0 team fight.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see the setup for that fight, but that's exactly what we were talking about. They want to draw Team 8 over to the neutral objectives, fight them in the open here, and it's Team 8 who actually are the ones who started it off. There's the initial knockup. Maple Street is gone before he gets to get off a single auto attack. Slushi cornered in the back of the Dragon Pit means that no DPS available for Team 8. And it looks like Impulse going to be able to Zerg this one home, take down a bunch of outer turrets, and stack up all of that global gold.
Man, you could see in that last fight how close the battles can be if the AoE wombo doesn't quite work for Team 8. For Impulse. Like, it's weird to say that Yasuo, Eve, Fizz is like a wombo combo team, and yet we keep seeing like these 4-man ults hit everybody and chunk the entire health bars. But similarly, Team 8 with this Ziggs here, with this Gnar, are almost able to turn those fights around. One positioning change, and these fights could go either way next time around.
Team 8 need order. They need order in the battlefield. They have to set up the lines with Porpoise and Kali on the front, keep Slushy protected in the back at all costs. If they can get a Gnar ultimate, just one Gnar ultimate can buy them enough time for Slushy to get off a full combo.
All right, we'll see if they can land those combos, because now we're at a 13,000 gold deficit at 25 minutes. Massive advantage for Team Impulse to start their season off 1-0 if they can close it out.
Yeah, it's really, really late in the game to try and pull it off. Team Impulse at this point are just so strong. They have so much cash. They can run right over Team 8. Looks like they're looking to do that. Take out all the outer turrets first as they swing up top.
Xiao poked around. Two short champions together.
I'm actually kind of disappointed he didn't do anything with the Bomby Cinder or go like, semi-tank. But Impact there, just holding on to it the entire game and going into a more standard Yasuo build.
I think he misclicked it and like thought he was going to be a Cinderhulk champion. Like of the reasons why this item got bought.
That never happens.
AP Vi says otherwise.
I'm thinking what is it at? What is it next to in the shop?
It costs 1,000 gold to buy it in one shot, so it's slightly less than Zeal.
Yeah, pretty big chunk. All right, well, because they have everybody cornered up in the base, obviously all of the jungle is Team Impulse territory, able to take away the blue, and they can just keep Team 8 bottled up. They don't have to take any reckless trades here. Try and grab the last outer turret and, draw Team 8 out into the battlefield once another one of those neutral objectives with high importance spawns up. Remember too, Team 8 fans, this is Team 8 practicing or playing with the AD carry that they have not been practicing with for quite a while. That hasn't been, the biggest of impacts in this game though. So definitely have some things to work on.
Yeah, I actually ran into Mien today. He's actually in the house to cheer on his team. But yeah, he said they got some scrims in with Maple. He said they played with them last week. They said they did pretty well in practice, but couldn't get a lot of great practice partners. And unfortunately, the mid game really turned away from them. The early start was fine. They had a couple of good team fights. They got first Dragon, but yeah, 2 really big fights in a row, and Impulse just exploded ahead. And, if you misposition a bit in fights, that'll happen to you.
So Rush has gone with a cooldown reduction heavy build on Evelyn. Definitely approved. Very, very efficient stat for her. Plus he's bringing all of the auras to boot. So she doesn't scale tremendously well. And he's bringing a lot of team value with the pick here. After they've transitioned out of the phase where her invisibility is the biggest thing that she's bringing to the team. Now he's going to bring plenty of auras for the team fights when they do actually have to crack into the base. There goes the split push though. Finally claims the last outer turret for Team Impulse. And their lead is about as big as they need it to be.
Oh my god, poor Kali Trolls bounce housed around, but gets the lantern just in time to get away. All the same turret drops in the top lane thanks to Apollo's efforts. 6 turrets to 2 here. Impulse very far ahead, 17,000 gold, 29 minutes in.
Yep, so they can easily just wait for... Oh, looks like they're going to swing down bottom. Xiao going to go purchase.
All right, so Team 8 need a small miracle if they want to come back in this game. Probably several of them, I feel like. They have some wombo power. There's really not a lot of durable champions. Theoretically, Fizz, Sivir, and Yasuo could die if they just get ridiculously hit up by Gnar and Ziggs, but it would require some really rare circumstances for Team 8 to have a really good chance here. Team Impulse, the question for me is, imagine they don't have a 17,000 gold lead. What should they do to close this game out? Because if they're just trying to wait for organized chaos to keep working, we've seen it backfire even in this game.
Yeah, looking further down the field for Team Impulse, we were wondering if we would see, much change for them once they got back after the split, but it's actually pretty much what we expected. A lot of rush down, melee level squad.
They had a chance to the roster at least.
Yeah.
Alistair and Evelyn are pretty much new, and top Yasuo as well.
Fizz in the middle for Xiao.
For as much as Xiao likes Yasuo, he's not even the best one on this team.
Impact definitely a very good game thus far. All right, there's one. Baron should be fairly trivial for Team Impulse as well, and they may even just keep Xiao down bottom to provide pressure there at the bottom. Inhibitor, waiting for the squad. I also like how Impulse, picking up Alistar is really important for them because sometimes they do run into the problem of ending games and ending games through these inhibitor turrets. Alistar is a great point man. When you run up against this roadblock, you've got a whole bunch of gold, you're ready to go for the tower dive, just send Adrian in, head first, Sivir boosted Alistar, and they can swarm through the base.
Well, thankfully for Team Impulse, they might not need to do that, just in case it was too risky for their likings. Baron has gone down 31 minutes in. Zigzolt could not steal from Slushie, though a nice attempt all the same. One last recall to heal up and buy your last items. This could be a game-winning push. Vamp Scepter for Apollo. Zonia's and most of Lich Bane now in for Xiao. Quicksilver Sash even for Impact, just to make sure Exhaust doesn't hurt him too badly and no knockups go too poorly. No Urgot swaps either. And now looks like the attempt for the final push. Baron buff is on, only inhibitor turrets left. Dragon 5 way too far away for that to be a real objective here. So Impulse, how good are you at knocking down inhibitor turrets with a 19,000 gold lead and Baron buff?
Well, let's check it out with the split push. Baron up all 3 waves. Let's see how patient they are.
Looks like a 1-3-1. Solo lanes in the top and bottom lanes.
Basically, the goal here for Team Impulse is to draw out the Ziggs ultimate if they have enough pressure. It's on cooldown right now, so they can push heavily on these turrets and try to get some damage done. Xiao making work down bottom. It looks like Apollo's going to get a nice chunk out mid.
Yeah, they get a bit of time there. Porpoise going to go for the knockup. Apollo will spell shield. Now Porpoise overextended. The stun comes in. There's a Sivir ulti as well. And in the back line they go. Slushie forced out. In comes Impact. Takes down 1. He's going to take down 2. Fizz gets the kill on this one. Dodo forced to run. Hook's not going to matter. Rush gets his 3rd. Kills going everywhere. Every single one on Impulse got 1 kill except for Adrian. And he's left alone with only 3 on this game. But middle inhibitor goes down. This could be the game-winning push. 2 minions left. Maple Street alone to defend this one. In comes Xiao, nearly onto the fountain. Not much Maple can do. Turret number 1 goes down. Adrian sets up Impact. He's gonna live with that shield, just barely. Maple Street still in the fountain. He's trying. He's getting what he can. Urgot gets the kill onto Alistair. GG. 1-0 on the season for Team Impulse.
Very strong start for them. And again, they didn't give anything away to other teams either, who are also looking at, maybe seeing a new face from Impulse, any sort of new strategies.
Well, you saw some of the new champions, I suppose. There were 3 new pickups here that to me were a bit surprising. I would expect Impulse comes into this season firing as hard as they can. They said, yeah, top Yasuo, jungle Evelyn, and support Alistair. These are the new things we have learned so far, guys. See what they bring out tomorrow.
That is a good point. I feel like the Evelyn is going to be a point of contention.
She's not hidden anymore.
Further along for these guys. Just because it works so well with the amount of aggression that this team plays with.
It's a totally Impulse champion.
Pretty much the exact champion that you want to work with.
All right, well, Gratz Impulse 1-0 teammate. I feel like they would be okay with this game. They realize they're not playing with their intended starting roster. Maple Street, he's got 1 more game in him in the North American LCS, at least this split, unless something weird happens. They do intend for Nien to play for them. Nien is a vocal player. He would affect their shot calling. He would affect how they play the game as well. These guys have said a lot about how they expect Nien to be a big upgrade for them, mentality and play-wise. So maybe teammate looking to steal wins away, and they're not too upset about losing games like this.
All right. If you're going to be okay with dropping the first game. Definitely the way to do it. Team Impulse, though, once again, Silver Comp, glad to show it off.
Yeah.
And well executed.
I gotta say, the tower dives were awesome. Yeah, exactly. Like, you gotta ask, how much time were they really spending playing together before this split started, right? Rush was in Korea up until fairly recently. I follow his Twitter, so I see him like post, "Oh, I'm streaming again," and like, it wasn't long ago he said, "Now I'm streaming in NA." So, you know, they've only been together so much time now for the summer split. I wonder how much this team will continue to improve as a unit. I mean, just in spring, like, you saw the visible increase in team play as time went on for Impulse. So if that trend continues, they're going to be even scarier later on in the split.
All right.
Well, we'll see what happens now. Either way, to get the full breakdown on that game, we're going to send it to our guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Solid win there for Team Impulse. As Kobe mentioned, same old strategies from Impulse, but
Is that strategy, really? Just fight them all over and over again?
That's my strategy. It's a strategy, right?
Yeah, it's play style.
Exactly. All right, so same old play style, but some new champions coming in, right? We saw the the Fizz in the mid lane as opposed to top lane. Yasuo now moved to the top lane. Evelyn in the jungle and Alistar coming in at support. They just have that staple there in Apollo on the Sivir, of course. But it is nice to see the champion pools expand and them sticking with the playstyle that very much worked for them in the last split.
Yeah, it's a crazy edge for them, too, because that flex pick of the Fizz and the Yasuo, that was all over the place because they got invaded level 1, and Yasuo still did really well despite not getting that camp at the start. And we did see a Yasuo in the LCK played by Sasamde on KT Rollsters up against a Gnar. And he also went with an HP item very early on. He got the Giant's Belt, which he turns into a Randuin's, but the Bami Cinder, maybe eventual Sunfire Cape, but the fact that you get that HP item is actually really good because it allows you...
You're saying it was all planned?
I'm saying it's all planned. I think it's absolutely planned because you trade, instead of a Giant's Belt, you trade 80 HP for 5+ your level in magic damage in AoE, and he's trying to get in the middle of the fights. So he's trying
a little bit of tankiness. Yeah, the thing I liked about it in particular is just how he just shoved up the lane again and again on Yasuo, and because of some decent warding and timing by Rush's Evelyn, he just was always able to be in the right place at the right time as far as shoving and when to back up. And honestly, Yasuo, like in the top lane, that's the lane where he's best, right? Yeah. Like people keep bashing their heads into the wall with mid lane Yasuo. Everyone says, oh yeah, it's a bad pick. Yasuo is science, all these things. Yasuo is pretty good in the top lane in the right situation.
Yeah, as you mentioned, actually, when the pick was locked in, the fact that Gnar's auto range is fairly short. So although he's at a range disadvantage, his ability to dash in as soon as Gnar comes in for any amount of harass is still there. So it really isn't that much of a disadvantage to be up against a ranged champion there in the top lane.
Yeah, and he can block the boomerang with the wind wall, and then he doesn't get the cooldown reduction from picking the boomerang back up. So it's actually a pretty good matchup, and you exploit mini Gnar even further than it is already a weak state for Gnar to be in. And you saw that. Level 1, he hit level 2 first, runs straight up to him. He's like, I'm going to crit you twice. I'm going to Q you. Get off this wave. And then he shoves it into the turret, and that's where Calitrolls keeps losing CS. Because when the Yasuo is right underneath your turret, and you're trying to CS under the turret, he's like, you want that last hit? Windwalled. And then you lose 2 CS to it, and you keep doing that, and you keep shoving it in, and then you eventually get that lead slowly but surely, and we saw that in that game.
Now, before we hop into our replays, one last thing is that Rush, so often we talked about his evolution as a jungler into the tank meta, and sometimes resisting it. Here, Evelyn is a pick that is, definitely...
It's meta now.
Yeah, it's definitely meta. There you go. It's meta now across the regions. Builds that warrior enchantment on it, so he does have a little bit of that early game pressure and presence, and then is able to go full tank. So is this that happy medium for him in a champion where he can be somewhat of a tank for the team, but still put that pressure out early in the lanes?
Yeah. He's a crazy person. Like I love watching Rush play, and based on how well he did in the first split with almost no experience, the improvement he showed from the beginning of the split to the end of the split, the fact that he was the #1 player in Korean solo queue, just in a month, he went back, boosted his account all the way up there to #1, past FLICKR. We'll have plenty of time to talk about Rush this split. Yeah. I think he might be the best player in the league.
Oh, there it is. Well, with that, let's jump into both of our replays real quick here. The first one being a fight that did not go so well for Team Impulse, but is very reminiscent of some of the games we saw from them in the spring split, in that when they were ahead, they started to get a little reckless in their movements around the map. So we're going to pull this one up on your screen. We're going about 20 minutes into the game. Ends up being a 5-for-3 in Teammates' red side jungle.
Yeah, this was Team Impulse playing a little impulsively right here. They already have Yasuo in the top lane. This happens. They go a little bit too aggressive oftentimes when they have a slight lead, and they are honestly punished in a couple of ways here. So first off, Rush gets destroyed early on, and Apollo takes a bunch of damage. So their main DPS sustained damage-wise in Apollo is completely out of the fight, and he dies on the backside. But still, Team Impulse always feels like they can take the fight. They had a pretty nice combo up top with Xiao and Impact, but then even here, they should just realize they got out of a bad situation with decent stats, respect the Gnar bar. They were not really worried about a Mega Gnar for some reason, and eventually Cali Trolls cleans them up. That was actually 62.5% of teammates' kills for the whole game in that one fight when they aced him. They only had 8 for the entire game. So it was basically just off of Team Impulse going a little bit too hard, but it was only at the end of the day a 5 for 3.
Well, and speaking of new champions, we see Slushie on that Ziggs, so he's gotten a lot of praise for his Orianna. Ziggs now with the Luden's Echo definitely, I feel, fits with the way that Teammate likes to play in their very team fight-oriented compositions. That's a champion that Slushie can kind of slot into. Now let's move on to our second replay. Not 3 minutes later, we find ourselves another fight, 23 minutes into the game in the mid lane. This ends up being a 4-for-1 in Impulse's favor and net them a Baron, which then you basically close the game out from there. So we're going to pull that up on your screen. And Zyrene, you're going to take this one.
Yeah, this is the fight that happens near the river. Just an amazing combo that comes out here from TIP. And the presence of mind. You called it a strategy at the start. I hesitate to call anything TIP does a strategy.
If at first you don't succeed, just do it better next time.
Yeah, exactly.
So as we roll the clip out, you're going to see here the Fish and the Yasuo ulti and the fact that it just devastates Teammate. Teammate, they won the previous fight. At this point, they're thinking, this is a really good fight for us to take. Rush is caught out, but then Sivir lets them catch up. The two-man into the Fish for 4 people, and the Wombo combo that just devastates them. Rush at that point was pretty much just bait for this team fight, and it was over just off of those 2 moves, and it's cleanup duty afterwards.
Yep.
So they did it better that time.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun watching Team Impulse playing these team fights, especially when they ended up having like a double assassin style in what is a tank meta. They didn't even really have a true tank. Bomby Cinder does not make you a tank top lane.
What are you talking about? Come on, there's help on that.
Come on.
And he bought it early.
Yeah, he's tanky. But literally just watching them like scat around team fights as much as they could. Like you couldn't really keep your hands on them, and anytime they wanted to go for a target, it was just a mob of quick damage that was going there.
Yeah, absolutely. You had the cooldown boots on Fizz along with the Zhonya's, so it's hard to focus him. With the Alistair peel that you're getting, hard to focus him. Eve, one of those champions that is inherently tanky if she can get a big enough ultimate off in that it scales with the number of people she hits. So very tough target selection there for Team 8.
Yeah, and that's where you have to be on top of your game and what you're hitting there. And I know that Freak talked a little bit about Nien. When Nien gets on this team, he is a very, very vocal person in team fights. He is basically a shot caller of every team that he's been on since CLG. And he's like, I am team fighting AD carry. I point, I shoot, you guys help me kill this person. And I think that's going to help them shore up this little weakness that they had in this game where they seem just completely scattered and thrown off by TIP.
Yeah, definitely a long split. They don't have to face TIP every game either, so more coordination and maybe less of a crazy opponent next time.
Yeah. All right, well, again, good win there for Impulse starting out their Season 1-0. We'll see what happens when Nien gets back into the lineup for Team 8. Now, we've got one more game coming your way. Up next in the hot seat, we've got Gravity as they take on the new kids on the block, Enemy Esports. Don't go anywhere.
You have your shoes on?
Take them off.
Adrian! He's taking it off?
The shoes are off, boys.
The shoes are off. The Calitro's the opposite, gets him out, but still in comes Xiaowei. Xiao, the damage is going to be good, but wow, Ziggs damage going to be massive as well. Not in a great way anymore. Impact putting out a whole bunch, but the Gnar ulti is massive. Hits 2, hops the wall. A triple kill for Slushie.
No. Flash. No flash. No flash. 3 seconds.
Okay, Baron.
He's going to take down 2. Fizz gets the kill on this one. Dodo forced to run. Hook's not going to matter. Rush gets his 3rd. Kills going everywhere. GG 1-0 on the season for Team Impulse. Hey everyone, welcome back. We've got more of the North American LCS coming up, continuing with Gravity versus Enemy Esports. Now, Enemy Esports auto-qualified for the LCS after winning first place from the Challenger Series Spring Split. So this is the first time that we're going to see them in a televised match against an LCS team.
True enough, and it is a team, but there's just a really familiar face on it as well. It's a whole bunch of team of new guys, and then Inox. He's coming back. He's in the LCS. He's changing lanes, though. He's going over to the mid lane, and honestly, he's had a lot more success in the mid lane. It's been a very positive move that's given Inox a lot more confidence himself. He stepped up. He's a big voice on the team now. He's a huge leader for them, and just he looks way happier as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's even like willing to give interviews and stuff. The guy's had a complete transformation since he was EG's top laner a few years back. Now, on the flip side, Gravity actually lost a lot of their veteran experience. During the break, jungler St. Vicious and AD carry Cop both stepped down from active play, with Cop actually taking in a coaching role with Gravity. But taking over in that bot lane is going to be Altek, who was previously with Winterfox last split. And in the jungle is Move, a Korean jungler who was with the Edward Gaming organization on their challenger team.
Yeah, I mean, losing St. Vicious. Love him or hate him, St. Vicious was a very vocal person. So Gravity are losing that very strong shot-calling central voice. And now they are also grooming Bunny Fufu to be the new shot caller for the squad. So in addition to adapting to that new AD carry to lane with, Bunny is also taking on the responsibility of leadership and shot calling for the squad. So he's got a whole bunch of new stuff that he's got to deal with.
Yep, so a lot of growth required now for Gravity and a lot of learning for these guys as they mature into their new roles and new teams for some of these players. Right now we're going to check out the starting lineups, though, and on the blue side is Gravity. Haunter in the top lane, Move in the jungle, Keen in mid, Altek on AD carry, and Bunny Fufu on support.
And on the red side, it's Enemy Esports. Up top is Flares in the jungle, Trashy, mid Inox, AD carry Otter, and support Body Drop.
So this is going to be a game to watch for sure. The first test for both these teams, and it's going to be an interesting test because, of course, we haven't seen how Enemy fare against any of these LCS teams. We don't know how good new Gravity is as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how it's a lot of new guys to the scene here. Flares, though, he actually got to sub into the LCS a little bit. It's
true.
In the top lane. He's also ranked #1 right now on solo queue for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, he's been there for the last like 6 months.
Yeah,
he's been all
him
about
and Double Lift are going 1-2 right now, one game apart. But yeah, he's a very strong top laner, and we'll see what Enemy can do here because Trashy, their jungler, also a lot of hype behind him coming from the Challenger circuit, just pretty much because he's Danish.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we see players like Svenskeren and Santorin and Bjergsen and Incarnation, we realize that Denmark has a lot of really good players out there. So Trashy, I actually got to talk to him when he was in the Challenger Finals, actually, I guess a few weeks ago or whatever. And I asked him about like all these other Danish junglers around him. He's like, yeah, you know, me and Svenskeren and Santorin, we were all kind of just orbiting around each other as we were all these sort of aggressive junglers that all wanted to take over games.
Yeah.
And then just based on which team we went on, we had to take on different roles. So he's like, Santorin became a supportive jungler because he had Bjergsen on his team, and like Santorin kept trying to carry everyone. I kind of went back and forth because he's like, I want to support Inox a whole bunch. I think he's really good, and Flares wants to carry all the time as well. So Trashy, actually, I remember also just to continue on with him. He was in the European Challenger circuit back in 2014, and he was on an old team, Reason Gaming, and he was like the only good player on the team, and he would like hard carry games on like Wukong and Nocturne. And I was like, oh my god, this guy's so good. He's just held down by his teammates. Then he get on better and better teams. He played on the team that eventually became H2K, but Lulix replaced him, and now he's on Enemy Esports. And just, he has been a very explosive, very dominating, at least for the Challenger Series jungler. And now him on the professional stage. Again, players with similar skill to him, like Santorin. You know, I expect good things from Trashy here.
Interesting, very interesting. I'm excited to see how he performs against Move here because, you know, coming from EDG, they just won MSI, a very prestigious team. He was on the sort of sub squad, and he is Korean, and they all had, you know, of course, all of their foreign player spots built on their made team. But he did get to play a bit in the second tier. Now, he is a guy that is very hard to find any extra information on besides solo queue because of that fact, and because it's really hard to get, you know, any information on their scrim results and stuff like that. I was talking to Cop, who is now, as you can see behind him, the coach of the team, who's going to be handling picks and bans. I was like, you know, give me some more information on Move. You know, why'd you guys even pick this up? How'd the tryouts go? And he's like, well, he's good at League of Legends, so that's why we picked him up. All right, that's a good reason.
Yeah, good.
So
and
that's what we got for him. That's why he was picked up.
It just sounds like
Cop has a lot of faith in him.
Great. Well, that's good.
As far as the picks and bans go, though, let's start it out in the top lane. Wow, Aurelia already targeting flares here.
Yeah, Flares is one of these newfangled carry top laners. Seems to be very popular now in 2015. And yeah, his Hecarim, his Aurelia, he's just a very aggro player. And he goes sometimes a bit too hard. You'll see Flares overextend pretty frequently, even in the Challenger Series. So up against Hanser and Move. Going to see how that goes for him. LeBlanc gone from Inox. His next two probably Nidalee, Kassadin, maybe Kog'Maw in there as well as things that Inox tends to carry on. I don't know if they can really remove his champion pool too well.
Yeah, the early adapter of Kassadin, long-range Kog'Maw, AP mid. He's got a...
His Katarina was great, too.
He's got a very diverse champion pool. The one thing that's really common with most of the champions is that they can carry really hard. Katarina can go off really hard. Kog'Maw, once you get to the late game, a huge carry potential there. So Inox likes to have mid laners that have a lot of power. He's not really a supportive mid laner player.
No. It's going to be all carrying all the time. Even when Inox was a top laner, he wanted to carry as well. So just found a lane that suits the style better. All right, so 2 jungle bans and the Alistar away from Bunny Fufu. Gravity now to make their first pick on this one. You can see they banned sort of 1 per role down the main carry slots. Taking their time. Coach Cop to tell Gravity what they want for first pick here. That's, I'm going to say, more an homage than a real pick, but you never know.
Yeah, as we've seen, Yasuo strong into Gnar, at least, especially if you get an experience advantage, but a little bit too early to tell for that. Alistar on the ban list does mean that there's possibility of a first pick support. Not going to happen this time, but Alistar really making a big waves here.
Yeah.
Both in Europe and in North America from the support role. Not going to be in this game, though.
Yeah, trashy though. I want to see, Sejuani picked up there. A couple of jungle bans come through, and the next one down the list, Sejuani picked up already. Flair's happy to play Rumble right into Hecarim and hide the rest of his roles.
Yeah, what a team fight combo locked in really early. First round here for Enemy Esports. They've got a huge amount of power for any sort of fight taking place in close quarters. Early Dragon should be. You have to be very careful about grouping up if you are Gravity. So anytime you land that combo, Sejuani plus a Rumble should be a team fight victory. Gravity, though, they do have the Hecarim. See if he can get an early lead and have one of those high-impact teleport plays.
He definitely might have that happen, but meanwhile, Gravity happy to go for high-impact plays as well. And speaking of the Impulse lineup that was running this champion, Fizz coming back again in the mid lane here, so Keen happy to blind pick a big scary assassin. All Tech is here to make that team run fast.
Yep. Another rushdown squad here looks to be from Gravity. I always really love combining Hecarim with Sivir as well. Get the extra damage on top of your speed.
Okay, so rushdown, as you say, for Gravity. Then how good is Enemy Esports counter-engage? Can they withstand this kind of aggression?
Well, the thing is, if you have a whole bunch of melee champions, it's pretty easy to land a good Sejuani ultimate, and you just layer that Rumble right on top of it.
Absolutely true. We'll see if Inox wants to play something to continue to add AoE damage, or if he's going to be more on the utility side of this one. Azir, I feel like, would work in terms of bullying back all these divers. We'll see. We hear people in the audience yell Bard. That would work too. Kassadin, though, is the pickup here. Kassadin into Fizz. I want to say it's a good Kassadin matchup. Also, Nautilus comes through for body drop, so Enemy Esports hiding their AD carry pick for last.
I do like playing Kassadin into the Fizz there, not only because of the passive and the magic damage shield that he gets, but being in melee range, Kassadin will just spam out his spells at Fizz, and anytime Fizz gets close, he can tap him with one of those auto attacks to restore a ridiculous amount of his mana and continue the harass. So basically, you just spam out your spells on Fizz, try and keep him low, and tap him every once in a while with the empowered auto.
All right, then maybe a difficult lane matchup for Keen here.
What it does, is draw a lot of jungle attention, though. So, well, maybe not. Nunu and Sejuani, not the most oppressive mid-lane ganking jungles.
Nunu confused me a little bit, actually, in terms of what he's trying to empower. Sivir, not the biggest need of attack speed buffs, and it's not like you're going to rush down people with the Nunu. Really, it's I'm not sure what he's doing exactly. Otherwise, Gravity, still a lot of high-impact players to remove his first game in the North American LCS, his first game in a professional league, in a Tier 1 league. He's playing Nunu on this one, and Otter gets a Vayne for himself. A bunch of low-range rushdown champions, and he picks something short-range himself.
Ooh, the Vayne into Nunu, interesting. He is going to have a hard time getting around all those slow fields. We'll see if he can use his invisibility to that end, though. Nunu himself probably going to get hit with a decent amount of AoE. His whole point is to try and single-man tank the Sejuani ultimate for the rest of the squad.
That's true. So 2 tanks and 3 damage dealers for the enemy esports lineup. Meanwhile, some tank utility and damage kind of split across the entire Gravity lineup here. The first game of the split and the last of the day for these teams and for us here in the North American LCS. Coach Kopp, Coach Brad for Gravity and Enemy Esports sending their teams away with their first team comps of the split. New lineup for Gravity, new team Enemy Esports. Final parting comments as champ select ends. Say goodbye to your teams, shake hands, and here we go.
And since champions are locked in, that will definitely be the Smite Teleport Hecarim. So Smite Teleport takes a bit longer to come online, but you do scale a bit better since you are building Cinderhawk.
Yeah, and of course, really fun late game power, a lot of health and all of that. Now, guys, you've got one more opportunity to prove your precognitive powers. Share your game predictions by tweeting at LOL Esports and use either hashtag GVWin or hashtag NMEWin. We are here in a Game 5. It's going to be a great one. How strong are these teams? As we move into the summer split, let's find out.
Actually really like the Enemy Esports team comp here. Decent amount of setup CC to try and get an easier Sedge ult with that Nautilus coming from the support role. And Kassadin plus Vayne is just always such a good combo. 2 of the best champions at chasing down stragglers. If there's a big AoE team fight and your enemies split up, Kassadin and Vayne very good at capitalizing on that.
Well, while Gravity might split up, Enemy Esports may want to stick together in this one. Inox says the players on Enemy Esports have a bond that goes beyond being teammates.
When we went into the challenger scene, it really felt like we all came from the same place. Like we were all the same level with each other. No one really had like the impression that they're above anyone. We all just became really good friends and we were able to bond, go hang out and do anything. On Enemy, it's more so that we're brothers more so than friends. Like we're just that close together.
Band of brothers.
Ironic that they're such close friends when their name is called Enemy. It's an easy one. It counts. What?
All right.
What is your reservation here?
Well, as of right now, the friends are all just going to have a safe early start. If the duo lane's going to take this Gromp, probably means that they are expecting a 2 vs 2 matchup, so they have not gotten any early alerts as to the lane swap here from Gravity, so looks like it will probably catch Enemy off guard as Altec and Bunny Fufu head to the top side. Let's see if they group up the wave. If you do start Gromp like this, Enemy, now they actually are removed from the option of freezing the lane because they're just going to meet right now without anybody able to corral them. So the best option in this case is to try and shove it into the turret to try and get it to bounce back so you can regain control and manage those minions. Here goes Bunny Fufu with that patented level 1 invade from the support to try and harass the duo jungle. And it looks like he's done his job fairly well here. Can he get the hard reset is what he's looking for here. You get the... Yep, he got it. You get... All you're trying to do is get the camp to try and switch targets onto you and then back to the... Wow, he almost got it. Origin point so that you can get that hard reset, delay them a little bit extra. And his work's not done yet. He's going to keep it up. So the reason I really like this strategy is that the 2 biggest playmakers for your team in a lane swap are your jungler and your top laner, and to a lesser extent your support, as we've just seen very early on. So if by just committing your support to that jungle and top lane harass, you take away almost all of Enemy's early game playmaking ability. Have you ever tried to create something in a lane when your jungler and your top laner with the teleport are both behind. It's extremely difficult. It puts all of the weight onto body drop on this Nautilus to make anything happen early game if enemy are actually going to create waves. So that means Kassadin just going to be pretty much on his own, farming up in that mid lane. And we'll see if Gravity can capitalize, because they're sending 3 people down bottom now.
Makes sense, team like Gravity heading towards the bottom of the map right here. Move, Bunny, Fufu, and Hanser all triple jungling to make sure they can defend this turret in time. They're not going to be cut off like we saw in the CLG game earlier. Otter in a one-on-one, but Hanser is the same level as the guy.
All right.
And more coming in. Forced to flash early, but Move can still flash Snowball or just walk in to do it as well. Nice condemn on a Bunny Fufu. Will keep Otter safe.
And here come the reinforcements. A little bit late, though. So 3 members of enemy spending a lot of time walking and not getting much done. Meanwhile, 3 lanes of experience and gold income for Gravity. Every second that the map stays in balance like this is a huge win for Gravity. Because even though the wave is in control of enemy there and they're able to prune it on their side, Gravity's still getting experience income, whereas these small advantages of the jungle camps are barely being scraped together. Cop up on, or not Cop anymore, Altec up on the top side. He's got a free lane to himself. Let's see if anybody finds themselves in the jungle there, though. Looks like they will just pass through. Thresh going to run into the double jungle squad.
Enemy knows about this. Trashy going to clear away maybe another pick up, but finds Bunny Fufu, a level 2 Thresh, taking a lot of damage. Ignite popped onto Flares. The hook over the wall is going to catch Trashy. Flares nearly going down. Flashes still drops to Kane. First blood for Gravity. Going to be answered. Back goes to Inox. Now the hook on to Move. Exactly. Altec is not here whatsoever, but the escape comes through. 1-for-1 in kills.
First blood, 1-for-1 trade for Gravity in a 4 versus 5. And Otter had to leave his lane, lost a bunch of minions trying to come help the squad because they were keeping the lane on their own side of the map and building up a big Gravity wave. It killed off all of the minions very quickly, rushed into the turret, and will bounce back now. So that fight turned out really well for Gravity. Because as we said, this entire time, Altec on the top side, just freely farming.
He is just freely farming the gold, staying fairly close to the first blood lead. Pretty massive. Move will get himself the top lane scuttler, 80 gold for him. Gravity staying a little bit ahead here. Altec just freely and safely farming in a match that would have been typically pretty rough, Sivir versus Vayne. If the wave can't be pushed, the threat of Vayne killing you is pretty moderately high as time goes on. Flares has yet to lane at all in this game. He's purely been jungling alongside either body drop or Flares, and Gravity making a nice move here. Flares going to get caught out by a hook as he turns the corner. Ice Blast. They're just going to run away, actually. Their guys are a little bit afraid, even though Sivir was right around the corner there.
Yeah, they set the trap for a single target, and 2 of them came marching down the road. So, abort mission. They pull it out with no casualties.
Looks like once again we're in a game where only really 2 lanes of farm for one of the teams. Hanser had spent some time farming. He's actually already picked up the machete to make that happen a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's got smite, so
yeah, it's fine.
Farming the jungle, reverting to that is very easy for him. Just waiting for the Vayne wave to push back.
Keen is 6. Inox going to take a whole lot of damage here. Thankfully for him, the Ignite is down already, so Keen couldn't clean the kill up just yet, but that is Inox's flash gone.
And Keen inserting his will. The mid lane on Inox. Inox, though, is going to start scaling. Level 6 here. And is going to, looks like he's going for the Rod build on Kassadin. Pretty standard.
Okay. I've seen a lot of different variations. The last one I remember Inox doing was actually Tear into Luden's Echo. I think. I could be incorrect in that one, but going Rod of Ages here, wanting the durability. All the assassins in Rushdown makes a lot of sense in my opinion.
Oh, wow. Actually, also on that last recall where Gravity decided to swap lanes, both side lanes recalling, they lost a wave on both sides.
Ooh.
So enemy getting a bit closer back into this game, able to shove both top and bottom. But on the return visit, Altec is able to use his boomerang blade and bouncing blade. Get right back.
All right, so here we are. Lanes matched back up to equal. Teleport up for both these top laners, so if there's any bot lane focus, we can see the TPs come through. BF Sword versus Cutlass and Boots.
So after all of these swaps, the biggest difference is that experience disadvantage that I kept pointing out for Hanser versus Flares. Flares on the Rumble still level 4 because he was doing that double jungling. Whereas Gravity, even though Hanser wasn't able to get a lot of the CS in the lane, was sitting there absorbing experience. So level 6 Hecarim going to easily have the upper hand up in that top side. So that's why they're supporting him with Vision. They've got wards for him, and he definitely has the bully pressure up in the top side over Flares at the moment.
And despite the fact that he has no combat items at all, the hook, nice dodge there by Body Drop. Keeping himself alive. Otter, as you mentioned, XP advantages. Also, he's down about a level under Altec. Altec nearly 8 as Otter hits 7 on this minion. So experience all around the board, even though the gold is basically the same. XP matters. Now, it is worth pointing out that Trashy is 6, whereas Move is not. So something on this other side. And Body Drop 5 to Bunny Fufu's 3. So it's just in different places, I guess, as I look at all the numbers.
Well, let's see if we can pull off a move with the Sejuani level 6. Immediately after hitting level 6, looking for a gank. Not really any opportunity for him.
Yeah, nothing just yet. The level 6 has happened, but nothing really positive afterwards. Move did go Sightstone early. Nice. Spell Shield to block the Condemn. No real trades all that successful just yet on the enemy esports side. They've actually pulled the gold back up in their favor. Looks like Rumble's trading just fine. And Vayne holding pretty nicely. It's just this mid lane that keeps getting worse, it looks like, as Inox continues to survive all these trades very well and push Keen around a 10 minion lead. Not too bad. Sejuani up 10 as well. Cinderhulk done on her. A lot of things just came through for enemy esports here. Rumble also hitting level 6. So yeah, all these ultis, aside from body drops, are available, but his is going to be one wave away.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to be content to stick with the farm game because they haven't placed any wards. There are almost no wards on the mat for enemy, just a couple defensive ones for each lane. Very, very close. So any move that they make, any aggressive move, would be fairly blind, and they'd have to account for the presence of Nunu as well. It looks like they're going to venture into the jungle and try and get some more information by getting deep wards down.
Meanwhile, a fight in the top lane, though. The overheated Rumble going to do plenty of damage towards Hanser. A couple more auto attacks go through.
Got a lot of potions.
Done trading. Now, teleport is down for Flares, but up for Hanser, meaning he could abuse the lane or abuse the dragon attempt. Flash Force from Keen puts the Shark in towards Trashy. And that is actually a fair bit of damage towards the Sejuani, and her board not going to feel great about this one either. Keen, one hit away from dead. Move can try to help with this one. Inox jumps over the as best he can. Still does get traded back, but multiple ults used for that one. Buddy Fufu in onto Otter, but how much damage can they really even do? A lot of knockups come through. Bunny was one auto attack from dead. Silverbolts would have, I think, killed him as Ignite was still on. The heal wouldn't have helped enough.
Move on the way down, though. Looks like Otter and Body Drop will back off in time. Not going to be attacked there. So the big, big difference of the teleport actually doesn't benefit Gravity that much. It's still a one-for-one trade, and they had to expend their teleport advantage. So
that's true.
Hanser now going to have to head back to the top squad.
All right, 1 minute and 25 seconds for the teleport of Flares, and maybe we'll see enemy esports abuse that advantage. If coordination's all good, they should know a big TP advantage. Dodge and the hook from Otter. And we still sit at a 200 gold lead. Enemy esports. We asked how good they would be in this summer split as a new team. Gravity, 6th place team from last split. Certainly no slouches in their own right. Although they do have a changed roster, which might slow them down for a bit. Enemy esports certainly holding up with an established LCS team.
They are at that. If a dragon fight does break out, it's going to be extremely eventful here because enemy have such a good combo of AoE. Almost feel like Gravity would just continue with a split push and try and trade turret for the early dragon. Early dragon, not that big of a deal. The 6% doesn't multiply that much at this point in the game. True. And the global gold from an outer turret is substantial.
This is risky by Gravity to keep showing up bot lane despite the fact that Flares' TP is just about back up. They've got a very small window left. Nice hook comes in on both sides. Body Drop nearly already dead, but Trashy shows up for the stun. Not enough to kill off Move, though the lantern from Buddy Fufu keeps him safe, and Otter cannot capitalize with the ulti there for himself. Still 3 versus 3 down to the bot lane, though. TP up in like 4 seconds for Rumble. There are no deep wards to teleport.
Whoa, Move!
Whoa, over-aggressive, but a lot of damage. Butterdup cannot be in this fight anymore. This turret still taking damage. Looks like no one is going to be afraid of this Vayne anymore. The turret does get taken down. Well played, Gravity. Good calling all around.
Yep. Gravity going to try and knock down the outer ring of turrets. Now that they get that one down, try and quickly shove the wave and then swing their AD carry and support across the map. If they can move them up top and try and chain the outer turrets, then they can try and take control of this mid-game. Inox now has to wait a little bit longer, still stacking up his Rod of Ages, whereas Fizz here, Keen, has gone for early physical damage for the laning phase by getting the Sheen, allowing him to trade a little bit better with Kassadin.
Yeah.
But, you know, since Inox did get the early first blood as well, got off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, and the CS lead in mid just keeps going Inox's way. It was +10 last we saw, now it's +20, and this partial freeze making it a little bit worse. Gravity take the turret off that, I guess, trade that they won. They got more damage out, and the turret got taken down. They recalled back Infinity Edge at 14 minutes for Altec.
Yeah.
He's going to be a very big force this game. Both Cinderhulks done for Gravity as well.
Wow, they back off. Generally, you want to try and punish Kassadin for the early lack of wave clear, especially if you have Sivir, who's taken the outer turret this early. So they do move Sivir over to the mid lane to try and take down the outer turret, but no support means he backs off from the turret, and they back off from the blue buff as well. Enemy able to defend.
All right, good hold then. Enemy Esports down 300 gold for themselves. Gravity, of course, built that lead through the push primarily. Enemy's other advantages simply coming through their mid lane laning phase for the most part. Both junglers now matching items with Sightstone, Cinderhulk, so wards going to be plentiful on both rosters. 2 upgraded warding totems also here for Gravity. Another one-on-one. Keen looking for Inox there. The almost completed Lich Bane plus Ignite forcing Inox away. One more Q could maybe get the kill. Inox forced to grab some help, and Hanser, wow! In the top lane, solos flares.
The solo kill. All right, let's see what happens down bottom. Not much of import here. Inox had to burn his flash, so with the solo kill top, pretty much guarantees you the dragon as well. Gravity able to gain advantage on both sides of the map. This was just flares overstaying. One level up from Hanser. You know, he had a massive sustain advantage, not only because of Hecarim's kit, but also because stacking so many potions. Bunny lands the hook.
And goodbye, body drop. Lives up to his name. He goes down. TP's coming in for enemy Esports. All the same. Equalizer is available. Will they take the fight? In comes Otter. Stuns up move. That's going to be 1 kill picked up. Down goes Nunu. But they re-engage from Keen. Flashless, Igniteless, and Ultimateless means this chase is going to be just fine. Enemy Esports pick up 2 on the backside for the death of body drop. But they will take Dragon forward as well.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Really close to the boomerang steal. Yeah, that we did see that slight discrepancy between teleport timers really cost Gravity right there. So even though they got the kill, solo kill up top for Hecarim, Flares is able to teleport on respawn. Gravity just take a little bit too long to take down the objective after the fight, and they're not able to secure first dragon.
All right, well, slight misstep for Gravity puts the game right back to equal here. Nearly identical gold games. Vayne keeps farming on up. She's managed to dodge what can be early late weaknesses of Vayne. Going equal is a happy place to be when you're a Vayne player, and this is where we are right now for the enemy Esports AD carry. Otter's tried for close to 3 years now to make his way into the LCS. He played in the Season 3 qualifier, the very, very first one. He finally found his way in. So far, actually putting a pretty good performance in his first LCS game.
Yeah, the entire team here so far for enemy. Pretty strong early start against Gravity as well, who performed really well last split. Albeit with some roster changes this split. Definitely holding their own so far. And remember, Inox Rod of Age is still constantly stacking up, so ramping up that Kassadin, ever stronger for those chase down team fights.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's doing Roa cooldown boots Ludens. I don't think that's Lich Bane next. I think it's most likely to be Ludens Echo. So yeah, found a way to put CDR into the build after all. I know some Kassadins like to get that cooldown reduction to have a just ludicrous amount of rift walking all over the place. And if he can get the W for the mana restore, he can keep that jumping all around and be really scary. The Ludens burst should help him quite a bit. Otter has been lane swapped to the top lane here to try to fight up against Hanser. This 2v1 should be pretty easy for the enemy duo lane. But Move might be on his way up there to help. And Fizz from Keen has pushed very deeply through the bot lane.
Ooh, trying to keep up the split push with very little vision. He's only got that one ward he just placed himself. And playing with fire. Oh no, he placed 2.
Inox playing with ice though, taking a bit of damage, but now comes in towards Altec. The stun not quite going to land on the Gravity AD carry. That turret is so low in the mid lane.
Because he flashed it. Very quick reaction there from Altec.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Altec display some of his mechanical prowess that has been talked up. And they do come away with the defense though. Enemy at every turn, they've been trying to defend the Domino early taking of turrets for Gravity. And they've been able to slowly make their way to top now. They've been able to keep that tower standing for a little bit longer. It's fairly low though. The conga line is stopped. Plenty of vision here from the Sightstone Nunu.
It's similar for enemy esports. That conga line top lane, Gravity was kind of there first, but spotted by a ward. Otter played safely enough. Gravity's new jungler Move, definitely doing a decent job of getting wards down to the map, but he's slowly but surely getting out-farmed here by Trashy. Yeah. Level 8 versus 10 as time goes on. About to be 11 as Sejuani's going for her red buff on the top side. 3 level advantage for the jungler is definitely big.
Getting first to that level 11 is very big for Sejuani, so I think that is a good point. Having level 2 stun here for Trashy.
Yeah, adds a quarter second to it.
As of Gravity's squad, though, maybe we're seeing a little bit of the indecisiveness and inability to capitalize on the early momentum of knocking down outer turret after outer turret, rotating their Sivir effectively. Maybe due to a little bit of the lack of strong, decisive main shot caller.
I tend to agree. You've got a head Sivir and a head top lane split pusher, and the mid laner has no wave clear, and you're not getting through it.
And they sort of made this attempt mid. They moved the Sivir over to mid, try and punish the Kassadin, try and knock it down, but they sort of split objectives, and they had Nunu go for an invade with Thresh at the same time, and Sivir could not complete the shove mid. So they kind of grasped at too many things. Maybe it's a side effect of everybody adding information now that they don't have the main single shot caller, everybody trying to help, and they sort of split themselves in 2 different directions, not really able to accomplish either goal. However, the mid turret extremely low since they keep coming back to it and taking chips out of it.
And we'll see. That is
it's so
low.
All right. Alta could actually just walk over there.
Even Move could take it down. Just whoever wants to actually attack that thing twice is going to be killed.
They do have the double Cinder Hulk stacking for them.
I mean, this team is going to get very tanky. And Otter, oh, I should have Rune King. Fight that guy.
He does have a buddy with him as well.
Yeah, come on, dude. You don't make highlight reels not going for 1v1s.
All right.
Gravity invading, though, quite nicely. A couple of wards into the jungle. Trashy forced to give them a fair bit of room. And Gravity have set up Keen's split push area quite well. For how bad that Fizz Kassadin matchup was, Keen's doing a whole lot better now facing Flares, right? Flares had itemized a whole lot of armor early on. He got the Seeker's Arm Guard actually before Boots to deal with the Hecarim matchup, and they put Fizz against him, and suddenly it's useless. And now he's got to buy a Null Magic Mantle to try to keep him in this matchup, and Flares kind of getting pushed around.
Good spell there from Altec. Sivir able to wave clear really easily. Enemy, they're the ones with the lack of pushing potential, since they have Vayne and a bunch of melees. But yeah, the Fizz as well, especially after the nerfs and the sort of rework to Fizz, I don't feel like he scales nearly as well as Kassadin.
Yeah. But it looks like enough of the other guys are scaling up as well. You said Hecarim is a slow starter, but really good late game. He's doing fine. Sivir against a short-range line is going to land a lot of ricochet damage. Mid lane turret finally goes down, and Gravity have knocked down that outer ring. Enemy Esports' only objective grab has been the one dragon they fought over. Gravity now sitting on a lead with some eventually good lane pushing.
Wonder if we will ever see Gravity go with the split push to try and get some more pressure. They finally got that mid turret down, so it really does open up the map for them. Try and get some of those wards in the jungle to catch enemy in rotation and pull them across the map. Try and use that Fizz and the Hecarim while they can. All outer turrets down. Looking gonna make, and that's pretty much where all the gold advantage comes from too.
Yeah.
I mean, once enemies start knocking down turrets, if enemy wins the team fight, they will be able to claim quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly, they can. But speaking of claiming, they're going for Dragon right away, and it was just off the recall of Move as well as Bunny Fufu, and even Keen had recalled not long ago. He just made his way back now, but Dragon started. Enemy Esports still around in this one. Rumble has teleport, as does Hecarim. Otter is here, though. Enough members. Looks like they will take down Dragon with no contest. Release Smite for Trashy. Gold goes to Otter. 2 Dragons for one side, 3 turrets to the other.
So we do get a look at a Fizz versus Vayne side lane split push. Both of them are bringing
Unless say Fizz wins that.
backup, though. Wards for both squads as well, so nobody going to take the bait.
Otto's not even running full magic resist glyphs here. He's only at 37. This is
a little bit of mana regen in there.
Usually you see attack speed. I guess a lot of people do run mana regen blues. I never understood that on AD carries, but
maybe not for Vayne either.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that on Vayne is the weird thing. So I don't know. I guess we'd have to look at the page afterwards. But yeah, he's only running about 5 magic resist glyphs. Out goes Sejuani. Again, Gravity trying to control this eastern jungle, the one that Keen is pushing around. It seems like that's where most of this effort is being placed for Gravity, is setting up a playground for Keen to just keep scaling up and doing good things on this Fizz.
Yeah. It really does feel like this game is going to come down to the big team fight.
Yeah.
When they do clash over the objective, because we already talked over, enemy. This is their first time. They're so excited to be in the LCS. First game on the stage. Gonna be a little hesitant to commit to early risky strategies. So fairly safe and controlled for them so far. And on the other side, Gravity losing a main shot caller. Not quite fully committing to the mid-game plan either. So both teams kind of waiting around for that big team fight for it to really explode.
Well, we've had a couple of fights before, and they've gone back and forth. Looks like enemy Esports have largely made Gravity play around them. It's just been Gravity's advantage playing the split push game. They've just done a little bit of a better job of it. Defensive items now coming in for Hanser, so no Triforce, just this full tank Hecarim with challenging Smite.
Whew, yeah, they are really going to count on Altec for the DPS in the late game.
Well, starts to make Nunu make a little bit more sense after all.
Yeah, Keen's going to do his best. He has added another AP scaling ratio to his kit, so that helps your late game damage a bit, adding the scaling of the Lich Bane, but still going to have a hard time keeping up with the damage output from enemy in the late game. And it looks like they are making a move, decisive move here from enemy down bottom. They want to try and get some global gold. Remember, there are teleports up from both of these top laners.
And a lot of space given by enemy Esports. They're just so afraid of Keen doing something, even though he can't even clear the caster wave. They deny the CS.
Oh, they cancel. Inox going to run straight back due to the shove here from Sivir Nunu. You can't keep up with that shove, though. Kassadin doesn't even bring that much wave clear.
Mid's taking a lot of damage, but in comes Flares. He wants to flank this one, but takes so much damage. He does not have Zhonya's. The Abyssal Scepter doesn't help him survive Altsec. A 1-for-1 as Inox comes in. Now Move in the fray, taking up this Kassadin quite easily. Eats the minion, gets slowed back down. Hanser now in the mix as well. But out they go. 1-for-1, top laner dead, AD carry dead.
And summoners for both. Both of them burning Flash. Altsec even the heal as well. So the 1-for-1.
The Inox burned all of his, so as did Bunny Fufu. A lot of summoners used there, but now mid lane being pressured without the AD carry, without really the only wave clear team or wave clear tool on the team. But Gravity still given the room to clear it. Both these teams, as you were mentioning before, I feel like a little bit overly patient.
First game on the big stage here.
Yep.
And it's such a close game. It's hard to make that call for the full all-in commitment to a team fight. If you do lose a team fight completely, then as we said, a bunch of outer turrets are going to go down. It's going to be a huge gold swing.
Yep.
That one mistake is going to be really hard to come back from. So nobody wants to be the first to make that mistake.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this is the first professional game for, I believe, 4 of the players in this game. Moves first on a top-tier league, and everyone but Flares and Inox first-timers for enemy Esports. To my knowledge, if I don't have someone backwards here.
We do have some pretty good item breakpoints that might spur enemy into a decision, though, because they've got, you know, the fully stocked route, the Luden's Echo already on Inox. Inox, very, very powerful, and his whole idea is to go take out Sivir. If he takes out Sivir, then the Gravity team will collapse, because enemy have plenty of more damage sources. Gravity do not. So that plus the Quicksilver on Otter should allow him to survive and be that secondary damage source.
Whether he removes Challenging Smite from Hanser or the Fish from Keen, or hopefully both for his sake, this Vayne likely to be slippery enough to do a pretty good job in these fights. Not a lot of peel for him. It's like Nautilus and Sejuani can try, although they typically CC more offensively.
Yeah, I like the chaos that combo does create. If Sejuani and Rumble can land a combo, that's a huge area of the battlefield that Vayne can just tumble around in.
Yeah. Definitely works well as cleanup. We've seen it was Najin who ran Cat and Vayne for cleanup.
Sivir move up top. Sivir ult for a rotation.
Wow, they're going to really catch flares. This one has no CC for the new ulti. There's going to be the kill picked up, and it will go to Altec, 2-1-1.
Bottom turret down.
Yeah, okay, split push. Otter, man after my own heart, split pushing on Vayne all game long, 306 CS. I mean, a very, very large champion. Inox pushing down the mid lane well, also in Gravity. Risking a Baron attempt right here in the face of some wards. Vayne cannot join this fight. This is a 3v5. Trashy's got a stun. There is no rumble. Here comes Inox. A lot of damage. Bunny Poop with the first casualty, but in comes the re-engage. A bit of a stun to buy some time. Trashy goes down to Keen. Body drop forced to run. Otter has joined in. Move forced to flash away from Baron. Body drop goes down. Inox gets a kill, but it's going to get traded back on. But the Vayne cleanup is here. What can he actually kill? Goes for Hanser. Takes a lot of damage. TP comes in. 2 more hits will kill him. There's flares. There's the slowdown. There's the kill on the Keen. That is an ace for enemy Esports.
All right. I wanted to see the screen just over Baron there, because Move stayed in on Baron so long. It must have been at like 1,500 or something, because that was a really, really split team for Gravity. Yeah. We mentioned how having a decisive... Okay, let's see if we can get that health in there. Okay, they're committed to it. It's at 3,000, 2.5. And they're splitting DPS off of it. Move wants to finish. 2,000, barely out of Smite consume combo range.
Ouch.
But Altec is focused on killing the champions, and Move basically goes down only to Baron. They also pretty much tunnel vision on the target that they're calling for, so allow Vayne to come in through the back and take out Altec. Whew. After all that, only the one outer turret bottom really went down for that.
That's true. That already happened before. I guess the mid turret. That drops. So now we're at a 1,000 gold game. These two teams very evenly matched, playing the laning phases for the most part. Dragon number 3 on the table. Enemy Esports do have all their ultimates except for body drops.
Hecarim with the teleport
Massive stun. In comes the flank. Otter is safe. This one, Inox nearly going down. Keen buying time with the Zonias, forcing Inox away. But in goes Hanser, trying to take him down. Trade kills back and forth. Inox over the wall, still getting away from this one, but Move is alive as well, and Body Drop gets killed. Otter now alone versus 4. Great cleanup here for Gravity. Inox, does he want part of this one? He's going to go for Altec, but the spell shield was there. And it's a kill onto Inox for nothing. Great by Altec to heal and spell shield to stay alive in this one.
All right, that should be Baron, because if Otter actually is able to pull off the 1v4 single man hero Baron stop, then he deserves a medal. All right, it is going to be the Baron here. Hanser should be able to take it up. Don't let Move die to it again, and Gravity should claim spoils of the victory.
All right, all is well for the Gravity lineup. 1,000 gold lead after the team fight. Move is really nearly dead. All right. Move's worst enemy is Baron. The minions fight back against Nunu. There's still a Baron picked up.
Let's take another look at the team fight, because everybody gets split up here. Boom, there's the 2-man combo and a beautiful Rumble ultimate on top. Altec has to run out of it. He's able to freely fire here from the back, but the key point is the home guard teleport comes in from Hanser, so Inox is pretty much out of it, and Altec, nobody's able to focus Altec from the backside. The blood-boiled Sivir on the backside, so much AoE that kind of goes unnoticed. And there's the spell shield as soon as he sees the flash. Altec pretty quick reactions all game long with Sivir.
So many narrow escapes as well by Gravity in that fight. Altec cutting back, gets into a brush to drop aggro, move, getting away constantly with barely any health left on him. It took Baron to take him down.
The brush channeled Nunu ultimate, always fun to pull off.
Players in combat with Hanser. Inox helping quite a bit as well. Again, this is full tank Hecarim though, so he just doesn't die very fast to this Kassadin, who's now basically out of mana. And good luck hitting W on a minion wave when you have the threat of Sivir and everyone else the entire time. Still no regen for him as slow onto Otter. He's forced to pop the ulti to get away, which means absolutely nothing for this Vayne. No good hooks landing, and Gravity's still sieging well.
Trying to make the most of this Baron buff here. Protect the cannon minion as long as they can to get a little bit of extra damage on that inhibitor turret. Swing up for that global gold. Really the whole point of this Baron buff is try and increase your gold lead so that they can regain control of the dragon area before that comes up.
And we'll see if they can keep this area controlled. Looks like top lane turret is the target of choice for Gravity. Blue Elixir picked up for Flares. If he's like me, he'll forget to use it for the team fight. Hopefully he's better than that.
Remember,
Siege not doing much.
Keep your eyes all focused on Altec. Altec is the bride here. Everybody's going to try and drop ultimates on top of him. If they get Nautilus, Sejuani, Rumble coordinating, and Altec goes down, enemy can still pull this off, even with the Baron buff here for Gravity.
Well, it's only going to last about 30 more seconds, this Baron buff. Blue Elixir chugged by Flares. He won't forget this time. But this is pretty much the last wave that's going to have Baron buff here. Bunny Poo popping the early ulti to try to kite away. He's afraid of this fight. It looks like enemy wants in. They pop the ultis on all sides. Move. Forced to flash away. Equalizer is great on the back lines. Flare stays alive. And in comes the dive. Body drop buys time, but not enough as Otter drops. Inox now the only man left to deal damage, but it's just cleanup here. Gravity gets all the way through, and they're going to clean up these last two guys. A triple kill for Altec in his first game on the team. They can take more off this.
That's exactly what Gravity wanted. Move the single man to take the Sejuani ultimate. Altec easily able to kite out and auto attack. He even uses his flash forward over the wall to clean up after all of enemy's CC has been used. So easy move inside to the inhibitor here for Gravity.
And even Keen, oh God.
All right, that was a little overzealous.
Inox has one picked up, finally a revenge kill, but it's still 4 men alive inside the base. Inox does not have any great targets here. It would be pretty difficult to knock down Move and Bunny Fufu. There's some wards around, but they see Inox. I think he's going to get nothing for this. No neutrals up to take. There's a good wave in the bot lane. It will be teleported. No, sorry, the top lane teleport for Flares. He wants to knock something down. Equalizer's up soon. Flares could slow a lot of them down. Knocks down Bunny Fufu or tries for it, forces the flash away. Equalizer up in 3 seconds. Now. Pops it, buys a bit of time. Bunny has nowhere to go until now.
That's fine.
And out he goes. Aww.
Block himself there with the lantern.
But this buys time for enemy esports to knock down a couple turrets on the backside. Keen is still dead. Bunny has to heal. Ottawa sent top lane. There's going to be a 4v4 in this mid lane as soon as Keen respawns.
Yeah.
The team will head topside.
Delay backs long enough, and they might be able to grab 2 turrets off of the back of that lost team fight inside the base.
However, keep in mind, Rumble Equalizer is down for any impending fights here. So if enemy esports gets caught out, they're missing a
They got to defend. They might have to defend really quickly here. Nunu, never mind. Sivir's not with him. They don't care.
Yeah, just Hecarim slip pushing bottom lane to keep that wave pushed up. Good allocation of resources, Gravity. No to sacrifice those 2 turrets. Get the rest of the map back under control.
So let's take a look at the initiation, because everything from Thresh is down, so that's great. However, they use the Nautilus ultimate on the full tank Hecarim and the Sejuani ultimate on the Nunu. Look at Altec in the backside. He easily free firing the entire time. Fizz on the front lines. Pretty much no damage left for him either. And the tanks on Gravity are able to absorb the brunt of the initiation from enemy, freeing up their 2 damage sources to just go wild.
Yeah, so while Altec gets the spell shield, what Body Drop tries to do, Keen and Hanser just destroyed poor Otter. Righteous Glory pop, they don't quite catch on the move. Ult comes in, hits, not for a stun on a Bunny Fufu. as they limp away, and now the re-engage might happen. No Glacial Prison. In comes the Fish. Thankfully for enemy Esports, it misses. Equalizer in the choke point. Keen a bit overextended. Will they get much more off this one? Pops the Zonias, and into the back line they go one more time, but the stun's going to land. Otter is safe against Hanser, and a bunch of damage to the front lines. They're going to trade tanks in the front line. Alltech out a really bad spot. Gets taken out. Otter is still alive. He can't just move. A double kill for the Kassadin. That is an ace for 2 for enemy Esports. Where do they go?
Woo! Gravity funnel in through the ramp. An enemy finally able to get their hands on Alltech. He had burned his flash offensively in the earlier team fight. He had no more mobility. His Sivir ultimate ran out because they used it to get in range and get the fight in the first place. Whew. And we see what happens when the AD carry goes down in your Nunu team.
All right, yeah, lots of damage missing suddenly from the lineup. So quick pause coming through on this one. Looks like it's with Keen. We'll see what that ends up being as time moves on. We got QA on the scene to figure out what's going on here with these guys.
All right, so while we are waiting, how about we pull up a replay of the last fight? Because that's more interesting than QA.
I mean, but the guy's got a cool lip ring and stuff. The cat call from the audience. Great, thank you guys. Yeah, okay, we'll get the replay up as soon as we can, of course, in this one. As a recap of what happened to that fight, it's a 3,000 gold lead afterwards.
All right, so Sivir ultimate channeling. The ultimate as well from Keen misses at the very beginning. That equalizer down the ramp stalls for so long. Sort of a half commitment from Gravity gets the Zonias out from Keen really early. And then Otter easily able to take out Hanser here with the true percentage damage, and Alltech finds himself suddenly right in Otter's face. They collapse on Alltech, and there's nothing left there for Gravity.
Yeah, in order to dive AD carries properly, unless you're playing Zed or Talon, you need 2 people to kill off an AD carry with shields in the back line. You've got a Face of the Mountain on Body Drop. You've got a Locket on Trash, and you've got a QSS here on Otter, which means you can't kill him with full tank Hecarim by yourself. That just doesn't happen. Like, in a 1v1 on an open field, Vayne would still win that fight. So the fact that Keen went in by himself, that Equalizer did buy so much time, that really, really helped Otter survive in the fight. And even still, he ended that battle at 1/3 health. I mean, you saw how close it ended up being. But 6-1 and 5 on Vayne. Otter has tried so many times to qualify for the LCS, and here he is, second highest gold in the game. 11 KDA, I imagine, has got to be the highest in the game as well. In fact, it is. As I look over it, everyone has more than 1 death here. What a great start of a performance for him as well. First game, gets to last pick his AD carry after seeing the comp, goes for Vayne. High risk, but very high reward here. I got to sing the praises for the rookies here overall, starting quite nicely.
And it is going to be a very bloody game.
Yeah.
The rest of it as well. Pretty much as we expected, all coming down to these team fights. AD carry positioning becomes paramount.
Yes. And then the ability to reach them becomes even bigger. And in terms of reach, like, I guess you can spell shield some of it on the Sivir side, but you've got Rumble, Kassadin, and then like a little bit of Nautilus and Sejuani can sometimes reach. But Rumble, Kassadin isn't enough to one-shot an AD carry. You have pretty mediocre amounts of magic resist on Alltech.
Yeah, he does have the Quicksilver, and that's it.
Yeah, he's got 72 when he's sitting near someone defending him. So he's got, a decent amount, but still, as soon as Void Staffs and Flat Magic Pen come through, you can definitely evaporate Sivir. And we've seen in team fights, you can definitely evaporate Otter. The shields aren't enough if 2 people come in, and it's rather easy for Fizz and Hecarim to reach. So those guys being gone, it sometimes comes down to who's got cleanup or who does survive that.
Yeah. Hanser now on the Hecarim does finally have the 4 main items completed for his Cinder Hulk Hecarim as well. So that guy can sustain himself actually very well in the team fights.
Yeah.
So he's become definitely a big damage threat.
Yeah, Triforce then helps him a lot. Keen nods to the ref, says, all right, I'm okay, takes a sip of his drink, water or coffee, whatever his poison ends up being, and we'll be getting ourselves back into the game very shortly here. As we get ourselves back in, Dragon's up in 7 seconds, Baron's up in 44, and all of Gravity respawns in between 32 and 37 seconds. So there's a very small window that theoretically enemy could recall, rush down Baron, and then be met by Gravity right as Baron dies.
All right, so it looks like we have everything cleared up. The problem was Keen suspected a bug with Fizz where he thought his E didn't do any damage to Rumble. However, Rumble had just popped the shield. They went back and checked it. that was just Rumble turning on his scrap shield.
Yeah,
and
with an Abyssal and 200 AP, it's going to be a
Exactly.
good amount of damage blocked. All right, so it's good that he calls it out. I'm actually got to give some props to Keen for even like noticing it in a hectic team fight. He's like, hey, hold on. It's the right choice. I mean, I'll take the positive. It means you're sure that the game worked the way you wanted it to. All is well, and on our screens, we are back into the game. 25 seconds on the respawn. Enemy Esports say we want to go down mid lane. They are, I think, certain to get an inhibitor for this. Inuk will tank the turret as they wait for the minion wave to come on in. And there they go. Inhib will go down. 12 seconds on the respawn. The Dragon is up, but Baron's up not too far after that.
I like how they immediately leave the scene. They don't even want to take the chance of going for those Nexus turrets. Those Nexus turrets, they're not worth very much unless you're going to end the game now. With the last couple of round of patches, taking a lot of the experience and gold out of those objectives that are inside the base. So definitely not worth the risk at this stage in the game, getting caught inside the enemy base, pulling out, grabbing the Dragon, and then trying to get position on Baron. Much more important. Gravity going to rush over there very quickly. They've got the pink ward dropped. Will they just start it up? Flare's coming from base.
Everyone was on the right page, though they sent only Vayne to take down Dragon. She has joined this spot of the map in time. Rumble's not there just yet, and it's going down quickly. Down under half HP.
Pull
but
off.
The rest of enemy are here. Yeah, you can't just sit in the pit against Rumble, Kassadin, and expect to win that one. Body drop is at half. He was helping clear away that top lane wave when he had to come down. And the dead inhibitor.
They're sending.
They can't
Otter?
send Vayne.
Yeah, they can't send
They can
Otter.
send at
All right.
most Inox. He's the most.
Flares went back, but he doesn't have teleport. Sort of
knowing it.
Counting on the fact that Gravity don't know the teleport timer.
Yeah, okay, that is the right choice. Slight mind games. Also, he's got good AoE, and looks like that's all fine.
Never mind,
Otter
Hunter's
cuts the wave. Yeah, flares was the one used. Yeah, if we missed that. That's what we meant to say.
Now it's the battle over positioning. The wards around Baron.
There are some very scary champions around this map. Haunter does have teleport. He clears the mid lane away. Both teams, of course, with one killed inhibitor. Though enemies was killed more recently, meaning they will eventually hold the map control. And also keep in mind, enemies sitting on 4 dragons right now, actually. Throughout the course of this game, they've managed to always eke that objective. Meaning 5 minutes from now, enemy have a potentially game-winning objective in their hands.
I feel like Baron is already that point of power as well. The thing is, Dragon's much less of a risk to take. So once it does come back up, enemy will have a much easier time pulling Gravity into an advantageous fight.
Big wave bot lane. It's going to slowly build up and push in. Hanser, of course, still has that teleport, though, so it could be trivial for Gravity to turn that one back around. Gravity, also keep in mind, sitting on 2 smites and a Nunu, so securing objectives should be fairly easy. Some poke on to move, though. Down to half. Sivir ulti popped. Otter trying to run away. And in comes Hanser to buy some time. Careful, everybody. 1/3 health loss on him. Moves still walking forward. And here's the engage. They're going to catch up to Flares. Pops the equalizer. Turns back around. And there's the golden flame spinner. Move nearly dead. Hanser dropped low as well. Who's going to be the first kill? It is going to be Move. Flares forced to run. The hook on Otter. In comes Buddy Fufu, but there's no follow-up. Hanser takes one down. Kills on both sides. The ulti going to chase on down. It's 4 kills to 2. An advantage of enemy esports. Only Alltech alive.
Is that game 40 plus 50 seconds here on the respawn timers, and Alltech would have to pull. Ah, he's toast.
Oh, the hook's gonna miss. Trashy can't quite catch him with anything else. The W reactive not gonna do it either, but Otter almost in range. That's the crit. That's the kill. Super minions in the base. This could be the game.
Ooh, it did all come down to the single team fight there. Woo. And congratulations to Enemy. They're able to win their first game, 100% win rate for Enemy in the North American LCS.
And at the very end of it all, they sit only about 300 gold up. That'll tell you just how close this game was. 42 minutes and 40 seconds. Otter with a 16 KDA on Vayne. Congratulations, Enemy Esports.
Woo. Yeah, what a nerve-wracking game when it's so even the entire time, and it just comes down to team fight positioning and mechanics.
All right, so far, you know, Aiden said it at the very start of the day. He says, I think Enemy Esports is a top 5 NALCS team. Well, Gravity finished 5th, 6th last time around in the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. by beating them. You're saying, all right, this looks about like the right place for Enemy Esports to be if that prediction is true. Now, of course, Gravity are still adapting to their new players. Saint Vicious and Cop are out. Move and Altec are in, and while they played pretty well individually, you were talking about it, shot calling still is something that Gravity has to learn to do better.
Yeah, I feel like they'll get more comfortable with pushing harder on those mid-game windows that they have, and be more confident to follow one route. When you spread out and try and grab too many things, sometimes you get nothing.
Water through your fingers. Sometimes you put them all together, and you at least get to hold some in the palm of your hand, but slipped away. 1 kill difference at the end of it all. 1 turret difference at the end of it all as well. Enemy had even lost an inhibitor. I mean, a very close game between these teams. If we were to watch them face off a lot more, a best of 5 would probably go 3-2. This one did end up in Enemy's hands, though, and as they discuss their trials and tribulations of the day, of course, they'll be facing off against another NALCS team tomorrow, as will Gravity, of course. We're only into day 1 of the first week of the North American LCS, and I think both these teams have a lot more to show tomorrow.
I'm going to say all the North American LCS teams have a lot more to show.
Nope. I'm going to say at least one team picks the exact same 5 champions.
All right.
I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that.
I hope it's Impulse. That was pretty fun to watch.
It was a good comp. I want to see them one again. It worked pretty well. At least Impulse looked the same. So, you know, they didn't really show us too much different, I guess.
I mean, I'm all aboard the Bomby Cinder top lane instead of a Giant's Belt.
All right.
On Yasuo. That looked great. Sacrificing 80 health for the passive burn?
Yeah.
Sounds like a great deal.
Good AoE clear for some minions.
Impact's a great salesman.
All right, well, great. Impact going to sell some items over to Kobe here. I'm going to stick with my conventional builds, then eventually catch up with the times as I realize it's actually the correct way to go about it. Either way, Enemy Esports going to be one of the 5 teams ending the week 1-0. Inox played about the way we expected to him. Pretty hard carry casted performance. Otter also stepping up very well. So it's good to see those 2 carries starting off quite nicely. For now, we're going to hand it off to Jat, who's down on the red side.
Thanks, Freak. And yes, I am with Inox, the Kassadin from that last game. First game in the LCS, first victory. Are you relieved, excited? What's your emotion like after this game?
Really relieved. We didn't know what to expect coming into this because we actually haven't played with Trashy for about 2 weeks. He's been doing his visa. So we came into this not having any practice at all with him. We had a jungle sub, and things were looking really shaky with our jungle sub. But once Jonas got back, everything just kind of fell into place, and luckily we were able to get the win today and pull off what we wanted.
You say no practice. I mean, did you get a single scrim with Trashy when he came back? Did you play to date? Nothing at all. Nothing. So what was the synergy like not playing with him for 2 or 3 weeks when you go right into an LCS game? Was it a strange start or anything?
In the LCS game, it felt pretty normal. Like we played together the whole challenger scene. We had that good synergy. But then this morning it was pretty rough. We lost 2 games of solo queue to body drop when we were duo queuing. So he beat me with Echo.
Wow, Echo, who can blame you? But honestly, you've been in the LCS before on Evil Geniuses. This time much different role, different team. What was it like picking Kassadin now, getting to play your champion in the LCS?
It feels like it's just what I should have been doing from the start. I always wanted to play mid lane, and I actually started off playing top lane, just filling for teams, and then my filling for teams went on and on and on, and then it's like, oh wait, you're filling for this team for top lane that you kind of stuck with it, and now EG wants you top lane, but you're still kind of like filling it. All right. Yeah.
Well, now, 1 victory today. To go 2-0 on the week, you have to defeat TSM. Any previews or thoughts heading into that match you guys have tomorrow?
I think winning today is definitely a good confidence boost. Maybe we can just win just off of, what's the word? I'm losing. Yeah, Camp Darius. Maybe. Well, I mean, we did get a win today. They did get a loss today. Maybe this just says things for tomorrow. Maybe we can go in and just roll through, be like, yeah, we won yesterday, and this stage stuff is easy. But then TSM, whenever I watch them play against the bottom tier teams, I mean, technically we're a bottom tier team right now, they play a lot more comfortable and just on point. They don't really make those mistakes that they kind of do at other times. Not that they make many mistakes. They're a really good team.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations again on the win today. Nice start in the LCS, by the way, for the new team. Thanks a lot, Inox, and let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Jet. And to Inox, you're not a bottom tier team. You're number 1 now.
Number 1, baby.
With that win, they move up into the top half of the standings there. You know, a quick breakdown of that game, the things I want to look at are kind of twofold, right? So on the side of Gravity, I would have to say they had the better macro play, the rotational play, whereas Enemy looked like they were a little bit slower around the map this time around.
Yeah, they were giving up a lot of turrets. Gravity was doing a really good job of controlling the jungle. And if you watch that game back and just check jungle vision, despite having 2 sight stones, Trashy was not getting adequate vision down past the river to see the moves of Gravity before they happened. It's like 5 people are top, and it's like, wait a second, how are there 5 people top? They kill flares, and then they get a turret, and Otter's like, well, I guess I have to go bottom. And then it's like, they're doing Baron now, and they have to pull people all the way from bottom lane there. So they're just being moved around the map in a very inefficient way. So
yeah, it was lethargic, it was inefficient.
Enemies seemed pretty lazy to objectives. They did get every dragon, though. That's the other thing, is they kept winning team fights near dragon and getting it with just solo Otter every now and then. So that was kind of like the plus side for them, is these dragons were falling into their lap off of team fights.
Right, so some of that could probably be attributed to the fact that they hadn't been playing with Trashy for a few weeks, so the vision control and the communication around the vision wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
Someone else who I didn't think had a fantastic showing was Flares. Seemed to struggle in that 1v1 up against Hecarim in the top lane. However, now I move to the people who did show up and play very well. Inox in the mid lane, 4-1 very early on that Cassin, making a statement with the 11-minute Roa on the Cassin, as well as Otter on the Vayne, saying, look at me, I can play Vayne and, you know, carry through in the late game. I mean, with Fizz diving in on you every single time, quick with the Quicksilver Sash and the heals to, you know, to live through the initial burst and then roll through the rest of the team.
Yeah, and this team, when I watch them in Challenger, every lane has carry potential. Sometimes Flares carry, sometimes Inox. Trashy has jungle games where he'll just go off on Rek'Sai. And Otter was the one who didn't carry as frequently, so it's good to see a carry game from him to really kind of just nail that home, that this is a team that has multiple threats. And despite having a Hecarim and a Fizz going after him, they didn't always seem on the same page on the side of Gravity. They were always like, let's protect Altec. Altec will deal the damage. And instead of having Fizz, the Nunu trying to slow the attack speed of the Vayne, as well as getting the Hecarim and Fizz into that backline, you saw some fights where it was like, only Hecarim went. And then it's like, all right, final hour, time to get my 60% crit off and tumble crit people for 700 damage over and over again. He like 2-shot, 3-shot Altec at one point with 2 crits.
Absolutely.
And just opened the game wide up. Those were the team fights they were winning, though.
Yeah, I do have to say, I think they were hindered a little bit by the fact that they had the Nunu that was never going to get to the Vayne. So in those late game team fights, it was between Fizz and Hecarim to get there. And then, as you said, sometimes just didn't sync up for that kill. Last thing about Enemy here is moving into tomorrow, they are facing up against TSM, as Jat said. That's going to be a real test for them. We saw TSM drop a game to C9 today, but I'm not sure that they're going to let that happen again. You know, TSM's going to come in out for blood this time around.
Yeah, the thing I'm going to look at when that matchup happens is jungle mid lane synergy. Trashy and Ox were really good in Challenger, and then Santorin and Bjergsen, the Great Danes, how are they going to go up against this duo? Because that's really the first really big test for Inox. How good of a mid laner is this guy? Because we saw him up against Keen. He was pretty convincing today, but I want to see him up against Bjergsen and what he can bring to the table. Trashy did not look up to form. He's usually a very aggressive jungler. He's usually a very good teamfight jungler. He was not hitting Sejuani ultimates today. And Santorin was also kind of having a wishy-washy day. So I want to see what happens when these teams clash.
All right, well, with that, we're one day into the summer split, and let's see how the teams are arranged in the standings. Right now, the league is split right down the middle between the haves and have-nots. Sharing first with 1 win apiece are Cloud9, CLG, Enemy Esports, Team Impulse, and Liquid. Now, the 5 teams that are looking to get on the board still are Gravity, Team 8, Team Dignitas, Team Dragon Knights, and TSM. So even though it is a small sample size, let's take a step back. Give me your thoughts on the LCS now as a whole after day 1. We've watched every team play once. Let's make wild inferences.
Cloud9's the greatest team
as to how good these teams actually are. I do have to say I was impressed by Cloud9 and their patience in the game. Incarnation showing a little bit of nerves on the land setting, missing a lot of uncontested CS. I mean, he was pressured a lot by Bjergsen, sure, but there was CS in there he should have been hitting that he wasn't. But the team as a whole showed a lot of composure and patience in getting him to the power spike and then playing the rest of the map correctly to get that win.
And if that's the only problem you're having is, oh, it's my first game on LAN and I'm missing some CS because I'm nervous and I got level 2 pressured, Bjergsen got Raptors for level 2 over me. I got a jungle gank and blew my flash early. Like, that is probably the best problem to have if you're going to have a problem, is I'm just a little nervous on lane. That comes with time, that comes with doing it more and more, and then eventually he's just going to be this guy who's very calm, collected, and can execute those aggressive plays that he wants to. So he seems very motivated, and I think Cloud9 definitely look really, really good with Incarnation. Like, they're just going to look better and better. His team fighting, his ultimates were really good. There were some hiccups, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And those are just coming in and being like, oh, they don't have a shot caller. Who's the shot caller? Meteos is. That's like, so far, that's like A+ for first day.
Yeah, on the flip side of that matchup, TSM, somewhat disappointing that they had such a fantastic lead. Bjergsen's, 80 CS up at one point, and they're not able to close that win out. I mean, this only adds to the pressure of having come out of MSI with a disappointing showing.
Yeah, TSM, they need this win tomorrow over Enemy. They really just have to study up today, watch that game from Enemy, and they do have rotational play, which Enemy seem to fall behind on today, and they could exploit Trashy because they haven't played with him too much very lately. Like, it's just one of those things. I don't know if Trashy's like jet lagged or anything right now either, because he just seemed very sluggish, and they did not seem on top of their game. So I think that TSM, they definitely will need to pull out that victory tomorrow. I do want to see them, because Dyrus is once again first blood. Right? I want to see them put resources in that top lane. I want to see that top lane carry happen.
One day it will happen. Well, anyway, tomorrow we'll be back with another 5 games to kick off our first week of action, starting with Team Liquid squaring off against Team 8. After that, Team Dignitas will challenge Cloud9, and we'll conclude the day with Team Dragon Knights versus Gravity. That all gets underway starting at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It feels like just yesterday we're here for the playoffs here between Cloud9 and TSM, and every time we start the split, same as old.
That Ludens hit coming out as well. They're going to wipe down Team Solo mid here. Bjergsen very low, can only do a few things from the outside. Cloud9 pick up the first win of the summer split. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, possibly a fourth here coming in, looking for the pentakill for Piglet. He's going to find Labman. Labman hops over the wall.
Team Liquid takes down Team Dragon Knights for the first win.
Back at LCS, boys. The dream.
Hey, man.
This is like, hey, what's up, hello? We come on for it. I'm on.
Yeah, reset. You go flash. Back up. Come back. Arrow set. Come back. Wait. Back up. 5 seconds on pull. 5 seconds on pull.
Hecker's gonna home guard. Come pull.
CLG takes down Team Dignitas.
Not in a great way anymore. Impact putting out a whole bunch. But the Gnar ulti is massive. Hits 2. Hops the wall. A triple kill for Solushi.
Did you know it's time for a true display of skill?
To the front line. Alta out a really bad spot. Gets taken out. Otter is still alive. He can't just move. A double cut for the Kassadin. That is an ace. Congratulations. That'll be Esports.